The male demon seemed to be rather familiar with the admiration of the low-level demons. He waved his wings, triggering invisible airwaves that surrounded the high-level demons like a barrier and kept the lowly chaotic blood demons from coming close. He sniffed and shouted, "We are now pursuing the remnants of the Blade of Chaos. Those believers of chaos are brutal and dangerous. In order to hide their traces, they have slaughtered all the villages that they have passed through. There was not a living soul left. For the sake of your village, you'd better confess honestly. Have you seen any suspicious demons over the past 3 days? If you keep your discovery to yourself, you will be regarded as an accomplice of the Blade of Chaos, and you shall not be pardoned." The mayor's face was as deathly pale, and he shook his head hard. The male demon was not expecting a positive reply in the first place. Seeing that all the villagers were intimidated, he changed tack. "Does your village live on the ghost teeth flowers?" The mayor nodded cautiously. "Excellent." The male demon smiled coldly. "The remnants of the Blade of Chaos that we are chasing after have been heavily wounded. They are in desperate need of healing drugs such as the gold stamen liquid. In case the gold stamen liquid in your village is stolen by them, we will now confiscate all the assets in the name of the Gold Shadow Guardians." "What?" At this moment, not only the mayor but also all the villagers started yelling despite the honorable identities of the high-level demons. The village was poor and the land barren. The livelihood of the villagers all counted on the gold stamen liquid, which was collected from the ghost teeth flowers. The harvest season had just passed. Although the tax rate of the chaotic blood demons was even higher than that of the black blood demons, and 70% of the gold stamen liquid had to be submitted, the villagers got to keep the remaining 30% after all. The 30% of gold stamen liquid had to be traded for the useful items that the villager could not produce, as well as crystals and gear for training, which was the hope for the young demons in the village. But those gold shadow guardians were claiming all the gold stamen liquid now. How was the village going to survive the coming year? Many chaotic blood demons had been reveling in the excitement of finally meeting some high-level demons. But now, they felt as if their skulls had been opened and somebody had just poured a bucket of cold water into their heads. However, the chaotic blood demons' reverence for the high-level demons was almost natural. Nobody dared to refuse the demand, however outrageous it was. The mayor's facial muscles twisted for a long time, and his back was even more hunched than before. The male demon was apparently used to the reactions of chaotic blood demons. Other than the gold stamen liquid that has been collected, there is still some left in the lumps of the ghost teeth flowers. Also, if the lumps are pulverized into powder, it can be used to treat wounds, too. In case that the remnants of the Blade of Chaos get access to those things, we are going to destroy the garden of the ghost teeth flowers. What? It was a greater shock for everybody on the spot. When all the gold stamen liquid was claimed, it was going to be a tough year. But as long as they made it through the year, the villagers would be able to collect new gold stamen liquid in the harvest season next year. But if the garden of ghost teeth flowers was destroyed, they would be doomed. The ghost teeth flowers were extremely dangerous carnivore plants. Even many demon beasts were scared of them. The village had paid a high price to transplant and develop the ghost teeth flowers, at the cost of the lives of more than 10 villagers. After 5 years of sweat and blood, only a small garden had been established. The garden of ghost teeth flowers was the future and hope of the entire village. But right now, just because some heavily wounded remnants of the Blade of Chaos were passing by the village, they had to endure such a disaster that was irrelevant to themselves. No. You can't destroy them. The ghost teeth flowers are what we live on. Show some mercy, masters of the Gold Crow Kingdom. Please, Saintess. The demons in the dry leaf village, young and old, all kneeled and kowtowed hard until their heads were all bleeding and the blood was all simmering. The attractive high-level demons, on the other hand, did not care for such drama. The male demon in the lead shrieked, and 2 golden eagles that were hovering in midair took a turn and suddenly lunged at the garden of the ghost teeth flowers in the east of the village. Hew! The 2 golden eagles opened their mouths, from which 2 narrow, long, red rays spurted out and darted toward the garden. Boom! The 2 red rays pierced into the garden. The ghost teeth flowers that sensed the waves of energy had only just opened their bloody mouths when 2 loud explosions echoed deep below the ground. Like 2 volcanoes had just erupted, a lot of magma spurted out from the ground, and enormous fireballs soared into the sky. Flames thousands of degrees high in temperature soon wreathed the entire garden. Hiss! 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 Countless ghost teeth flowers were twisting weirdly in the flames and screaming miserably. Before long, they were only burnt into ashes without any lumps remaining. Ah! Many villages collapsed to the ground in grief. Dozens of healthy, strong demons were gnashing their teeth, their eyes red. Yet, they did not know where they should cast their furious eyes. The high-level demons were still talking and laughing. They seemed to be complimenting the owner of the 2 gold eagles, praising that he had trained them well and built the 2 biochemical beasts with such magnificent appearances. Mayor. The male demon ignored the weird vibe among the villagers and continued demanding from them. Ask your villagers to help us move the gold stamen liquid. Also, submit the gold stamen liquid that is kept in your households as well as all the other healing drugs. No medicine is to be left to the believers of chaos. Crack! Crack! Many young villagers, including Lei Chuang, were already on the verge of an outburst. They were biting their teeth so hard that noises were echoing. Li Yao inwardly frowned. He observed the positions of the high-level demons and calculated the data, coordinates, and direction crazily. Although he hated to expose his identity, he found it intolerable to watch the villagers be butchered should they get involved in a conflict with the high-level demons. Besides, if the newcomers decided to wipe out the village, it was not like they would spare him. The air could not have been tenser. A battle was going to break out at any moment. Looking at the golden eagles hovering in the sky and the high-level demons who were chit-chatting casually, utterly unthreatened, the mayor slightly sighed and bowed deeply, while he replied obediently, "Understood, masters. We're going to check all the healing drugs right now." The mayor then turned around and roared, "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear what the masters here said? Pack up all the gold stamen liquid and healing drugs and offer them to the masters." The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do. They did not dare disobey the commands of high-level demons, but they were unwilling to hand over their livelihood just like that, either. The young demons' muscles were all bulging, their eyes bloodshot. They were as still as towers. The mayor gritted his teeth and staggered close with his club. Then he beat the young demons with the stick and yelled, "Why are you not moving? How many heads do you think you can afford to lose if the masters are delayed while they are hunting the blade of chaos? Go now. Pada." After the mayor beat them, he fell over due to a loss of balance. Mayor. The villagers immediately lost their cool. They hurried to help him to his feet. Those who were timid were already walking to their homes, however reluctantly. The younger demons who were gnashing their teeth in fury lost their determination, too. Those who had feet stomped on the ground, and those who did not, bashed the earth hard with their tails and squatted, covering their head with their hands. All the villagers lost their will to resist. They prepared to pack everything up gloomily. Wait. Right then, Jin Xinyue, the Saintess of Pantheon of Demons who had been at the center of the high-level demons, suddenly opened her mouth and stopped the villagers. Her voice sounded very young, but it was sweet like a refreshing spring, making everybody who heard it feel comfortable from their ears to the heart. The villagers looked at each other in a daze, confused. They sensed that the Saintess was different from other Gold Shadow Guardians. Jin Xinyue glanced over all the villagers warmly as she smiled and said, "The gold stamen liquid is your livelihood. I did not expect that you would offer all of it willingly without any complaint. It is indicative of your loyalty to the pantheon of demons. Rest assured. We are not so unreasonable as to take your livelihood away just like that. Just now, it was only a minor test to determine your loyalty to the pantheon of demons. Now that you have proved your faithfulness, as a saintess of the pantheon of demons, will I simply let you suffer the losses? While talking, Jean Xinhue extended her jade-like hand and snapped something silver into the mayor's hand, which turned out to be a glamorous silk bag. The mayor swallowed hard and opened the bag. He gasped so hard that he almost fell over again. The mystic rays inside the silk bag illuminated his face. The 5-colored pearl inside the bag should be 3 times more valuable than your garden of ghost teeth flowers. If you sell it in the town, you should be able to get through the difficult times, Jean Xinhue said casually. 3 times. The desperation and fury of the villagers immediately turned into ecstasy and gratitude. Moreover, Jean Xinhue's wings slowly stretched out. One of the golden feathers fell softly and flew to the mayor's pocket as if it were alive. This feather is my badge. When the tax officer in charge of your village comes here, show him the feather and tell him that Princess Xinhue has decreed that all the taxes of the village will be reduced by half in the next 3 years. Half taxes? Many villagers were already jumping to their feet. Lastly, Jean Xinhue glanced at the healthy, strong demons in the village with delight in her eyes. She then said crisply, "The new call of soldiers is coming soon. A new war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is about to commence. The war will be the final confrontation between the 2 sectors. We will sweep across the Grand Desolate Plateau, break through the Giant Blade Pass, and march all the way to the capital of the Star Glory Federation, conquering all the human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector. Only the bravest, most loyal soldiers are entitled to join the greatest war in the history of the Blood Demon sector. Logically, 1 or 2 soldiers will be conscripted from villages such as yours. But just now, your loyalty moved me. I will conscript 50 soldiers from your village." Hearing her words, all the chaotic blood demons could not help it any longer and yelled in excitement. The disaster turned out to be a bless in surprise. Not only did they receive a high reward, half of their taxes had been waived, too. Moreover, 50 villagers would be enlisted to defend the glory of the Blood Demon sector on the battlefield. Princess Xinhue was so merciful and benevolent. How could they not be grateful and loyal? "Saintess, we can't return your favor even if we die," the mayor was crying, unable to control his voice. The infuriated young demons were so embarrassed that they lowered their head, regretting their stupidity and rashness. Jean Xinhue smiled and said in an even gentler voice, "I don't want you to die, but I want our enemies, the evil human beings and the sordid believers of chaos, to be annihilated." "Can you do that?" "Yes." Of course, the hot-blooded young demons all shouted. "Long live the Saintess! Long live Princess Xinhue! Long live the pantheon of demons! Break our enemies, annihilate the evil human beings, and conquer the Heaven's Origin sector. Obliteration. Rebirth. Immortality." Above the garden of the ghost teeth flowers, the fire was still burning furiously, but the temperature there seemed to be lower than around the villagers. Jean Xinhue looked at the villagers in a smile. There seemed to be both satisfaction and expectation in her eyes. Every villager who made eye contact with her experienced all kinds of hallucinations. They envisioned themselves fighting valiantly in brilliant suits and soaring into a magnificent palace in the high sky among the clouds where they ate, drank, and enjoyed the ultimate pleasure in the world. All the demons were yelling in frenzy and shaking as if they were having a seizure. Their enthusiasm tore apart the dark night and echoed in the sky. Jean Xinhue rolled her eyes and glanced over the villagers. Suddenly, she stopped at Li Yao. Li Yao frowned and secretly cursed. Although he was also raising his arms and shouting like all the other villagers, he was short of the wholehearted fervor. Therefore, he appeared much calmer than his companions. Besides, his left eye and left arm were tied up in bandages, which was quite eye-catching. "Who is that?" Jin Xinyue asked the mayor very curiously. But Li Yao sensed the coldness of a viper from the seemingly innocent, beautiful eyes. Li Yao sneered in his heart. The mental devil in his brain bared its sharp fangs and released a lot of bloody streaks that were spreading among his brain cells. Jin Xinyue was indeed a terrifying demon. After only several words, all the demons here were willing to die for her. Li Yao did not believe that the poor story that the villagers had made up could fool her. With a crooked smile, the mayor told her Li Yao's identity. "Is that so? The best hunter of the village was badly burnt in the forest fire half a month ago and lost his memories?" Jin Xinyue was smiling even more delightedly. Her eyes were fixated on Li Yao's left eye and left arm, which were covered in bandages. She observed the bandages so hard that bright golden bugs seemed to be crawling into Li Yao's body. Li Yao sighed. He could not stop someone from killing themselves. Now that the Saintess was asking to be killed, he could only fulfill her wish. Jin Xinyue was merely a demon king, and her subordinates mostly seemed to be demon generals. They were not worth mentioning in Li Yao's eyes. Although they had biochemical beasts that could boost their combat ability like crystal suits, it was not enough to stop Li Yao from killing anyone he wanted to kill. After being infected by the blood-stripe virus, Li Yao was much more resolute in killing. He had made up his mind that, if Jin Xinyue interrogated him, he would slay the Saintess from the pantheon of demons when he found the appropriate timing and position before he ran away in the riot. Jin Xinyue had no idea that she was about to die. She was indeed suspicious of Li Yao. She officially joined the pantheon of demons at the age of 7 for the Saintess training. Saintesses were the sharpest claws and teeth for the pantheon of demons. They were a combination of spies, assassins, saboteurs, agents, and interrogators. The first lesson she ever learned was that those who lost their memories were the most suspicious suspects. Real life was not some fairy tale. What were all the memory losses about? The smile on Jin Xinyue's face remained unchanged. Her hands were kept in the original place, too. However, she shook her feathers and secretly informed the Gold Shadow Guardians behind him. The Gold Shadow Guardians were the Imperial Guards of the Gold Crow Kingdom. They were sort of her private bodyguards, well-trained, obedient, and capable. They immediately dispersed without alarming anyone. The golden eagles in the sky were hovering in smaller and smaller circles, too. Feathers as broad as banana leaves fell slowly between Jin Xinyue and Li Yao. At that moment, Jin Xinyue still had no idea what a terrible existence she was planning to deal with. She was wondering who Li Yao really was. He could not be one of the suspects she was chasing after because he had appeared in the village half a month ago. The timing was not right. Forget it. Even if he is not related to the Blade of Chaos, he must have secrets that he would rather not tell. Let me take him down first. Jin Xinyue stepped toward Li Yao. She did not know that death was only 0.5 seconds away from her. Li Yao's left eye was burningly hot, and streaks of blood were leaking out of the bandage over it. Suddenly, a shriek echoed deep within the 100 Desolation Mountain. A streak of golden brightness soared into the sky and split into a three-legged bird. The golden brightness that looked like fireworks made the faces of all Gold Shadow Guardians blanch. The male demon observed the signal and said earnestly, "Princess, Zhou Xiaochong and the rest of them have found the target. They are fighting hard and requesting immediate reinforcements." Pondering for a moment, Jin Xinyue looked at Li Yao deeply and waved her hands. "Let's follow up. We must get the item." All the Gold Shadow Guardians soared into the sky. The crazy wind that their wings raised almost blew everybody to the ground. Even Li Yao was shaking in the middle of the wind. He was becoming more and more curious. What item did the remnants of the Blade of Chaos bring exactly that a Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons and the Princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom needs? To retrieve the item, she does not even have the time to investigate me, who has apparently caused her attention. Is it true that the item can change the future of the Blood Demon sector, as Lei Qi said? Seeing that Jin Xinyue and the dozens of gold shadow guardians had turned into streaks of golden brightness and rushed toward the depths of the 100 Desolation Mountain, Li Yao made up his mind and dashed into the forest, too, not caring about the surprised villagers. After half a month of recovery, his wounds had recovered, and he had a basic understanding of the Blood Demon sector now. There was no need to keep staying here any longer. Besides, Jin Xinyue had grown suspicious of him. If he lingered in that place, he might have brought unexpected disaster to the Dry Leaf Village. Li Yao was rather curious about the organization named Blade of Chaos. He did not know how large the organization was and whether or not it had really been suppressed, but as long as the organization was not entirely dead yet, it could potentially stir trouble behind the high-level demons during the head-on clash between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. If so, the pressure on the Heaven's Origin sector would be more or less relieved. With that in mind, it was necessary to get in touch with the Blade of Chaos and help them solve the problem at hand. Besides, Li Yao was rather interested in the secret technique of the Blade of Chaos that allowed its members to freely change into different forms of demons. Such a secret practically overturned all his knowledge about the demon race. In the 100 Desolation Mountain, there were nothing but hills, ravines, and swamps. It was impossible to find a road. Jin Xinyue and the other demons all had wings. They could fly in midair and ignore the roughness of the mountain. Although Li Yao had flying swords and crystal suits, too, they had to be kept a secret right now. He could not fly into the sky on one of the flying swords blatantly. Therefore, he could only summon Black Wing in secret and slide just above the trees while making sure that his presence was not exposed. Naturally, he was much slower than Jin Xinyue. When he approached the battlefield filled the stink of blood and noises of fighting, he was already several hundred kilometers into the 100 Desolation Mountain. Giant trees almost 1,000 meters high were everywhere amid the endless ridges. The crowns of the trees were so overwhelmingly huge that nearly all the sunlight was blocked. Li Yao stowed away Black Wing quietly. Like a giant boa covered in mud, he slithered without making a sound among the bushes with the strength of his muscles. In front of him, the trees had almost all collapsed, leaving an empty area. Hundreds of demons, apparently on two sides, were confronting each other. One side consisted of the shining, unbelievably elegant members of the Gold Crow Kingdom. The other side was a mishmash of miscellaneous species. They were all wearing ragged soft armor, and they were exhausted and heavily wounded. An old demon who had white hair and a giant turtle shell on his back that had grown long, crimson fur panted and yelled, "Jin Xinyue, kill me if you want to, but I will not give it to you." He looked like a turtle man who stood on his feet. Jin Xinyue was shrouded in an entirely different air from when she was in the Dry Leaf Village. Her sweet and beautiful face resembling that of a young girl was brimming with the malicious smile, reminiscent of a cat that had caught a rat. She said unhurriedly, "Ning Zhongzi, honestly speaking, although you are one of the 4 elders of the Blade of Chaos, I'm not very interested in you. In my opinion, the Blade of Chaos is just a bunch of nobodies. All the elders and deacons of yours are jesters who have been making a fool of yourselves. You used to be monkeys pretending that you were wearing a crown, and now you are no better than stray dogs. It's not unnegotiable if you want me to let go of you. But I'm really curious about one thing. What item have you found that makes Elder Nether Spring hunt after you so crazily? In fact, in my opinion, with the miserable, devastated situation that the Blade of Chaos is in right now, you will not be able to make the best use of the item whatever effects it has. Why don't you give it to me? As a reward, I'll spare your lives. How does that sound? You all know that Elder Nether Spring and my father, Jin Tui, are the most hostile two among the 12 demon emperors. The two of them have been fighting for the post of the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons and are on the verge of an open fight. Therefore, I only wish for Elder Nether Spring to die sooner. If you really know a big secret about Elder Nether Spring, why don't you give it to me and let me deal with him? Isn't that a much better option? Ning Zhongzi, one of the 4 elders of the Blade of Chaos, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jin Xinyue, you don't know the value of the item at all. It can possibly reveal a great secret between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, or even between the entire demon race and human beings. You and Elder Nether Spring are just jackals of the same lair biting each other. If I give the item to you, it is very likely that you will make a deal with Elder Nether Spring. Besides, everybody knows that Jin Xinyue is the most cunning and ruthless one of all the saintesses of the pantheon of demons. There is no telling how many brothers of the Blade of Chaos have been killed by your seemingly innocent smiling face. Right now, you don't know where the item is hidden. That's why you are pretending to negotiate with us. I'm afraid that we will be killed immediately after we bring the item out, won't we? The sweet smile on Jin Xinyue's face remained unchanged, but the brightness deep inside her eyes was getting colder and colder. The two entirely opposite airs mixed with each other and gave a creepy feeling. She continued smiling as she said, "No wonder your organization entrusted the item to you. Your tongue is harder than your turtle shell. But I wonder, after I shatter your turtle shell and pluck the pieces off your body, will your tongue be as tough as it is right now?" The trees nearby all began glowing because dozens of eagles had landed on the top of the trees. The scorching heat that they released illuminated the forest as if it were an inferno. The gold shadow guardians grinned hideously and drew close to the remnants of the Blade of Chaos. Holding her arms, Jin Xinyue observed with great interest. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Bloody strains seemed to be extending into his heart along his veins from the depths his brain. His heart was beating faster and faster, and a weird strength was released. His withered left arm continued expanding. The thick bandages were not enough to block the unstoppable strength that was spreading out. Li Yao locked onto the back of Jin Xinyue's head precisely. There was only a distance of 10 meters between them. 3 seconds. In the intense forest, a fierce battle between the Gold Shadow Guardians and the Blade of Chaos was about to begin, and Li Yao would perform an assault the moment the battle began. With his terrifying cultivation right now, when he was determined to kill a demon, even one of the 12 demon emperors of the Blood Demon sector might not be able to stop him. 2 seconds. The Gold Shadow Guardians and the Blade of Chaos all stretched out their claws and teeth slowly while they unsheathed their weapons. Weird noises of flesh being torn apart and bones being twisted were echoing inside their bodies, which kept expanding. Their spurs protruded out of their skin, and their hair was lengthened significantly. Their faces were deformed, demonstrating more of the features of ferocious animals. An intense air of killing was flowing around them. The forest 10 square kilometers nearby was caught in dead silence. All the wild animals within the range lurked in their nests, not having the courage to move anywhere. Further away, the scared birds were fleeing away amid cackles. Ho! When the demonic energy of the two parties was released to the maximum and they all turned into walking ferocious beasts, a wolf demon of the Blade of Chaos could not withstand the pressure anymore and lunged at the Gold Shadow Guardian that was closest to him. Who? The eagle staying on the top of the trees spurted out crimson rays of light that turned into horrifying lotuses of magma in the crowd of the Blade of Chaos. Bloody brightness was blinking in Li Yao's eyes as he squatted. In half a second, he would dash toward Jin Xinyue. Right then, an abrupt change took place. Almost 10 shadows dashed out of the earth that was covered by leaves near Jin Xinyue. Almost 100 thin threads that were emitting spooky colors under the illumination of the flames surged out of the shadows. Apparently, they had been coated in deadly poison. Somebody was lurking in the underground and attempting to assassinate Jin Xinyue. Jean Xinyue truly deserved her title as a saintess of the pantheon of demons and the youngest demon king of the blood demon sector. She sniffed, and her bright gold wings abruptly unfolded. They were both like two broad shields and two swift sabers that turned into dozens of streaks of golden brightness and darted toward the shadows near her. In the blink of an eye, all the black shadows were chopped into multiple pieces before they even had the chance to scream. However, Jean Xinyue's glamorous golden wings were corrupted by the colorful poison, too. With burning sounds, black smoke was popping up, and the feathers were rotting, leaving ugly holes on her wings. Li Yao secretly cursed and managed to stop himself from lunging out. Jean Xinyue had escaped the assassination, but her subordinates were not so lucky. 3 to 4 shadows dashed out of the mud and trees near almost every gold shadow guardian. Caught unprepared, all the gold shadow guardians were heavily wounded. The giant eagles staying on the top of the trees screamed miserably, too, because countless venomous bugs had been lurking on the trees and were dashing into the feathers of the eagles, biting, gnawing, and releasing lethal poison. For a moment, a foul stench was blowing inside the forest. Disgusting air could be smelt everywhere. Li Yao's secret clicked his tongue. Even he did not notice that so many demons had been lurking inside the forest. The stealth ability of the demons was even higher than that of Spider's Thorn on Spider Den. Is it a trap of the Blade of Chaos? Li Yao observed carefully and found that those chopped into pieces by Jean Xinyue were demons that half looked like human beings and half insects. They seemed to have been made by transplanting the torsos of human beings onto spiders, scorpions, and centipedes. The demons were extremely tenacious. Even when they were cut into multiple pieces, they were not necessarily dead. Red blood as well as green, weird liquids flowed out of their wounds, vaporizing into venomous mist the moment they touched air. Li Yao thought that it was the Blade of Chaos trap, but 10 or so half-human half-insect demons lunged at Ning Zhongzi after they assaulted the Gold Shadow Guardians. 2 members of the Blade of Chaos stood in their way, only to be ripped into pieces by the new demons with their limbs that were as sharp as blades. Jean Xinyue seemed to know the identity of the assassins. The bewilderment on her face flashed and was soon replaced by fury. She raised her voice and shouted, "Yuan Hao, what's the meaning of this? Is the Nether Spring Kingdom declaring a total war on the Gold Crow Kingdom?" Weird laughter echoed inside the forest, but nobody replied. Soon, blood-freezing hums filled the clearing, as if countless honeycombs had been broken at the same time and a swarm of bees was rushing out. Li Yao raised his head only to find dozens of deep purple tornadoes that looked like half-frozen blood sweeping down amid restless humming sounds. The giant eagles staying on the top of the trees were tortured by the venomous insects and rendered unable to fly. The purple tornadoes crashed into them and consumed them, turning them into enormous purple lumps. The purple lumps wriggled, struggled, and fluctuated. The giant eagles screamed miserably. The scorching flames they spurted out burnt the trees into ash one after another, but they could not clear the venomous insects, which were attached to them like parasites. After a few seconds, the purple tornadoes dispersed. The only thing left in the middle were skeletons riddled with holes. They collapsed to the ground with rattling noises. It was only then that Li Yao realized that the purple tornadoes consisted of mosquitoes larger than dragonflies. The wings of the purple mosquitoes were translucent and multicolored. 6 eyes in a weird pattern could be found on them, too. Ghost-face purple mosquitoes? Li Yao gasped. Before his spiritual root was awakened, he had once encountered a beast-tide outbreak on a train to the Grand Desolate Plateau. The beast-tide made of the ghost-face silver mosquitoes had almost caused a catastrophe. 7 cultivators had sacrificed themselves in order to delay their attack. In the end, crystal warships had to be deployed in order to annihilate all the ghost-face silver mosquitoes. Ghost-face purple mosquitoes were the strengthened version of the ghost-face silver mosquitoes. Only after feeding on the bodily fluids of multiple kinds of venomous insects mixed with the blood of dozens of demon beasts could one ghost face purple mosquito be born out of thousands of ghost face silver mosquitoes. For ghost face silver mosquitoes, there had to be thousands of them in order to deal sufficient damage. But one ghost face purple mosquito was enough to kill a strong demon beast. Here, so many ghost face purple mosquitoes had been gathered. What a terrifying strength it was. Hum. 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 After swallowing the giant eagles, the purple brightness around the ghost face purple mosquitoes was even more eye-catching, as if weird purple flames were burning around them. They congregated into purple torrents and flooded toward the gold shadow guardians and the blade of chaos. If the ghost face purple mosquitoes so much as touched them, regardless of whether they were the gold shadow guardians or the blade of chaos, only their skeleton would be left. Ning Zhongzi. Jean Xinyue's face blanched, and she yelled, "Do you see? Elder Nether Spring subordinates are going to kill us both. If the item is in my hands, maybe it can still be put into use in the future. However, if it falls into the Elder Nether Spring's control, you will be hopeless. Hurry up and give me the item." Ning Zhongzi's beard quivered. He failed to come up with anything for a long time, but he could not help but look at a colorful leopard that was standing like a human being. "So, it is kept by you. Now give it to me." Jean Xinyue flapped her wings. Dozens of clusters of dark golden flames immediately darted toward the ghost face purple mosquitoes as if they were alive. The ghost face purple mosquitoes were surrounded by purple halos, and they were not scared of normal flames. The giant eagles had also been wreathed in fire, but the ghost face purple mosquitoes had not been hurt at all. However, the dark golden fire that Jean Xinyue fanned out was like a pesticide to the ghost face purple mosquitoes. Those that were hit by the fire were ignited immediately and turned into fireflies. Jean Xinyue took the opportunity to lunge toward the leopard man. "Give it to me." Her wings seemed more agile than her hands. They swept at the leopard man within her wings before the demon was crushed. Ning Zhongzi and the leopard man both screamed. Jean Xinyue smiled. Her wings brought back a tiny bloody ball that looked like a heart. Her eyes beaming with interest, she mumbled to herself, "Is this what's making Elder Nether Spring unable to sleep at night? Watch out." Ning Zhongzi furrowed his eyebrow and shouted loudly, "It is very unstable. Don't break it no matter what." Hardly had he given his warning when the withered tree behind Jean Xinyue turned into what seemed to be a human being. The dry branches turned into sharp limbs, which pierced toward the middle of Jean Xinyue's wings. The demon that looked like dry wood, a beetle, and a human being was covered in multiple layers of gray and brown armor. Except for his arms that were particularly long, almost 10 blade limbs had grown out of his ribs and his back. His legs were twisted backwards, but his speed was unbelievably high. His attack was as quick as a lightning, but Jean Xinyue seemed to have grown eyes on the back of her head. Her golden wings slashed at the knees of the demon, one from left and the other from right, like two fast sabers. "Yuan Hao, I knew you'd been hiding here." The demon named Yuan Hao seemed to be caught off guard by Jean Xinyue's sudden counterattack. He hurriedly aborted his attack and dashed backward. However, a sharp thorn suddenly protruded out of the ground where Jean Xinyue was standing and pierced through her foot. Jean Xinyue gasped because of the excruciating pain. She fled back to the forest, but another 10 or so sharp thorns spurted out of the ground again and blocked her path of escape like haunting ghosts. Yuan Hao, who had just retreated, stomped on a giant tree and lunged at her again with the counterforce amid hideous laughter. The two of them passed each other. Jean Xinyue grunted. Countless feathers fell off from her to the ground slowly like golden scales. Like a wounded crane, Jean Xinyue stood on a branch on one foot while she eyed the insects crawling out of the earth, her sweet smile entirely gone. She gnashed her teeth. "Yuan Du. Jean Xinhue was certainly not as tranquil as she appeared to be. Yuan Du and Yuan Hao were both princes of the Nether Spring Kingdom. They were also Elder Nether Spring's most distinguished disciples and both in the level of Demon King. She might have been confident if she had to deal one of them, but her odds of winning were little to none when she was faced with the two of them at the same time. Besides, the Nether Spring Kingdom was a nation of the underground insect clan. In a forest with rough terrain, the insect clan boasted natural advantages. The feathered clan, including Jean Xinhue, soared in the sky and was known for its speed. They could not make use of their advantages in a forest. What did the Blade of Chaos steal from Elder Nether Spring exactly? He has sent his two most distinguished disciples to hunt it down after such a long trip, even at the cost of the invaluable ghost face purple mosquitoes. Every ghost face purple mosquitoes was more precious than a regular demon beast. In every battle, it was not uncommon for hundreds of ghost face purple mosquitoes to be killed. Even though Elder Nether Spring was one of the 12 demon emperors, he would not use the ghost face purple mosquitoes randomly. Jean Xinhue glanced over the entire battlefield. Inside the dim forest, the gold shadow guardians that she had brought with her had mostly been killed by the sudden assault of the insect clan, especially those who died of blood loss because of the absorption of the ghost face purple mosquitoes. They were nothing but skeletons and could not have looked more miserable. Jean Xinhue secretly cursed. She glanced at the sky, too, which was blocked by the dense crowns of trees. She was quite certain that the crowns of the trees must have been packed with deadly venomous bugs. She could even feel that lethal poison was dripping from the tops of the trees slowly. Yuan Du, prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom who crawled out of the earth just now, was just as ugly as other insect demons. He looked like a tall human being who was wearing bionic armor. Glamorous stripes were spotted on the finely made shell of the armor, which were emanating splendid colors despite the dimness of the forest. Two long horns that looked like spears were protruding from his face, which was also covered in the shell. He looked rather handsome by the standard of human beings. However, a hint of evilness was flowing in his eyes, and his eyeballs were flickering all the time, which made whoever saw him feel that there were bugs crawling all over their heart. Yuan Du, Yuan Hao, you two brothers are really outrageous. Jean Xinhue shouted. Are you not afraid of a total war between the Gold Crow Kingdom and the Nether Spring Kingdom after this? Yuan Du and Yuan Hao looked like each other with a smile. Yuan Du extended his hand to Jean Xinhue and said casually, "Give it to me." His voice was dull and thick, mixed with humming noises, as if a cluster of earth was stuffed in his throat. Jean Xinhue rolled her eyes and giggled. Yuan Hao, as I recall, weren't you the one in charge of the pursuit of the item? Why is your big brother here, too? It seems that Elder Nether Spring does not trust you at all. But it makes sense, too. Everybody knows that your brother is the real powerful one in the Nether Spring Kingdom, you are just his lackey. Even in front of Elder Nether Spring, your brother has always been the one that your master likes more. This time, it is still your brother who finished the hunting task and retrieved the ultimate treasure. It seems that his position in the Nether Spring Kingdom and in the eyes of Elder Nether Spring is even more unshakable now, isn't it? Yuan Hao was dazed for a moment. His grin somehow turned rigid. Yuan Du burst into fury. Jean Xinhue, what are you talking about? Jean Xinhue was smiling even more delightedly. Fine. Today, I miscalculated and fell into your trap. It does not matter that I must give away the item now, but I will only give it to you, Yuan Hao. Before the two princes of the Nether Spring Kingdom responded, Jean Xinhue raised her hand, and a streak of redness rushed toward Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao intended to pick up the object out of natural instincts, but Yuan Du simply retreated without a comment. Yuan Hao's reaction was slower. He tried his best to stop, but there was already no time. After a boom, a dark golden fireball burst out into countless flames in the shape of feathers that pierced through the trunks and the bodies of demons like the sharpest blade, hurting and killing the Blade of Chaos, the demons from the Nether Spring Kingdom, and those from the Gold Crow Kingdom indiscriminately. It was not the item that they were chasing after at all but a bomb refined out of a demon core. If I can't get the item, nobody is going to get it. Jean Shinue dashed toward the depths of the forest after light-hearted giggles. She turned into a streak of brightness and stretched her wings out to the maximum, felling all the giant trees near her like two sharp sabers, blocking the way of her pursuers as the trees fell to the ground. After her. Brutality beamed out of the eyes of the two princes of the Nether Spring Kingdom. Yuan Hao blew a whistle made of the empty shell of a cicada. With the weird sound, the dozens of ghost-face silver mosquitoes congregated into furiously burning ghost heads, their uneven surfaces wriggling for a long time. They darted toward Jean Shinue like lightning. In a primitive forest with dense trees, a pair of wings dozens of meters long was definitely a burden. The giant trees deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain had grown for thousands of years and were more than 10 meters in diameter, not to mention that they were as hard as steel. Sharp as Jean Shinue's wings might have been, the brightness on them dimmed significantly after she slashed through hundreds of giant trees. Jean Shinue meant to soar into the sky many times, only to be pushed back by the ghost heads made of the ghost-face purple mosquitoes. Besides, many insects of the Nether Spring Kingdom were adept at flying, too. If she flew to the sky where there was no cover, it was even more likely that she would be attacked collectively. Pooh! After shattering the ghost heads made of the ghost-face purple mosquitoes for the 7th time, Jean Shinue finally could not hold it any longer and vomited a mouthful of blood, the aura around her quickly fading. Yuan Du and Yuan Hao grinned hideously and launched fatal attacks. Thin greenness was dyed to the tips of their blade limbs while a foul smell was spreading out from the stinky wind raised by the blade limbs. However, when Yuan Hao's attack reached the furthest point and his blade limbs were about to pierce through Jean Shinue's wings, he suddenly jerked up and crouched weirdly as if he were hit by an invisible streak of lightning. The 5 or so blade limbs that he had failed to retract left his body without a sign. It was not until the blood drew a few thin lines in midair that Jean Shinue and Yuan Du discovered that many extremely slim threads had been tied among the giant trees near them. The threads were almost transparent and much thinner than the spider threads, but they were extremely tensile like the sharpest blades. Thanks to his keen senses, he noticed something wrong the moment he was about to hit the threads and folded his body abruptly. Otherwise, the threads could have cut his upper body and his lower body apart. However, his dodging movement only extended his life by half a second. The moment Yuan Hao was about to land on the ground, a streak of redness suddenly rose up and, passing by him, leapt to the crown of a tree. Yuan Hao's ugly head soared to the sky with an expression of bewilderment on his face. He did not know what was going on even at his death. There were many independent neurons on the bodies of the insects. After he lost his head, Yuan Hao's body did not collapse but cramped crazily as if it were dancing the dance of death. Deep inside Jean Shinue's eyes, the streak of redness gradually froze. It was the suspicious villager she had met in the dry leaf village. But right now, the villagers looked entirely different from a moment ago. The bandages on his left eye and left arm had turned into ash, revealing a demonic eye that was darker than a ruby and more sizzling than magma. The withered left arm had now been expanded, too. Bloody stripes interweaved into complicated runes that were changing all the time as if they were alive. 3 dark golden rings were worn on the left arm. They seemed to be a certain strong barrier that locked an invincible strength inside the left arm so that he could make use of the strength without losing control of it. What is this demon? Jean Shinue felt her blood freezing. She had not felt so scared when she was faced the 2 princesses of the Nether Spring Kingdom. But the aura from the mysterious demon for some reason reminded her of her father Jean Tui, who was one of the 12 demon emperors and the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of demons. Who is he? He killed Yuan Hao in just one attack. Although it was an ambush with a trap, his own capability must be in the high level of the Demon King stage, if not the level of Demon Emperor. He cannot be with Elder Nether Spring, and he cannot be a remnant of the Blade of Chaos. There is certainly not such an expert in the Blade of Chaos. Is he a mysterious expert from the Kingdom of Lion Butchers or the Sea Dominator Kingdom? Unlikely. It was a pure coincidence that I chased after the remnants of the Blade of Chaos to this place, but he arrived in the small village half a month ago. There was no time for her to think because the unbelievably strong blood-eyed demon had dashed at her in a streak of redness. For a moment, Jean Xinhue felt that it was not a demon that she was faced with but an overwhelming red tide. Hiu. Seeing that his brother's head had soared to the sky, Yuan Du, Prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom, quickly made up his mind. He blew a long whistle, and the ghost heads formed of the ghost face purple mosquitoes all charged at the blood-eyed demon in suicidal attacks. Yuan Du turned around and shouted at Jean Xinhue, "He is not with us and will not let go of you and me. Let's work together and take him down first." Just as he was talking, the ghost face purple mosquitoes, which could not stand the burning of the demonic fire, collapsed like a melting candle into mud under the corrosion of the bloody mists surrounding the enemy's left arm. All right. It was quite a shocking scene for Jean Xinhue, who was not naive enough to think that the stranger was her friend just because he killed a prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom. It was more likely that he was planning to kill both her and Elder Nether Spring subordinates so that the secret treasure would be his alone. Compared to the terrifying blood-eyed demon, Yuan Du was as kind and innocent as a 3-year-old. Jean Xinhue bit her lips and had to choose the lesser of the two evils by attacking the critical parts of the new enemy with Yuan Du and the remaining ghost heads. Schwa. Hundreds of sharp gold feathers tore apart multiple bloody shadows, only to touch not even the armor of the enemy. Jean Xinhue suddenly shook hard, feeling that an immense force pierced through her chest and that her heart seemed to have been plucked out of her body. What was 100 times more terrifying than her pain was the intimidating killing intent rippling out in the enemy's left eye. The thousands of streaks of killing intent turned the forest into a boundless slaughterhouse within a moment. Jean Xinhue's soul immediately reduced to the size of a bean. The will to resist that she had managed to form collapsed. She even heard gloomy, creepy music of terror playing from various directions. What kind of monster is this? After her head was pierced through by the music, Jean Xinhue felt as if her head was about to explode. As the Saintess of the pantheon of demons, she had been chit-chatting with countless unparalleled ferocious demons. Neither Elder Nether Spring, the real controller of the Nether Spring Kingdom, Elder Blood Robe, the support of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, or Jean Tui, her father and the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demons, had ever released such sharp, terrifying and fatal killing intent around her, even though they were the strongest demon emperors of the blood demon sector. For some reason, she felt like she was a small bug pinned on a chopping block, and the enemy would dissect him easily with just a quick look. Pooh! Jean Xinhue vomited blood crazily. Her body did not seem to belong to her right now, and she could feel that she was flying backwards rapidly by the quickly moving giant trees on her two sides. She was too scared to lower her head to check her wound, anxious that she would find a hole the size of basin and all her internal organs gone. A weird thing happened at this moment. Something cool and comfortable flowed into her body from her left shoulder and spread to her heart, her internal organs, and all of her limbs, giving her brand new strength in the numbness. With the help of the new strength, Jean Xinhue bit her tongue hard and freed herself from the suppression of the enemy. She looked around, only to find that Yuan Du, Prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom, was also struggling in midair like a kite whose string had been cut off just like herself. Jean Xinhue narrowed her eyes and flapped her wings, raising a wind that blew Yuan Du to the terrifying blood-eyed demon again. Jean Xinhue. Yuan Du's shocked, angry, and desperate screams were echoing in the forest. Jean Xinhue secretly chuckled. She changed her posture in midair and darted into the depths of the forest. She did not want to waste a single second and, therefore, did not even dare to look back. She merely sprinted as fast as possible in a random direction while she listened to what was happening behind her. The forest sounded as lively as a casino. Hums, hisses, screams, and explosions were echoing non-stop, not dying down at all. Yuan-Du's subordinates. Jin Xinyue quickly distinguished the sounds. But they do not seem to be at an advantage. No. It is more like a one-sided slaughter. The conclusion nearly froze Jin Xinyue's heart. Elder Nether Spring was one of the most terrifying demon emperors of the pantheon of demons. As Elder Nether Spring's most beloved disciple, Yuan-Du was carrying out a secret mission that was to wipe out the blood daughter of another demon emperor. Naturally, it must have been the elites of the Nether Spring Kingdom that had gone with him. The gold shadow guardians that Jin Xinyue had brought with her were already the top-tier warriors of the Gold Crow Kingdom. Even so, they had been killed by Yuan-Du's subordinates within a breath. But right now, the mysterious blood-eyed demon was slaying the experts as if they were harmless chicken purely on his own in a forest, which was the insect clan's favorite. Suddenly, Jin Xinyue's legs shook hard, and she nearly fell over. She noticed that the sound of combats had suddenly ended. The forest resumed its dead silence, so quiet that one could hear a mosquito when it was passing by. Has the blood-eyed demon been killed by Yuan-Du and his lot, or? Jin Xinyue's long golden hair nearly all stood up, and her pupils almost burst out of her eyes because she saw a slender shadow fall from the sky in front of her. In a trance, the enemy's left arm seemed to have turned into a bloody dragon that snatched at her skull. Her every cell seemed to have been corroded by the overwhelming killing intent of the enemy, and she could do nothing except wait to be killed. Shwa! The bloody dragon brushed past her face and pierced into a giant, green rock behind her. With a crack, the rock broke into the tiniest powder, and the dust covered her head and face. Enough! Li Yao gripped his left arm with his right hand so hard that his fingers had pressed into his left arm and were almost crunching all the veins and nerves. He bellowed loudly deep inside his brain. As the lightning was released by his soul, the bloody mental devil, which had expanded greatly, was suppressed again and shrieking in dissatisfaction. It was the right decision to not go back to the Heaven's origin sector. My killing intent is too strong, and I hunger for slaughter every once in a while. Thankfully, it was only demons that I killed. Otherwise, my beliefs would certainly have been shaken. It seems that I still need to get better control of myself, at least the killing intent, in the blood demon sector before I return to the Heaven's origin sector. Li Yao took a deep breath, dwelling in the ecstasy of killing and unable to free himself. It was almost 10 seconds later that he finally calmed his pounding heart. He repeated to himself deep inside his brain, "She is a princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom and daughter to Jin Tui, a demon emperor, but now, Elder Nether Spring, another demon emperor, is trying to kill her. She can be used to trigger a conflict between the Gold Crow Kingdom and the Nether Spring Kingdom. Therefore, it is more useful to keep her alive than to kill her right now." Jin Xinyue had no idea that she was wandering on the threshold of hell right now. She only felt the hot spring on her left shoulder gradually turn into a magma. Her mouth was dry, her head was dizzy, and she could barely keep her body steady. Li Yao noticed the anomaly. He looked at her shoulder and was dazed. The secret treasure, which, according to Ning Zhongzi, the Elder of the Blade of Chaos, could change the future of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's origin sector, was stuck to Jin Xinyue's left shoulder like a dry octopus. It had a narrow, long crack in the middle from which several veins protruded out into Jin Xinyue's body. The veins were fluctuating and injecting fluorescent, green liquids into Jin Xinyue. It seemed that the secret treasure had accidentally been activated in the violent movements during the fierce battle with Jin Xinyue as the subject. Jin Xinyue was wearing a weird expression. She seemed to be laughing in a trance. Her golden eyes were infiltrated by a streams of bright green liquid, which was bouncing crazily like two clusters of weird green fire. Jin Xinyue finally could not hold it any longer. She moaned and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Li Yao frowned and pondered for a moment. He examined her temperature remotely and discovered that Jin Xinyue's body temperature was more than 80 degrees and still counting. Li Yao took out a bone blade and touched the secret treasure attached to Jin Xinyue's shoulder. Surprisingly, the secret treasure fell to the ground in multiple pieces like a dry shell. The shell was empty. All the green liquid had been absorbed by Jin Xinyue. Jin Xinyue had almost 10 wounds large and small on her shoulder, but they were all recovering quickly in greenish colors and soon disappeared. The secret treasure that the Blade of Chaos, the Gold Crow Kingdom, and Elder Nether Spring are all fighting over seems to be the green liquid that is stored in such a weird way. Now it has all been absorbed by Jin Xinyue. What kind of changes will happen to her? Li Yao had never been a chivalrous man, but he was more than interested in Ning Zhong's declaration that the secret treasure could change the future of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. After considering carefully for a moment, he picked up Jin Xinyue and moved deeper into the forest. The 100 Desolation Mountain spanned over 10,000 kilometers. Waterfalls, valleys, and cliffs were everywhere. At dawn, Li Yao found a natural cave behind a waterfall. After he drove away the snakes, insects, and mice in the cave with his killing intent, he threw Jin Xinyue inside. Jin Xinyue was caught in a super high fever. Her skin was burningly hot, but green liquid was spreading to her internal organs and her limbs, as if two weird forces were fighting inside her body. The weird state lasted quite a few hours. Jin Xinyue seemed to be in the most excruciating suffering. She would be screaming in agony one moment and moaning miserably the next. She even rolled on the ground unconsciously until she curled up into the fetal position in the end. Bright green liquid was gradually secreted from the pores all over her body, which flowed around and formed a thin green membrane that enshrouded her. Li Yao had quite a lot of healing drugs with him in his cosmos rings, but Jin Xinyue's symptoms were quite uncanny, and the body structures of demons and human beings were different. Even their cells were vastly different. Li Yao did not dare give her random medicine and could only observe carefully and consider. After waiting for a long time, he decided to activate the blood stripe virus ability that he had recently grasped to examine Jin Xinyue's bloody. Li Yao touched Jin Xinyue's left shoulder with his left index finger. Part of his spiritual energy pierced through her flesh and retrieved a drop of blood from her heart. The drop of blood rolled on his fingertip like a pearl and was soon absorbed into his body. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the drop of blood. He magnified the blood while he observed and analyzed wholeheartedly. A 3D projection was gradually formed deep inside Li Yao's brain as his soul and the mental devil studied the picture together. At first glance, Jin Xinyue's blood was no different from that of other demons. After being significantly magnified, it looked like a translucent, scarlet ocean that was packed with cells resembling jellyfish. Most of the cells were erythrocytes and leukocytes, like in human beings. But some other cells had a fuzzy edge, like a drop of ink on a tissue. There seemed to be halos behind them, and countless flagella extended in various directions from such cells. Those cells were apparently more active than regular cells. They were dashing and jumping without a pattern. Sometimes, they captured a regular cell with their flagella and soon multiplied into 2 or even 4 active cells. They were the demonized cells that were the result of the infection of the demon god virus. Such cells were the greatest difference between the demons and human beings. The cells of human beings, just like those of any other animal, had a stable membrane outside of them that was in charge of the exchange of energy and materials. But after being infected by the demon god virus, the membrane of normal cells would mutate and turn fuzzy and active. Their aggressiveness and fission ability were both significantly improved, too, and they grew thousands of more flagella, which could help the cells grab more materials. It was with the help of the unbelievable demonized cells that the demons could practice powerful techniques and compete with the crystal suits and crystal warships of human beings with their bodies of flesh and blood. When Li Yao just arrived in the dry leaf village, he had secretly collected the blood of a lot of villagers for his study, and he had a preliminary understanding about different kinds of demonized cells now. Huh. What's this? Li Yao inwardly frowned. He found a material in Jin Xinyue's blood that he had never seen before. They were green particles that were infiltrating the demonized cells at an amazing speed. Within a moment, Jin Xinyue's demonized cells shrank in size, and the flagella on the cells fell off. A clear membrane reappeared. The particles were extremely small. Their diameter was only 1/10,000th of the normal demonized cells, the same width of most viruses. Is this a brand new virus? Li Yao commanded the mental devil to retrieve a normal one of Jin Xinyue's demonized cells and one that had been infected by the green virus. The greatest difference between the demonized cells and regular cells, except for the flagella on the membrane, was the form and distribution of mitochondria. Mitochondria was the unit in charge of the production of energy in a cell. It was known as the power source of cells. The structure and efficiency of the mitochondria decided the capability of an expert. The mitochondria of cultivators were usually dozens, if not hundreds, of times larger than those of ordinary people. Their percentage in a cell was much higher, too, which allowed the cultivators to release the immense energy in the blink of an eye or to absorb the energy in lightning and thunder without getting hurt. The mitochondria of the demons had their unique features, too. Except for their large size, there were bumps and dents all over them, making them uneven like cerebra. As a result, the coverage of the mitochondria would be significantly larger than regular mitochondria, and their efficiency to generate energy would be higher, too. It was with the mutated mitochondria that the demons created the unpredictable, mysterious, demonic energy. According to Li Yao's observation, inside Jin Xinyue's first demonized cell, the mitochondria were indeed full of bumps and dents, but the unevenness of the other demonized cell that had been infected by the green virus was gone. The surface of the mitochondria inside the second cell was smooth, and the membrane was clear without the slightest trace of flagella. After being infected by the green virus, the demonized cells became no different from the cells of human beings. Right then, the demonized cell that was infected spurted out countless green particles, which penetrated through the membrane easily and spread out. In the beginning, there was only one green particle, but in a few minutes, there were already hundreds of them. Soon, as the number of the green particles grew larger and larger, most of Jin Xinyue's demonized cells had been transformed into regular cells. 5 minutes later, the drop of blood collected from a Saintess of the demons was no different from the blood of a human being. What the heck? Li Yao was dumbfounded. He vaguely felt that he was onto something groundbreaking. When he looked at Jin Xinyue again, she had finally calmed down after struggling in pain for quite a few hours. However, her long wings had been mostly folded back into her body. Looking from the side, she was just a random human girl. Li Yao swallowed hard and collected another few drops of her blood for analysis. This time, all the demonized cells inside her blood were gone, they were just like the regular cells of human beings now. So, the weird green virus can turn a demon into a human being? Li Yao felt a headache coming on. The high-level demons often boasted the polymorphing ability, which allowed them to hide their demonic features and pretend to be human beings. But it was only a change of appearance. A lot of demonized cells were still inside their body. In the Heaven's Origin sector, it was with multiple examinations of the blood, hair, and excrement that human beings identified the spies of the demon race. It almost never failed. But right now, a demon had turned into a human being from head to toe and from outside to inside right in front of Li Yao's eyes. How could he not be shocked? Li Yao was not sure if the transformation was reversible. Would she turn back into a demon after a while, or would she stay as a human being forever? Either way, the Elder of the Blade of Chaos was quite right. The secret treasure could indeed completely change the future of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. What if countless experts of the Blood Demon sector snuck into the Heaven's Origin sector after turning themselves into human beings in such a way? Or rather, had they already done it? Did a lot of demons already go to the Heaven's Origin sector decades ago, live as human beings, and even rise to power in the Federation? The demon race boasts the polymorphing ability. If their cells are no different from those of human beings, what is the essential difference between human beings and demons? Who are human beings, and who are demons? What are human beings, and what are demons? Watching the last feather on Jin Xinyue's body gradually fade away, Li Yao was deep in thought. Maybe the transformation into a human being was too exhausting for her soul and physical strength, but Jin Xinyue did not wake up until 3 hours later. The excruciating pain deep to her bones and the weird feeling of her back leaning the ground immediately reminded her of the bad situation she was in. After she triggered her soul power and summoned her demonic energy, she felt that her body was empty. All her strength seemed to have been sealed, and she could not access any of it. Jin Xinyue immediately recalled the terrifying eye before she fell into coma. She shuddered in a chill. It was the last meaningless movement she allowed herself to make. As a saintess who had received the harshest training in the pantheon of demons from a young age, Jin Xinyue did not waste a single second in useless fear or complaint. She immediately started thinking of ways to escape and reverse the situation. Since she had not yet been killed, she still had a chance. Jin Xinyue sat straight and observed her surroundings calmly. It was a shabby cave with the sounds of rushing torrents outside, indicating that the cave was behind a waterfall. Dry branches were piled up messily on the ground. More than 10 holes had been dug on the wall in which some simple tools were kept. The tools made Jin Xinyue's pupils constrict violently. She almost exclaimed loudly. Fangs of the purple jade phantom poison spiders. Tails of the purple cloud mystic electric birds. The spine of the desert wild wolves. Jin Xinyue felt like her blood was freezing. They were the only 3 items that she could recognize among the dozens of tools. But they were all invaluable treasures from the ancient demon beasts more than 30,000 years ago. Even though her father was the monarch of the Gold Crow Kingdom and one of the 12 demon emperors, he did not have too many files regarding the ancient demon beasts either. She had only seen similar illustrations in the ancient classics that her father treasured. Although she did not know the specific names of the rest of the materials and scraps of ancient magical equipment, she could tell that the vintage feeling of the objects could not have been achieved without withstanding the test of time. Any of the invaluable treasures would raise a riot in the auctions outside, but the mysterious demon is just stuffing them into the holes on the wall randomly as if they are garbage. He is so strong, yet he was lurking in a remote mountain village and does not care for the materials of ancient demon beasts and the scraps of ancient magical equipment. Who is he exactly? Trying to hold back her pain, Jin Xinyue took a deep breath and sorted through all the information she knew. She was on a mission to hunt the remnants of the Blade of Chaos. The real purpose of the mission was a top secret. There should not have been a third force other than Elder Nether Spring that knew of it. The mysterious demon was certainly not a member of the Blade of Chaos. Otherwise, he could have taken the item away long before she arrived. He did not belong to the Blade of Chaos, Elder Nether Spring, or her father's subordinates, but he had hidden in the mountain village half a month in advance? Was it possible that she had gotten the whole thing wrong and that the stranger had nothing to do with her mission but ran into her by accident? Right then, the water sound out of the cave was lowered. A slender shadow entered the cave and moved toward her unhurriedly. Jin Xinyue's heart shivered. She was unwilling to face the weird, bloody eye again, but the stranger had stopped right in front of her. She could only struggle to raise her head. Thankfully, the left eye and the left arm of the stranger were tied up in bandages. However, the better they were concealed, the creepier Jin Xinyue felt. She could not help but imagine how terrifying and mysterious the bloody eye behind the bandage was. Inside the narrow cave behind the waterfall, the princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom and the saintess of the pantheon of demons shuddered uncontrollably. Shwa. Li Yao picked up a handful of bluish powder with his right hand. He then curled his index finger and made a weird posture before he opened his hand like a blossoming lotus. A bluish fire suddenly popped up from his palm, making the small cave look like a deep ocean and making him even more mysterious. Before the bone fire dies down, give me a few reasons why I shouldn't kill you, Li Yao said casually in a rigid tone. The movement to make the fire and his tone raised surging tides in Jin Xinyue's heart. As a princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom and a saintess of the pantheon of demons, Jin Xinyue had read a lot of books from a young age. The divine classics of the demon race in the Demon Beast Empire 30,000 years ago, the notes and books of human beings, and even anecdotes from the era of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago were all familiar to her. When Li Yao made the fire with the weird technique, she already felt that the movement was both strange and familiar. When Li Yao uttered bone fire, the pores all over her body constricted violently, and she could not help but shudder. Making a fire in midair was not difficult for cultivators and demons with reasonable expertise. But the spiritual fire or the demonic fire would release very strong waves. They were like fireflies in a dark night, and it was more than easy for the enemies to detect them. During an adventure or battle, if somebody made a fire in a dark environment, they would be committing suicide by turning themselves into a target for everybody. By the same logic, normal fire would emanate light and heat incessantly, too. Not just the cultivators, even a regular animal would be able to sense it. The so-called bone fire, on the other hand, was made by igniting the powder of the bones of special beasts. The constituents inside the bone powder could suppress the waves in the fire and cover up the source of light. As a result, those within the range of the bone fire could see their surroundings clearly. But if somebody was 3 to 5 meters away from the bone fire, they would not see a burning fire however hard they strained their eyes. They could not even feel the tiniest waves from there. This was the most amazing part of the bone fire. However, triggering a bone fire was an ancient secret technique that had been lost 40,000 years ago. The recipe for the bone powder and the gesture and spell to trigger the bone fire had been lost with the passage of time. Even Jin Xinyue had only read the descriptions of the bone fire in the records of the Demon Beast Empire from more than 30,000 years ago. The records also stated that the bone fire technique had been lost thousands of years earlier. Bone fire. A technique that has been lost for at least 30,000 years. Who is he exactly? Why can he perform such an ancient secret art? Besides, his voice, the mysterious demon's accent was as rough as iron, and every word lingered on after it was spoken. It sounded quite vintage. In the demon race, there was a special name for such an intonation, which was elegant accent. It was the accent of 40,000 years ago. Ancient cultivators often talked in such a tone. When the demon race rose up and established a demon beast empire across the entire universe, the stronger demons naturally adopted the tone, too. However, after 40,000 years, especially after the collapse of the Demon Beast Empire and the establishment and fallout of the Star Ocean Imperium, the tones of the demon race and human beings both changed a lot. They were vastly different from the ancient elegant accent now. Right now, the elegant accent, which was a mimicry of the tone of 40,000 years ago, would only be used during major ceremonies of the royal family in the demon race. As a member of the royal family, Jin Xinyue had learned the elegant accent, too, but she had to admit that the stranger's accent had a certain unadorned, uncouth feeling to it. His elegant accent was not only much more proficient than hers but also far exceeded that of the teacher who had taught her elegant accent. A mysterious and strong demon lurking in a small village. He seemed to have popped out of nowhere in the weird forest fire half a month ago. He considered the ancient secret techniques petty tricks. He has left the materials of the demon beasts and the scraps of ancient magical equipment from 40,000 years ago lying around so randomly, and he can speak such standard, authentic ancient elegant accent. Who can he possibly be? Jean Xinhua thought hard for a moment. Suddenly, she shuddered as if hit by a lightning, because she came up with an impossible answer, and she almost exclaimed. Could it be? Li Yao stared at her coldly and quietly. The bone fire that was bouncing weirdly left twisted shadows on his face that looked like his unpredictable killing intent. The bone fire inside his palm was like a candle in wind. It was flickering and shrank to the size of a bean multiple times, but it shone stubbornly again every time it appeared to be dying down. Jean Xinhua felt her heart pounding, and her head was dizzy. It's time for a gamble. After connecting all the weird behaviors of the stranger together, Jean Xinhua figured out a shocking answer. She made up her mind and blinked before she shouted quickly, "Senior, please don't kill me. I'm very useful for you. My name is Jean Xinhua. I am the first princess of the Gold Crow Kingdom, which is the best of the four most powerful kingdoms of the Blood Demon sector. We govern all the Feather clan in the world and dominate the sky. My father, Jean Tui, is one of the 12 demons of the Pantheon of Demons as well as the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race. Billions of demons listen to his command. If you are lenient enough to pardon me for my disrespect, Senior, you will be an honorable guest of the Gold Crow Kingdom and receive the help from the entire country." Li Yao laughed in contempt. There was no interest in his eyes at all. Jean Xinhua was even more positive about her assumption, so she probed further. "Senior, do you know that you have made a quite troublesome enemy? The insect demon that you killed just now was named Yuan Hao. He was a prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom, another one of the four most powerful kingdom. Elder Nether Spring, his master, is also a top expert of the Blood Demon sector. He is brutal, sordid, and petty. Now that you have pissed him off, he will certainly not stop asking for your trouble." "Okay." Li Yao nodded. "Are you done yet? You are going to die if you are." Jean Xinhua observed the stranger. She could tell that the mysterious demon really did not care about the friendship of a demon emperor and the threat of another demon emperor. Judging from his easiness, it was even possible that this was not the first time he had slain an important figure such as Yuan Hao. It was definitely not a threat that he claimed that he was going to kill her, he was merely stating an unimportant fact. "Senior." Jean Xinhua was 90% sure about his identity now. In her last try, she raised her voice and said, "I'm a Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons, and I'm familiar with the history over the past tens of thousands of years. I also possess countless secret techniques for the training of demons that have been developed in the recent thousands of years. There are also many other secret arts that I can find in the library of the Gold Crow Kingdom and the Pantheon of Demons even if I don't know them myself. I assume that you must be familiarizing yourself with modern society when you hid in the small village, right? But for such a far-flung village, the best they had must have been preliminary body training techniques. There would have been nothing advanced at all. You were completely wasting your time there, Senior. Only I can help you fit into modern society quickly." Jean Xinhua intentionally stressed modern. "Huh?" Li Yao narrowed his eyes. His killing intent, as if tangible, spurted out of his bandages and congregated into an unstoppable tornado that pressed Jean Xinhua to the ground, making her unable to move anymore. "Are you forcing me to kill you?" Tears in her eyes, Jean Xinhua replied in a shivering voice, "Spare my life, Senior. I really don't know anything. I'm trying hard to think how I can possibly be of value to you. I would be privileged to die in the hands of an unparalleled expert such as yourself, but if I must die, why don't you wait until I tell you everything that I know? If you kill me then, I will be able to die in peace." Li Yao gazed at her for a long time and retracted his killing intent after a snort. Cold sweat pouring out, Jean Xinhua panted hard and managed to say, Senior, the world is different today. Human beings have risen again, and the demon race is declining. However, human beings and the demon race have both developed unbelievable methods of training in the past thousands of years that are possibly different from those that you are familiar with. Are you not interested in the methods of training at all? Li Yao was silent. The cold bone fire constricted yet again into the size of a needle tip before it shivered and faded out. In the darkness, Jean Xinyue felt her heart palpitating. While she was preparing her last words, the stranger did not attack her but said coldly, "Tell me why the three parties were attacking each other." "I'm told that the Blood Demon Sector is at war with a world of human beings named the Heaven's Origin Sector. The Demon Emperors should know what they are doing in the internal fights. Do they never consider the consequences of their decisions at all?" Jean Xinyue was slightly relieved, knowing that her life was saved, for now. She swallowed hard and said, "Senior, it was beyond my expectations, too. Since you know about the war between the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector, Senior, have you heard of an organization named Blade of Chaos? Half a year ago, the Battle of Dawn, a large-scale attack that the Blood Demon Sector carried out against the Heaven's Origin Sector, failed. A lot of soldiers returned to the Blood Demon Sector. The Blade of Chaos took the opportunity to gather the defeated soldiers and rebelled, which was known as Riot of Bloody Blade. When the rebellion was at its peak, they occupied Bone Sand City, a city governed by the Nether Spring Kingdom in the north. My father, Jean Tui, was the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race. He was responsible for annihilating the rebels and suppressing the insurrection. I was helping my father by hunting the leadership of the Blade of Chaos. But I discovered that Elder Nether Spring subordinates were chasing after the Blade of Chaos in secret too. Bone Sand City, which was taken over by the rebels, was the Nether Spring Kingdom's territory. It was normal that Elder Nether Spring hated the Blade of Chaos guts. I didn't think too much of it in the beginning. But later, I discovered that Elder Nether Spring subordinates were not chasing after the Blade of Chaos randomly. Instead, they were focused on one squad of the Blade of Chaos and meant to kill them at any cost. Truth be told, my father and Elder Nether Spring are political rivals. They have been attacking each other openly and in secret for decades. Now, for the post of the commander-in-chief of the coalition army, they are almost engaged in an open fight. After I discovered the anomaly of Elder Nether Spring, I investigated and found out that Elder Nether Spring had a confidential laboratory in Bone Sand City that was compromised in the Riot of Bloody Blade. Something extremely precious was stolen by the Blade of Chaos. My purpose was simple. I planned to find the lost item and uncover Elder Nether Spring's secret so that the Gold Crow Kingdom would be an advantage in the competition with the Nether Spring Kingdom. Or, maybe I could trade the lost item with Elder Nether Spring for political benefits. However, Elder Nether Spring valued the item much more than I expected. He risked a war of the two kingdoms and ordered his subordinates to kill me. It seems that the Elder of the Blade of Chaos was not exaggerating. The item might really change the fate of the Blood Demon Sector. Senior, with all due respect, that item is a ticking time bomb. If your purpose since the beginning has been the item, then I have nothing to say. You've got the item, and you can easily walk away after killing me to keep my mouth shut. However, if you are uninvolved in the incident and only retrieved the item by accident, you and I will be on the same side, Senior, because Elder Nether Spring will hate us equally. Of course, I'm too incapable to be qualified to fight by your side. With your amazing skills, you must be fearless of a demon emperor. However, Elder Nether Spring governs all the insect clan in the world. They are best known for their harassment and persistence. If they follow and bother you all the time, it will certainly be a minor nuisance for you, Senior. If you spare my life, Senior, the Gold Crow King will be able to give you a hand and get rid of the nuisance for you. You will be saved a lot of trouble, won't you? Besides, my father is the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race, and he respects heroes the most. With a great war breaking out soon, you are going to make a huge difference if you go to the Gold Crow Kingdom. Jean Xinhua was quite bold. After she calmed herself down, she immediately started trying to manipulate Li Yao. Li Yao smiled casually and said, "The item has been broken. Some sort of weird green liquid was stored inside it, but it leaked into your body and triggered tremendous changes. Do you feel that your body is stranger and your demonic energy is not functioning well? It is not because I imposed barriers on you but because of the effects of the green liquid." Jean Xinhua was greatly shocked. She could not help but touch her back, only to find no feathers or wings at all. She took a deep breath and sensed the demonic energy inside her body. She even tried to stimulate her cells to summon her original appearance, to no avail. Her body was empty, and the strength that she was born with had vanished into thin air. Deep confusion beamed out of Jean Xinhua's eyes for the first time. She shivered and asked, "Senior, can I retrieve some devices from my Cosmos ring to examine my cells?" Li Yao blinked and asked back, "Cells? What is that?" Jean Xinhua smiled bitterly. Cells are the most basic structural and functional units that constitute a living entity. It is a new concept coined some 20,000 years ago. Demons and human beings are all made of cells. But for demons, cells are more important. The study of cells is the foundation of our modern training. Li Yao nodded and gestured for Jean Xinhua to do what she had to. Jean Xinhua calmed herself down. She touched a silver cosmos ring that she was wearing on her little finger with her thumb, and she mumbled a series of spells to herself, retrieving 5 or so pieces of magical equipment. Li Yao was particularly interested in the dark golden one that had a delicate badge on the pedestal that read Deep Sea. It was a piece of magical equipment produced by the refining department of Deep Sea University, which was known as the Holy Land for Refiners in the Heaven's Origin sector. Jean Xinhua managed to keep her shaking hand stable and opened the cover of the pedestal. She inserted a standard crystal into it and activated the magical equipment. The 7 crystal cameras at the top of the magical equipment immediately started revolving slowly. "Senior, this magical equipment is named Portable Microscope," Jean Xinhua explained. "It can magnify an object to 800,000 times its normal size. A world of endless mysteries can be observed through it." Li Yao raised his eyebrow, pretending that he was very curious but would not like to pursue it further in case it showed his ignorance. Although Jean Xinhua's mind was in a mess, she was secretly amused by Li Yao's countenance. Microscopes can be divided into 2 kinds, namely spiritual energy microscopes and biochemical microscopes. Human beings are better at the former while demons are adept at the latter. The spiritual energy microscope in my hand was made by the best refiners of the Heaven's Origin sector. I'm going to analyze my own blood with it. Jean Xinhua carefully picked out 2 glass slides, which were so thin that they were almost non-existent. She then pierced her finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, which she dripped in the middle of the 2 glass slides. In the end, she inserted the glass slides into the slot of the microscope and observed for a long time. Gradually, her face turned paler and paler until it was whiter than that of a dead person. Her sweat was pouring out, and she fell to the ground like a fish that had been tossed onto land, her eyes unfocused, as if somebody had taken her spine away. No wonder Elder Nether Spring wants the item back no matter what. Jean Xinhua breathed hard for a long time before she came back to herself. She sucked her finger and laughed more hideously than when one was crying. He is running such horrible experiences and has even made breakthroughs. He can transform the demonized cells inside the body of a demon into regular cells. Senior, Jean Xinhua considered for a long time and decided to tell the truth in the end. Although the stranger did not even know what cells were, it did not mean that he could be fooled easily. Her reactions that bordered on losing control just now were indicative of many things already. She was dealing with an old monster who could kill a demon king instantly just by moving his finger. Jin Xinyue knew that it would be a disaster if such an old monster caught her lying. I finally understand why Elder Nether Spring tried so hard to get back the item and did not even care about potential war. It was because that the item he lost was an extremely important drug that can infect demonized cells and turn them into regular ones. Or more straightforwardly speaking, the drug can turn demons into human beings. I seem to have been infected by the drug and have turned into a human being. With your wisdom, Senior, you must know what kind of consequences such a drug can bring. It must be clear to you, too, that you are not going to get away easily now that you have already become involved, whatever your original purpose was. The only solution right now, Senior, is to go to Gold Crow City with me and ask for my father's opinion. Jin Xinyue talked as if she was being considerate of Li Yao, but Li Yao knew that the demon was merely trying to gain a free bodyguard. She was perhaps also planning to exploit a few secret techniques and ancient treasures out of him. However, the demon was quite strong-willed. If Li Yao had turned into a demon from a human being suddenly, he did not think that he could be as calm. There's no need to underestimate yourself. You are quite calm, too. The mental devil had crawled out at some point and was smiling. You were infected by the bloody stripe virus, and part of your cells are different from those of the normal human beings. Aren't you as calm as before, too? If we get to the bottom of it, Jin Xinyue is a pure human being right now, and of the two creatures here, you are more of a demon than her. Li Yao triggered a lightning bolt with his soul power, but the mental devil snuck to the depths of his brain before it was hit by the lightning, leaving a series of weird laughter. Gloomy brightness blinked in Li Yao's eyes as he said solemnly, "You said just now that you had a lot of brand new methods of training for demons in your possession that were developed over the past few thousand years? What have you got? Show me." "As you wish, Senior." Jin Xinyue understood that whether or not she could be kept alive depended on the old monster's interest in the items that she was about to offer. Pondering for a moment, she scratched her hair and took off a cosmos ring that was hidden behind her ear. She then retrieved 6 jade chips and a mini crystal processor after a shake. "Senior, these are modern jade chips. Different from the ancient jade chips, they have to be activated with a kind of special magical equipment named crystal processors. Although the procedures can be annoying, the capacity of these jade chips is hundreds of times higher than that of ancient jade chips. Other than the simple text, images, videos, and sounds can be recorded, too. Please take a look, Senior. Inside the 6 jade chips are the marvelous arts that the demon race developed in recent millenniums. They are the essence of the civilization of the demon race. Every discipline is extremely sophisticated and an unparalleled technique. And those techniques are merely a tiny proportion of the classics of the training methods for demons. Inside the library of the Gold Crow Kingdom, a lot of techniques that are more mysterious and advanced are waiting for you to study, Senior." Li Yao's interest was greatly aroused. With the help of Jin Xinyue, he turned on the crystal processor and inserted the few jade chips. The names of the classics of the demon race were immediately displayed on the light beam. Advanced Cell Biology. Applied Microbiology Virology. Development of Carnivore Fungi. Training Methods of Highly Differentiated Adenocarcinoma Cells. Introduction to Genetics. Li Yao. Jin Xinyue introduced the books to Li Yao humbly, but not without pride. "Senior, these are the classics that modern demons major in right now. They might not be as easy and straightforward as the training arts of the ancient demons, but once you get the hang of them and grasp the mysteries of cells and even genes, the techniques that you can perform will be hundreds of times more powerful than ancient techniques." "Huh?" Li Yao grunted in dissatisfaction. Jin Xinyue immediately lowered her head and pretended that she was nervous. "I was talking too much, Senior. With your keen sight, you must be able to see the value of the classics after a quick look." Li Yao lowered his eyes and asked unhurriedly, "What are genes?" Genes are the amalgamation of the hereditary information contained deep inside our cells. They determine the growth and death of a creature. They are the source of life and everything for a life. Jean Xinhua explained quickly. Hereditary information? Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Hereditary information. Dazzling sparks were shining in Jean Xinhua's eyes as she said, the information that the 13 ancient demon clans from the primeval era, and even the Panga clan, the primeval lord of heaven, and the other deities in the universe before them, passed on to us. There was mockery in Li Yao's eyes as he scoffed, are you selling the bullsh** tea of the pantheon of demons again? How come I never learned of anything named the pantheon of demons 40,000 years ago? His words cast Jean Xinhua into a daze, too. She secretly stuck her tongue out in her heart and said even more humbly, your eyes are keen, and you are indeed insightful, senior. In fact, I don't believe in the glorious pantheon of demons either. It is just a form of propaganda. Li Yao was startled. He did not expect that Jean Xinhua's head was clear enough to call a spade a spade. Jean Xinhua opened her hands and said, I've read a lot of history books of the Demon Beast Empire in the Royal Library of the Gold Crow Kingdom and the collections of the Pantheon of Demons. I also browsed through the human beings' records of the events of the past. After I compared them, I discovered that, although many narrations were contradictory, the classifications of 4 levels and theories of the Pantheon of Demons including obliteration, rebirth, and immortality, were all gradually formulated over the past 40,000 years and not entirely settled until approximately 10,000 years ago. There's no doubt about that. It's perfectly normal that you haven't heard about it before. Li Yao could not help but chuckle drily. He then demanded in a high-pitched voice, so, you are aware that you've been lying? It is a white lie, Jean Xinhua replied calmly. Demons are different from human beings. The vastest difference for human beings is their skin color or hair color. Strong or weak, they all have one head that is on the top of 2 shoulders. Their appearance and habits are very similar. Therefore, it is natural for human beings to be united, and ideologies such as equality and democracy work better for them. But the difference among the individual demons is too huge. We are scattered throughout the entire world from the high sky to the deep ocean. The high-level demons are even smarter than human beings, but low-level demons possess wisdom equal to that of a child, not to mention that the latter are also driven by their instincts of slaughtering and know nothing but destruction. If I may ask, how can the thousands of species of demons, who vary greatly, be united and develop our world stably without a powerful system? At the early stage of the Demon Beast Empire, the system of the 4 classes and theories of the Pantheon of Demons were not perfected yet. At that time, the demons attacked each other all the time, and there was no peace. If I may be so bold to ask, you witnessed such a chaotic era in person, didn't you, senior? Li Yao lowered his head and sniffed, but he did not respond. Jean Xinhua smiled. Therefore, after the atrocities during the dynasty-changing wars of the Demon Beast Empire, the sages established the system of the 4 classes creatively, which was also known as 4 pillars. They gradually perfected the legends of the Pantheon of Demons and enlightened the unwise, low-level demons with the tales to ensure the stability of our civilization. Otherwise, the internal strife between the different species of demons would already have been enough to cause the doom of our civilization. How can we expect to fight human beings? Let's be honest here. Of course, the legends that the Pantheon of Demons made up are exaggerated, but the clans such as Zhurong, Quafu, Gonggong, and Nuwa are real things. You may understand them as the super experts, or the powerful sects, in the primeval era. They could also have been glorious species or civilizations. For example, the Zhurong civilization, the Quafu civilization, and the Gonggong civilization, and so on. When the civilizations of the primeval era mixed together, countless brand new lives flourished. They were our ancestors. Demons and human beings are the different branches of the primeval civilizations. However, when it comes to the utilization of spiritual energy, human beings choose to walk down the wrong path. The wrong path? Li Yao raised his eyebrow. He was rather curious about how the demons viewed the humans' methodology of training. Yes. Jin Xinyue nodded and said, the training of human beings is entirely focused on energy. They prefer energy to material. To quote their ancient classics, the bodies of human beings are just boats to pass through the sea of suffering. It is just a container that is not worth mentioning at all. Although they can build up their body by inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the universe, the main purpose of such a practice is to absorb and utilize more spiritual energy. The bottom line is, human beings consider their bodies as a containers and energy as the ultimate goal. For the experts of human beings, the higher their cultivation is, the more importance they attach to energy. When they advance into the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage, they even reconstruct some of their body parts, namely the cores and the nascent soul. After the nascent soul is born, the experts of human beings will walk further down the path of pure energy. The divinity transformation stage, the divinity branching stage, and the void refining stage are all for the ultimate purpose of energization. In the end, they will ascend to the heavens. It means that they will completely get rid of their body and blood and become creatures of pure energy. Li Yao nodded, deep in thought. This is quite a refreshing theory. Thanks for your compliment, Jin Xinyue said in a hurry. Over the past 40,000 years, the training theories of both demons and mankind have developed quite fast. The wisdom of countless sages and geniuses during the period is not to be underestimated. I'm just copying the predecessors' theories and introducing them to you. I believe that your expertise will certainly be much higher than right now after you learn more about the new theories. Li Yao laughed. What's wrong about the path of pure energy? I've met a few nascent soul stage cultivators before. They were quite strong, and it was a headache to kill them. Jin Xinyue shuddered and could not help but observe Li Yao's face in secret. As a saintess of the pantheon of demons, she had her own secret arts of observation. She could easily tell that the stranger was not lying. It seemed that he had slain more than one nascent soul stage cultivator. Jin Xinyue swallowed hard. Her heart, which had just calmed down, was racing again. She knew for a fact that, after such a long war between the blood demon sector and the heavens origin sector, few demon emperors of the pantheon of demons had slain experts in the nascent soul stage before. But the old monster here talked about killing nascent soul stage cultivators so casually as if they were nothing but harmless hens. What a ferocious demon! Jin Xinyue calmed herself down and said, for starters, creatures of pure energy are very unsteady and prone to interference. More importantly, a body of flesh and blood is the ultimate essence of the materials in the universe. Life is the greatest mystery in the universe and a boundless treasury. Every cell is like a tiny universe and boasts infinite potential. Isn't it catching at the shadow and losing the substance when you explore the great universe in a hurry but you haven't figured out the small universe yet? Therefore, the demons regard our bodies as the source of our strength. We are more focused on developing the potential of our cells by attacking them with energy. All our techniques are based on that, too. With your expertise, you must know a lot of secret training arts. However, if I may be so bold to ask, have you ever thought of the mechanisms of the secret arts, senior? Li Yao pondered for a moment and glanced at Jin Xinyue coldly. Jin Xinyue shivered, but she bit her lips hard and widened her eyes, staring back at Li Yao. She was very clear that she could not keep retreating and submitting herself during the competition with such an old monster. She had to take the initiative at the crucial moment even though it might be risky. As she expected, Li Yao lowered his head after a moment and said frankly, "It's true that I don't know how many secret arts work even though I can use them adeptly. I only know that training through those methods will make me stronger, but training is always followed by endless combat. Is there any time for me to consider the mechanism of training at all? Ecstasy beamed out of Jean Chinue's eyes. She knew that she had hooked the old monster. Now that she had achieved her purpose, she did not dare test him any longer. She said in a hurry, according to the modern theories of training, the secrets of demons lie in the genes. You may find it hard to believe, Senior, but if you magnify a cell billions of times, you will be able to clearly see the gene strands deep inside the cells, which are in pairs and in helical forms. On those gene strands, the greatest experts and sages, such as Zhurong, Gonggong and Quafu, left astronomical hereditary information billions of years ago. If you think that such an explanation is too obscure, you may consider that the greatest experts in the primeval era wrote all the training methods possible on jade chips named gene strands. Then they connected all the jade chips and hid them deep inside every cell. However, under normal circumstances, all the unparalleled techniques are in the state of being sealed and locked. They are known as dormant genes and recessive genes. The training mechanism of demons is in fact importing spiritual energy into the body and piercing it deep into the nucleus to trigger the dormant genes, forcing them to shift from recessive to dominant. As a result, they will be able to perceive the unparalleled techniques that the ancient experts bestowed upon us instantly and demonstrate the demeanor of the primeval warriors again. Therefore, the entire training system of the modern demons is based on cells and genes. For the demon soldiers at the bottom level, they can guide the spiritual energy to blow their membranes consciously and stimulate the activity of the membrane by the vibration of spiritual energy of a certain frequency, facilitating the exchange of materials in and out of the cells and making their body stronger. For the demon generals, they can train with their cell nucleuses directly and bombard the gene strands with their spiritual energy so that the dormant genes are awakened. For the demon emperors, they can even directly analyze parts of their genes and grasp the legacy that the prehistoric experts passed on to us in our genes. Then, they regain that unimaginable primeval power again. All theories, studies, and secret arts regarding the cells and genes are known collectively as biochemistry. Biology is the study of life, and chemistry is the study of changes. All the changes and mysteries of life in the entire universe are explored in biochemistry. When biochemistry developed to the peak point, terrifying existences known as biochemical beasts were invented. Training genes can be dangerous because the world of hereditary information is as vast as an ocean and utterly unpredictable. There is no telling what kind of changes would happen to somebody when they activate part of their dormant genes. They might grow scales all over their body, and they become as tough as iron, but they also might suddenly turn into a pool of pus and die a miserable death. It is possible that their appearance might not change at all, but their breathing organ might no longer be compatible with the air. As a result, they would suffocate even though the air is plenty. Therefore, we all tread lightly during our training and never dare to unlock the gene strands randomly. But biochemical beasts are different. They are the artificial creatures made through combining the genes of dozens of stronger demon beasts. They do not have the ability to think or self-awareness, and they can be connected to the user through nerves or brainwaves, which essentially makes them clones of the user. On the biochemical beasts, the imagination and creativity of the experts of genetics and cytology are no longer restricted. Therefore, such terrifying weapons that are as magnificent as the primeval animals have been invented. When a demon is connected to a biochemical beast, their combat ability is multiplied, and if it is a top-tier biochemical beast, their combat ability could even be enhanced by 10 times. Jean Xinhue said delightedly. Li Yao frowned and, pondering for a moment, said, "When I chased after the prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom and almost killed him, an enormous centipede that was dozens of meters long crawled out of the earth. It had 3 bloody horns on its head that were spurting poisonous gas with a sweet smell. Then, the prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom crammed into the head of the centipede, and the two of them seemed to meld into one. Was it a biochemical beast? Jean Shinue shuddered and gasped. Yes. That was the red-horned centipede, a biochemical beast personally brewed by Elder Nether Spring. It is one of the strongest biochemical beasts of the blood demon sector. I did not know that Elder Nether Spring was resolute enough to deploy such a precious weapon. What then? Did you kill Yuan-Du and the red-horned centipede in the end, senior? Li Yao shook his head. I didn't. I slashed at the centipede and chopped off one of the red horns on its head. Then, it spurted out a cluster of intense fog and escaped with the coverage of the fog. I was more interested in the item that you were all fighting over, so I chose to go after you and ignored the little bug. Jean Shinue secretly clicked her tongue. Yuan-Du was a middle-level demon king. With the enhancement of the red-horned centipede, he could certainly fight a high-level demon king. She did not expect that the guy would only be able to run away desperately under the threat of the old monster, and even the venomous horn of his biochemical beast had been removed. The old monster was indeed unfathomably strong. With a brilliant smile on her face, Jean Shinue clapped her hands and said, "You are indeed invincible with your amazing skills, senior. With a cough of yours, Yuan-Du could only be scared out of his wits. If you have access to a few super biochemical beasts and build them into your clones, which you can manipulate as if they are your body parts, I cannot imagine how strong you will be by then." Li Yao chuckled for a moment but suddenly stopped smiling. He said coldly, "There's no need to flatter me. In fact, all your talk is merely meant to trigger my interest in the modern theories of training so that I will escort you back to the Gold Crow Kingdom safely and even join your father's side against the Nether Spring Kingdom, right?" Jean Shinue smiled even more brilliantly as she replied, "Your eyes are indeed keen, senior. I knew that I could not hide my intention in front of you." Li Yao snorted and said, "After listening to what you've just said, I'm indeed quite curious about the modern theories of training. It seems that 40,000 years is truly a long time. The world has completely changed. It's not impossible for me to escort you back to the Gold Crow Kingdom. Joining the war between you and the Heaven's Origin sector is my wish, too. Although you have not mentioned it yet, I'm very curious what kind of experts are in the world of cultivators now waiting to be butchered by me and how powerful the so-called crystal suits are. Are they enough to resist one attack? However, you must tell me everything that you know honestly. If I discover that you are keeping anything to yourself, he. The intimidating killing intent around him made Jean Shinue shudder violently again. She hurried to kneel down and swore that she did not dare to. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "I did not kill the prince of the Nether Spring Kingdom. He must have returned already with news about us. I do not think that Elder Nether Spring will let us walk out of the 100 Desolation Mountain easily. He is just a demon emperor. Of course, I'm not scared of him, but with the mutations inside your body, you are quite a nuisance now." Thinking for a moment, Li Yao opened his right hand and summoned a fire out of nowhere before he patted the fire into the top of Jean Shinue's skull. A hot stream immediately flooded into Jean Shinue's brain. Jean Shinue was so scared that she was almost peeing. She thought that the temperamental monster was determined to kill her. She was about to exclaim and run away when she sensed that she was not harmed at all. Instead, with the hot stream flooding into her body, brand new strength was woken up inside her internal organs. This is the secret technique through which the cultivators and demons 40,000 years ago assessed the expertise and aptitude of their disciples. Jean Shinue quickly realized what was going on. 40,000 years ago, the demon race had only just risen and was deeply connected to the cultivators. On many occasions, the demons were like the cultivators' students. They learned everything from their teachers crazily. Therefore, the greatest experts of the demons at that time, besides their naturally endowed talents, were all adept at the secret arts of the cultivators. If they polymorphed into human beings, they would look divine and elegant, absolutely no different from real high-level cultivators. Jean Xinhue had an absurd thought when she was tested with the ancient bone-touching technique. She was wondering if it was her who traveled through time instead of the old monster. But Li Yao was 10 times more shocked than Jean Xinhue was. Odd. Really odd. Why are there such immense spiritual waves inside her body? Li Yao sensed the tremendous spiritual energy stored inside Jean Xinhue's body. It filled her internal organs and every vessel and nerve. Part of the spiritual energy was even condensed in her lower abdomen where it was spinning slowly and forming what appeared to be a core. Under Li Yao's guidance, Jean Xinhue gradually perceived the new strength inside her body, too. She thought of a possibility and was dumbfounded. Li Yao made the conclusion for her. It seems that the weird drug only changed the forms of your cells but did not remove your strength from you. Your strength is now demonstrated in a completely different way. That's all. In the past, you were a demon king. After the transformation, you have become a cultivator at the corresponding level, the core formation stage. Of course, it is only in terms of the immensity of spiritual energy. You don't know the first thing about the utilization of spiritual energy and are absolutely no match for a real core formation stage cultivators. Even building foundation stage cultivators could defeat you easily. You are like a 3-year-old who has unbelievable physical strength, but that does not mean that you can fight a real warrior. Jean Xinhue was relieved at first. In the blood demon sector, where the strong preyed on the weak, strength meant everything. It was not the most terrible thing to turn into a human being, but if she lost her strength, she would be a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of anybody. It would be a better ending for her if she killed herself right now under such circumstances. Her strength remained, but it had been shifted to a different paradigm. It was the greatest news for her today. However, there was still one problem. How exactly should she utilize the strength? Li Yao observed her ever-changing facial expressions casually. It was not until Jean Xinhue came back to herself and looked at her earnestly that he retrieved 10 or so high-purity crystals from his cosmos ring unhurriedly. With his left hand behind his back, Li Yao raised a stream of invisible spiritual energy that made the crystals float in midair without support. With the stimulation of the spiritual energy, the crystals crashed and polished each other. Powder spluttered like a hazy mist. The most solid crystals seemed to have turned into the softest plaster. Their forms changed continuously until they split into delicate components in the end. Brilliance suddenly shined in Li Yao's eyes. He closed his hand, and all the components were combined together after cracking noises into a vintage jade chip. Shwa! 7-colored fire rose up inside Li Yao's palm, which seared the jade from top to bottom. In the end, the fire did not die down but dashed into the jade chip like a small dragon, turning into colorful, glamorous stripes on the surface of the jade chip. After only a few seconds of refining, the jade chip was translucent and as smooth as oil. It also boasted a vigorous air, as if it had been polished by a craftsman for 10 days and 10 nights and worn as a pendant for decades. It looked like an out-and-out ancient treasure. Jean Xinhue was truly shocked. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she certainly would have mistaken the jade chip for an ancient treasure that had just been excavated from some ruins. She never would have believed that it had been refined just now with only one hand. This is definitely the most standard, professional method of ancient refining. It is not something that modern demons or human beings can grasp. Besides, he was only using one hand, and he has crafted an ancient jade chip after only several minutes. So horrifying. So skillful. So unbelievable. Jean Xinhue was so shocked that she was soaked in cold sweat again. She was aware that professions were ambiguous in the ancient times 40,000 years ago. At that time, the cultivators and the demons were all full profession experts. They could refine as proficiently as they could kill. If the old monster had just woken up recently after a sleep of 40,000 years, it was not strange that he knew the secret arts of the cultivators and the methods of refining. But even the experts of refining in ancient times might not have been able to produce a jade chip single-handedly in only several minutes. Li Yao touched the jade chip to his forehead, and his telepathic thoughts flooded in like a tide. The capacity of the ancient jade chips was small, but they were convenient to use. The information could be stored or wiped as long as they were stuck to the forehead. Li Yao retrieved a few classics hidden in the heavenly refining tower from O Yezi's memory pieces and transcribed them to the jade chip before he tossed the jade chip to Jin Xinyue casually. There are some crude training methods in the jade chip, which I retrieved after killing several cultivators. Take a look at them. Mimicking what Li Yao had just done, Jin Xinyue stuck the jade chip to the middle of her forehead, too. She summoned the spiritual energy inside her body, somewhat clumsily, and triggered it through the spiritual root that had only just grown. Her telepathic thoughts extended deep into the jade chip like threads and were connected to the billions of telepathic thoughts that Li Yao had poured in just now. Information streams resembling a tsunami immediately flooded into her brain. A series of glittering names of cultivation techniques made her dazzled and dumbfounded. Candle Dragon Polar Light Art. Fleeing Cloud Sword Art. Soul Hunting Memoir. Dozens of cultivation arts, from elementary to advanced, constituted a complete training system for cultivators, including the most fundamental training skills to the most powerful, unstoppable killing moves. Jin Xinyue had seen the names of a few cultivation arts in some ancient notes before. They were all powerful, unparalleled techniques that had once raised storms of blood before. As for the other cultivation arts, although she had never heard about them before, after browsing through the introduction and the table of contents, Jin Xinyue could also envision their magnificence. The old monster tossed out so many different kinds of ultimate techniques so casually. Jin Xinyue could not have been more awed. She felt that she was even more certain about Li Yao's identity now. The ancient techniques came from different cultivation sections. It was impossible for a cultivator to grasp all of them. Only a ferocious demon who had slaughtered countless cultivators in the ancient times could have been able to collect them. He is really a strong ancient demon from 40,000 years ago who only just woke up recently. Maybe the forest fire deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain half a month ago was caused when he woke up. Yes. Everything makes sense now. He woke up in the forest fire, only to find that the world had greatly changed and the things that he was familiar with were gone. So, he hid himself in the dry leaf village while he collected information about modern society. He accidentally ran into me and Elder Nether Spring subordinates and naturally wanted to know more stuff from us. Opportunity. This is definitely an opportunity that just popped up out of nowhere. I must seize it. Frenzy beamed out of the bottom of Jin Xinyue's eyes as she licked her lips and her eyes shook. Then, her eyes gradually turned red before she suddenly kneeled before Li Yao heavily and cried, "Senior. Senior, we had not met before, but you came to my rescue in the emergency and saved my insignificant life even though Elder Nether Spring will certainly be infuriated. Right now, I don't know what to do after the sudden changes that happened to me. While I am confused, it is you who is giving me enlightenment and offering me so many ultimate techniques. I could not return your great favors even if I turned into a dog that barked for you in the future. I have thought about it for a long time. There's only one way that I can slightly repay what you've done for me, Senior. If you don't think that I'm too incapable, Senior, I'm hoping that I can work for you and be a disciple of yours so that I can serve you and help you in the future." Li Yao was dazed, his eyes blinking uncontrollably. Had the role he was playing not required mysteriousness, he would have burst into laughter. He had given the techniques to Jin Xinyue for a very simple reason. After 100 years of conflict, many experts of the blood demon sector would possess the cultivation arts of human beings in the heavens origin sector. Since Jin Xinyue had a capability of the core formation stage, she would definitely find several techniques one way or another. What Li Yao offered her, on the other hand, were the cultivation arts of the other sects that the 100 Smelting Clan had collected. The 100 Smelting Clan was best at producing magical equipment. Fighting was not its specialty. Therefore, when other cultivation sects asked the 100 Smelting Clan to refine magical equipment for them, they often provided some of their cultivation arts in return. It was not hard to imagine that the cultivation arts that a sect was willing to trade for other items were certainly not the real ultimate techniques. Magnificent as they seemed to be, they often had fatal shortcomings or loopholes. If Jin Xinyue practiced some other cultivation arts, there was probably nothing Li Yao could do about it, but if she was to pick up those that Li Yao offered to her, she would never get out of Li Yao's control. Li Yao was quite wary of the Saintess of the pantheon of demons, who was both brutal and strong-willed. Opening a backdoor inside her body was an approach to keep her in check, too. But he did not expect that Jin Xinyue would take the chance and try to request to become his disciple. Li Yao was crystal clear about what was on Jin Xinyue's mind. He snorted and said, "You are a Saintess of the pantheon of demons. Don't tell me that you don't have a master." Jin Xinyue sobbed so hard that her face had lost color, as if she were a devastated damsel who had nobody to rely on. She kneeled on the ground and cried, "You are right, Senior. I do have a lot of tutors in the pantheon of demons. But the tutors merely trained me as a tool. There has never been a master that truly loved me and sheltered me. None of them are worthy enough for me to serve them wholeheartedly. My father does not have much time to teach me because of the public affairs. I have seen a lot of unparalleled experts since I was little, but this is the first time that I've ever seen such an awe-inspiring figure like yourself, Senior. That is why I proposed such an outrageous request in the spur of the moment. I know that, with my insignificant capability, I am not qualified to be your disciple at all, Senior. I will have no complaints even if you say no. As long as I can stay around you as a servant and cater to your needs so that I have the opportunity to admire your demeanor every day, I will be satisfied and die without a regret in the future. Is that so?" Li Yao smiled. "Didn't you mention just now that you would like to be a dog barking for me? What if I really have methods that can transform you into a dog?" Jin Xinyue was dazed for a moment. Her heart quivered uncontrollably. Hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "As long as I can follow you and return your favor for saving my life, I will certainly have no objections if I have to be turned into a dog. Senior, truth be told, I'm really at a dead end right now. The Blood Demon sector is a world of hypocrites where the strong prey on the weak. I became a Saintess of the pantheon of demons after a lot of trouble. Naturally, I made a lot of enemies during the process. Now, sudden changes have happened to me, and I have turned into a human being. There is no telling when I will regain my original appearance. My enemies will certainly not let go of such a great opportunity. Right now, Elder Nether Spring is hunting me down, and the pantheon of demons is probably going to capture me and cut me into pieces for research. I don't know how my father will treat me if he is thinking about the big picture. I have been thinking about a lot of things recently. I have absolutely nobody to turn to, and I am in a desperate situation right now. You are my only hope, Senior. You are a lantern in the endless night. Is there a second road that I can walk on except following you loyally, Senior?" Jin Xinyue spoke truthfully and sincerely. Li Yao sniffed lightly. After everything he'd been through in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, he was no longer the hot-blooded young man he had once been. Naturally, he did not believe a single word that the female demon said. However, she did have a special identity, which was quite important for Li Yao's plan. After staying in the Blood Demon sector for half a month, Li Yao had basically outlined the situation right now based on the information he retrieved from the residents of the Dry Leaf Village, the Lei Chuang and Lei Qi brothers, and Jin Xinyue herself. 1 month ago, the Blood Demon sector launched a large-scale attack against the Heaven's Origin sector known as the Battle of Dawn. They scourged the entire Grand Desolate Plateau, and their vanguard even reached the Giant Blade Pass at the south of the Grand Desolation Plateau. As soon as the Giant Blade Pass was broken through, the most prosperous and vulnerable land of the Star Glory Federation would have been open to them. Although the demons lost the Battle of Dawn in the end, the Blood Demon sector did not suffer any substantial losses. On the contrary, it was the infrastructures and towns of human beings on the Grand Desolation Plateau that were mostly wrecked. On the Grand Desolation Mountain, which was in lack of resources and population, it was easy to demolish a town, but it would be extremely difficult to rebuild one. It was safe to say that the road leading to the abdomen of the Star Glory Federation had been paved after the Battle of Dawn. Right now, the Blood Demon sector was in the middle of another mobilization. Even a small, remote village of the chaotic blood demons such as the Dry Leaf Village had to provide 50 soldiers. It was not hard to guess that the mobilization would be 10 times more intense than that of the Battle of Dawn. This was a general mobilization of the Blood Demon sector. Once the general mobilization was completed, an army of demons that was in an unprecedentedly enormous scale would march toward the Heaven's Origin sector. It was perhaps going to be the real final war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. In the final war, the commander-in-chief on the Blood Demon sector's side would be Jin Tui, Jin Xinyue's father. I have to find a way to approach Jin Tui and learn the Blood Demon sector's plan in the final war. Then, I'll figure out a way to send the war plan of the Blood Demon sector back to the Heaven's Origin sector. Other than that, Elder Nether Spring schemes are worth noting, too. Is the drug that can turn a demon into a human being a byproduct that he got by accident, or are there deeper plots behind it? Besides, in order to purge the foreign blood condensed by the blood-stripe virus, I must have a deep understanding about cells and genes, which is indeed an aspect that the demons have more expertise on than human beings do. Thinking about that, Li Yao waved his hands. An invisible force lifted Jin Xinyue up. Without giving an answer, he said casually, "Stand up." Observing his emotionless face, Jin Xinyue did not dare ask for an answer anymore. Her eyes shuddered, and she asked, "Thank you for keeping me around you, Senior, but I wonder, how should I address you?" Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, "I do not want to expose my identity. Just call me Lei Qi and regard me as your subordinate when there are outsiders. As for my real name, just keep it in your mind and never leak it. If anybody else learns it from you, don't blame me for my mercilessness. A very, very long time ago, in a place far, far away, everybody called me Bloody Vulture. A strange brilliance shone in Jin Xinyue's eyes as she said calmly, "It's a pleasure to have met you, Elder." Jin Xinyue kneeled down again and cheered on the ground. Elder Bloody Vulture is invincible in the universe with his amazing arts. I am unbelievably lucky to have had the chance to follow Elder and do whatever I can to help. 3 days later, deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain, Li Yao was curled up like a hibernating animal in a natural crater hundreds of meters deep. He was meditating. Li Yao had received a lot of secret techniques for the training of demons from Jin Xinyue, and Jin Xinyue had begun to study the cultivation arts of human beings, too. The two of them both needed time to understand and digest the new knowledge. Therefore, they had moved deeper into the 100 Desolation Mountain. The 3 days of journeying had been partly hiking and partly practicing. Li Yao was an expert in the superlative height of the core formation stage in the first place and had inherited part of the techniques of the blood-stripe virus, which could transform the body. Therefore, the rudimental theories on genetics and cytology were not difficult for him. Today was the first day that he would consciously pry into the secrets deep inside the cells. Meditation meant ruling out all the irrelevant thoughts and achieving the grand unification of the body and the soul so that one would be able to observe their internal organs and even their soul. It was the basis for all kinds of training. There were hundreds of ways to enter a meditative state. The one that Li Yao chose was fetus meditation. He half closed his eyes and relaxed while he began to reflect on his entire life. From his recent experience in the Blood Demon sector, back to the Flying Star sector, and back to the Heaven's Origin sector, his memories were being replayed like an ebbing ocean. With the flashbacks of his life, all the irrelevant thoughts were dismissed. His consciousness became as pure and stable as a newborn baby, until in the end, his entire world was wreathed in a cluster of warm darkness. His memories had gone back to the time in his mother's womb when he was being bred while he soaked in the warm amniotic fluid. His soul slightly shivered, and he was secluded from the real world. Li Yao completely entered the meditative state. His consciousness constricted into a light ball the size of needle tip before it suddenly expanded and filled the entire body. His consciousness split into billions of telepathic thoughts while he observed his body with his mind from various perspectives. His vision pierced through his skin and his flesh, allowing him to clearly see the internal organs, his beating heart, his fluctuating lungs, his wriggling intestines, and his gastric juice that was being secreted. Li Yao was not satisfied yet. His consciousness dived deeper. All the internal organs, flesh, and blood disappeared. They were replaced by dense veins, lymph, and nerve networks that looked like honeycombs. He saw sparks bursting out brilliantly deep-side his brain cells and flowing toward the nerve endings through the nerve tracts with lightning-like speed, constituting a magnificent, complicated palace that looked as neat as a labyrinth. Deeper, deeper. Just like waving away the layered clouds and falling to the ground, when Li Yao's consciousness explored deeper into the microscopic universe, his veins, lymph, and nerve networks disappeared just like his internal organs did. In front of him was a wonderful new world that looked like a crammed universe. Transparent, colorful planets were floating everywhere. Each of them was releasing lightning, flames, and storms while receiving everything from other planets. Li Yao knew that those transparent planets were his cells. He mumbled the spell of the secret techniques that he had just learned and covered his consciousness with spiritual energy. Then, he tried to penetrate an enormous cell like a tiny tadpole. The membrane of the cell seemed as vulnerable as a bubble. Yet, it was extremely tensile. Li Yao slid off the membrane multiple times, and it was not until his soul released a special weak electric current and tickled the membrane that it absorbed him promptly after shaking slightly. The world inside the cell was a glamorous, splendid ocean with colorful, bizarrely shaped plankton everywhere. Some of the plankton looked like cocoons. They released a bright golden brilliance and unleashed clusters of lightning-like energy while they shook unstably in the undercurrents like golden aquatic plants. They were the mitochondria, the fundamental provider of energy for a cell and the source of strength. However, Li Yao had no time to train the mitochondria today because his soul had been attracted to the nucleus. In the center of the cell, the nucleus looked both like an enormous swirl and a weird eye. It sent an enchanting invitation to him, and his soul could not help but swim over immediately. Like a starship captured by the gravity of a planet, his soul could not resist it at all when it was absorbed into the nucleus. Li Yao seemed to have passed through an endless, dark pathway where time and space were both meaningless. The various kinds of plankton that had been stretched resembled the stars in a clear night sky. He had only seen such unbelievably splendid views before when he was traveling in the four-dimensional universe. Maybe the demons are right. Every cell is a tiny universe where endless mysteries are kept, even including the secrets of the primeval era. His thought flashed and quickly disappeared. Li Yao forgot everything and completely dwelled in the deepest part of his cell. He seemed to have been absorbed into a black hole. Everything behind him had become narrow, long lines. After Li Yao floated for he didn't know how long, enormous chains in pairs that tied each other up helically appeared. They surrounded him and span slowly like behemoths pythons that bit each other's tails and were about to swallow the universe, forming a cone-shaped funnel. Along the edge of the funnel, Li Yao dived deeper and deeper into the funnel, one circle after another. As the diameter of the funnel diminished, his speed became higher and higher until he was almost stretched into a noodle billions of light years long. Li Yao could see that every helical chain was connected to each other by glamorous scripture and that the scripture consisted of astronomical information. The information was not text, images, or sound, but super information that was folded and compressed from the four-dimension or even higher dimensions. Ah! When he fell to the bottom of the cone, Li Yao's soul was wrapped into a singularity. He suddenly felt frightened for reasons he did not know, and he suspected that he would be trapped there forever. Therefore, he shouted and struggled hard. Maybe, before the universe was born, a certain existence sleeping deep inside the nothingness shouted and struggled in exactly the same way, and thus the universe was created. Boom! The palace of gene strands collapsed all of a sudden. All the broken parts of the genes turned into glittering pieces, and all the pieces assembled into a brand new world. Li Yao found himself standing on wet, hot ground. He stood in a daze for a long time before he finally remembered who he was. It was a nascent world. The earth seemed to be made of flames. The crust was extremely unstable and shaking violently all the time, and volcanoes rose from the bottom of the ocean every once in a while. The magma vaporized the seawater and brought about a bright purple sky. It was the primeval era. Li Yao was not the only creature in the scorching, desolate world. Ear-splitting explosions resembling unceasing thunder were echoing in the sky. Li Yao raised his head, only to discover two super starships that were so enormous that they seemed to have been made by emptying and refining two planets. The starships were so large that they occupied more than half of the sky. Their attraction force even tore apart the feeble earth, making countless rocks and even hills fly into the sky toward them, only to be crushed into pieces when they hit the spiritual shields of the starships. In the end, glamorous rings were formed around the starships. Even the seawater had been absorbed up into the sky, forming waterspouts that could be tens of thousands of meters high. The mountains of water seemed to be the young arms of the newborn world trying to touch the powerful civilizations from the depths of the universe. Kunlun. Peng Lai, Li Yao thought of something. For some reason, the names of the two super starships popped up in his mind naturally. When his eyes passed the two super starships, he saw an unfathomably huge sun in the high sky that was radiating light and heat incessantly. The tentacles made by the solar prominences seemed like it was reaching for the planet and would destroy everything there at any time. However, on the enormous sun, there was a small black spot that was expanding and spreading at a visible speed. A giant shield was being constructed on the surface of the sun. A tremendous force was even bashing the sun brutally right next to the shield, and after every bash, the light of the sun would diminish a tiny bit. For some reason, Li Yao realized the significance of everything being done here. The star is too furious and too close to the planet, resulting in the high temperature on the planet that is unfavorable for life. Even though there is life, when the solar flares break out, everything on the planet will be easily ruined. The Quafu clan is chasing after the sun and calculating the orbit and all the relevant data of the star precisely. They are also building a Quafu Sphere 1 on the orbit of the star so that all the energy that the star releases will be absorbed as the source of power to modify the galaxy. Together with the Quafu clan is a super starship of the Hui clan. When the Quafu Sphere has absorbed enough energy, the main gun of the starship of the Hui clan will open fire and adjust the energy release pattern of the star and alter its level. Quafu chases after the sun, and Hui shoots it. They are modifying the world so that it will have an environment favorable for life. Li Yao retreated his eyes. Kunlun, which was floating in midair, suddenly opened a narrow, long crack beneath it from which hundreds of giants flew out. The giants were all hundreds of meters tall. Their skin was lead gray and covered in wrinkles. Their heads were huge with sharp tusks. They looked like combinations of enormous dinosaurs and human beings. All the giants that resembled dinosaurs were not wearing any clothes, but their private parts were blocked by a material that looked like both metal and wood. Their faces were solemn, and endless nebulas seemed to be condensing inside their gray eyes. Every giant was holding a glass that was similar to the color of their skin. They floated to the top of the furious ocean in groups and raised their heads, drinking the liquids inside the glasses one after another. Woo! A moment later, the grey giants screamed, half delightedly and half painfully, from deep within their chests. Their skin gradually turned transparent, and their bodies glowed as they collapsed like pure sand, turning into seeds of life and dispersing in the ocean of the primeval era. Before the last giant collapsed, he seemed to notice Li Yao and smiled at Li Yao in great comfort. Opening his lips, he said. Weird waves in the shape of rings suddenly appeared around the primeval giants, which spread out like ripples. The information was not transmitted via the sound wave but sent to Li Yao by overlapping hundreds of different kinds of waves in a more mysterious way. Every word contained information as enormous as a planet. Li Yao felt like he was bashed right in the head. He was in a trance as if he had just woken up from a dream. He seemed to travel through billions of years within a moment. He saw that cells floated in the seawater and slowly congregated, evolving from monads to metazoans, and to trilobites, nautilus, dinosaurs, smilodon, mammoths, and monkeys. The planet also flourished in the Big Bang of life, turning from desolation into opulence. Li Yao's soul could not withstand such transmission at all. He was like an ant that crawled to the entrance of a splendid palace which was as high as the sky. Before he had the time to explore the endless treasures inside the palace, he was overwhelmed by the magnificence of the palace and even completely lost in it, wandering around and yet unable to find a way out. Sometimes, he was floating along with the current as a trilobite. Sometimes, he was a clumsy herbivorous dinosaur hiding from the predators in a humid forest. Sometimes, he turned into an enormous smilodon that was shuddering in the snow world. Hum. 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 The pouring of the primeval giants was lingering on. Information streams as vast as the sea of stars were blown into the depths of Li Yao's soul. Li Yao gradually lost his consciousness and forgot who he was. It seemed that he was going to be trapped in the weird primeval world forever. Right then, a shriek suddenly echoed right behind him. Somebody seemed to have plucked the hair on the back of his head, making him shudder in a chill and come back to himself. When he was woken up, a spring that had been stretched to the maximum seemed to tie his waist up and pull him out of the primeval world brutally. His consciousness passed through clouds, stars, and the black hole. It reappeared in the deepest part of his cells, and the gene strands, the cell nucleus, the chromosomes, and the mitochondria slid past him in a flash. He penetrated through the membrane, the veins, the lymphangion, the internal organs, the flesh, and the skin, returning to the center of his brain. What is wrong with you? The mental devil burst into fury and cursed aloud while jumping up down inside his brain. Genes are the most mysterious existences in the world. Even the blood-striped virus dares not say that it has completely grasped the secrets of genes. You don't know the first thing about genes, and you were bold enough to explore such deeper places? Do you have any idea that your body near broke apart just now? Your cells could have exploded, and your body could have been disintegrated into pus or even gas. If you are of a mind to kill yourself, why don't you hand over the body to me, brother? Don't be so wasteful, okay? Li Yao opened his mouth, only to fail to utter a single syllable. His body seemed to have turned into a cluster of transparent fruit jelly where his veins, nerves, and bones were being condensed again. It was not until after a minute of loss that his soul completely returned to reality from the far-flung primeval world and he sensed his body again. He immediately noticed that something was wrong. He had been training in a natural crater almost 100 meters in diameter. But now, he was buried deep beneath a mountain with heavy rocks in every direction. He seemed to be a fossil that was embedded into the rocks. What has happened? Just now, you trained yourself too much and triggered the strength deep inside the cells, unleashing the energy that at least equaled the explosion of a ton of crystal bombs, the mental devil replied. It is only reasonable that the crater collapsed. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue while cold sweat was popping up. Energy always abided by the law of conservation. Since he had unleashed too much energy, as a result, his body was greatly exhausted, too. The mental devil was not lying to him. He had been very close to having a breakdown and being vaporized into smoke. Li Yao tasted everything that he sensed inside his cell, especially the information that the primeval giant had taught him in the end. Most of the information was obscure and looked like ciphertexts that had been highly compressed. Only a tiny proportion of it was unfolded slowly and flowed around his body in a mysterious way, making him understand a brand new technique in the most natural way. It was a whole new structure of the mitochondria and the cell membrane as well as a method to build such a structure. Li Yao entered the internal observation state again, shallowly this time, and guided his spiritual energy to nourish and blow the cells on his left arm consciously. His left arm had been invaded by the blood-stripe virus, and the cells were extremely unstable. For other people, it was a shortcoming, but for the training of cells, the unsteadiness of the cells made it easily for Li Yao to transform them. As the spiritual waves stimulated the cells incessantly in a certain frequency, a glass seal deep inside the cells seemed to be shattered all of a sudden. The lackluster information contained in a certain gene strand suddenly sparkled eye-catchingly like a crystal. The mitochondria quickly expanded and split, growing wrinkles that looked like those on the cerebrum. As a result, the mitochondria was absorbing the spiritual energy at a speed at least 5 times higher than before. Bolstered by the additional spiritual energy, the membrane was extending unstable tentacles in all directions like a furiously burning sun. Every tentacle was a cluster of extremely thin villas. The billions of villi waved crazily, exchanging materials, energy, and information with the outside world. The cell was over 10 times more vigorous than before. Are they demonized cells? The cells after transformation had almost exactly the same appearance as Jin Xinyue's demonized cells, but they appeared to be more active and stronger than Jin Xinyue's. Training was more important. Li Yao had no time to think. In the same way, he transformed many cells inside his left arm according to the tutelage of the primeval giant. For some reason, Li Yao sensed that he seemed to have activated some new abilities of his left arm, and he could manipulate the upgraded cells to do a lot of amazing things. Shwa! Li Yao clenched his fists hard. 3 sharp spurs protruded out of the top of his left fist. Each spur was almost 1 foot long, with silver brightness shining vaguely. With Li Yao's experience in materials, his natural-grown spurs were definitely harder than a lot of strengthened alloys. When he opened his fingers, the spurs retracted into his body naturally, but dark golden scales grew out on the back of his hand, which quickly spread upwards and enveloped his fingers, forming a natural combat glove. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 ferocious dragons. He pressed lightly on a hard rock nearby and crushed it as if it were a piece of tofu. He crunched the piece of the rock inside his palm, and it turned into the finest sand within a moment. Li Yao blew the sand away and shook his hands, making his left hand return to normal. The changes on the outside were not important. The enhancement to such an extent could be accomplished by a lot of magical equipment and weapons. What Li Yao valued more was the internal changes. After being modified, the cells were significantly more vigorous. They could split all the time, which improved the hardness of his body greatly. The speed of his recovery after he was wounded would be at least 3 times higher than before. What has happened? I have grown demonized cells naturally by doing nothing except training? No, I'm afraid that such cells are not as simple as demonized cells. I think it is more precise to call them primeval cells. If everything that I saw while in the meditative state is real and happened billions of years ago, the primeval giants are very likely to be the earliest ancestors of human beings. Pangu, Kwafu, Zhurong, Gonggong, Hoi, Nuwa. The magnificent beings in the prehistoric legends not only enjoyed a high prestige among the demons but were also acknowledged by human beings, too. The historians of the Heaven's Origin sector had even proved that the so-called Pangu was actually a civilization of dinosaurs in the prehistoric era. However, according to Li Yao's memory, it was inaccurate to call Pangu a civilization of dinosaurs. More precisely speaking, Pangu evolved into all things. Dinosaurs and human beings alike were the descendants of Pangu. The only difference was that dinosaurs were the descendants of a relatively earlier stage and therefore must have kept more techniques of the Pangu clan than human beings did. Pangu evolved into all things and hid their hereditary information in the deepest parts of the cells, which was passed on generation after generation, from the trilobites to dinosaurs, from dinosaurs to monkeys, and from monkeys to human beings. Therefore, deep inside the cells of human beings, at the very bottom of the gene strands, lies Pangu's legacy. Stimulating the cells in a special way of training will activate the legacy of the Pangu clan, which is hidden in the deepest part of the gene strands. As a result, the cells will be modified and return to the magnificent form of the primeval era billions of years ago. Maybe, this is a kind of atavism. The so-called atavism referred to the phenomena where a living creature showed the features of their ancestors. For example, some newborns would grow long hair all over their body, or an abnormal tail, or particularly sharp canine teeth. It was well believed that atavism was a regression of life. If the evolution line was a straight line, and every generation of life was stronger than the previous generation, the assumption might have been valid. However, what if evolution was not a straight line but a spiral, with faults and setbacks? It had been only 100,000 years since human beings evolved from monkeys, while the earliest life human beings were aware of could be dated back to billions of years ago. If the evolution of life was shortened to 1 year, then, the glorious history of mankind was merely the last minute of the last hour of the last day of the year. The so-called civilization of mankind had only appeared at the last several seconds. Before the civilization of mankind was born, during the 364 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes, had there been ancestors that were far stronger than human beings, such as the Pangu clan, the Kwafu clan, the Zhurong clan, and the Nuwa clan in the primeval era? If atavism made the victim show the characters of monkeys some 100,000 years ago, it was certain a regression. But if the atavism made someone show the characters of the dinosaurs 100 million years ago, was it really regression? Moreover, what if the atavism could make modern people show certain characteristics of the greatest experts of the primeval era who could make or break a world? I understand it now. In the darkness, Li Yao's right eye, which was exposed to the outside, was as brilliant as onyx. His vision seemed to have traveled in the river of time and returned to billions of years ago when the ancestors were building a universe from scratch again. He mumbled to himself, by training, I've activated the dormant genes in the deepest part of my cells and made my cells experience atavism. Some of the cells inside my body have reverted to the form of my ancestors' cells billions of years ago. With the help of the primeval cells, it's only natural that I can activate more powerful techniques right now. Li Yao had once trained with Iron God Yen Ba, a body fundamentalist. The methodology of the body fundamentalists was to wake up the primeval force inside one's body. Before, as a refiner, Li Yao had found it hard to understand why anybody would fight with their bodies stupidly while ignoring the powerful magical equipment. Right now, he finally understood that the training path of the body fundamentalists was very similar to that of the demons. They were all trying to force themselves to enter a certain atavism state so that the primeval force inside their body could be awakened. However, the body fundamentalists paid more attention to the build-up of the soul, whereas the demons were more interested in the transformation of cells. So, there are no demonized cells at all. The so-called demonized cells are just normal cells in their primeval state after going through atavism. Here comes the questions. If the demonized cells are actually primeval cells, then what are demons exactly? It was stated clearly in the history books of the Star Glory Federation that the demon race was a biochemical weapon brood based on animals during the first civil war of cultivators at the end of the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago. Right now, Li Yao completely discarded such a theory. The question was going to be a headache if he dug into it deeper. Li Yao felt that his head was dizzy, and fatigue swallowed him like a tide. He knew that he could not allow himself to fall asleep under billions of tons of rocks. Gritting his teeth, he activated part of the recessive genes inside the cells of his left arm, transforming it into the form of scales and claws again, while he dug upwards. Boom! After more than 10 minutes, the slightly collapsed ground erupted with mud and dust like a volcano. Li Yao jumped out after a long roar, and he floated in midair as he gazed at the ground, which was now a mess. The blood demon sector had a rough environment. The air there was not suitable for human beings. A layer of dense venomous gas seemed to be flowing all the time. Before, Li Yao had constantly been dealing with it. But now, his lungs, which had been strengthened by the primeval cells, were not uncomfortable at all when he breathed the venomous gas. If anything, he even felt that it was almost sweet. It's a similar smell to the primeval era. Li Yao smiled and glanced around, only to find Jin Xinyue squatting nearby, covered in dust and shuddering in fear. Li Yao found it odd. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to train yourself hard?" Jin Xinyue was so scared that her face was pale. She did not even dare to complain, even in her heart, while she quickly replied, I was practicing wholeheartedly a moment ago, but you made a significant breakthrough in your training, Elder. Your aura was intimidating, and the earth collapsed. I was caught in the surging tide of your overwhelming demonic energy. I was suppressed by the air around you and could not even stand on my feet. Please do excuse me for my lack of manners, Elder. What is this old, Elder Bloody Vulture practicing just now exactly? The surrounding 5 kilometers have collapsed. Jin Xinyue did not have the courage to call Li Yao an old monster anymore and began to use the courteous title obediently. After the shock just now, she was truly intimidated by Li Yao and had no courage to defy him at all. She even thought that, since Elder Bloody Vulture seemed so strong, she might gain a lot of benefits if she truly served as his disciple. Li Yao looked around and scratched his head somewhat in embarrassment. Naturally, he would not tell Jin Xinyue that the shocking view was only because he had lost control over himself during his training. Thankfully, there was already a mental devil inside Li Yao's brain, which meant that Li Yao was already in a mentally deranged state. A man who was mentally deranged could not be mentally deranged again. Li Yao was very clear that his practice just now nearly destroyed all his cells. In a real battle, there was no way that he could wield such power. However, demonic energy? Li Yao sniffed and noticed that there was indeed a new smell on his body. It was feeble and perhaps unperceivable for ordinary people. It was not stinky and felt like a combination of fighting will and the smell of blood. It's truly demonic energy. Li Yao was slightly dazed. In the past, he had only known that the expert demons would release a lot of demonic energy when they were summoning all of their capability, just like cultivators would release a lot of spiritual waves when they were in their peak state. Demonic energy was one of the most important features to distinguish a demon. Li Yao blinked. His telepathic thoughts entered his body and observed internally in search of the origin of the demonic energy. Soon, he traced it back to the mitochondria inside the primeval cells. So, this is the case. After being strengthened, the mitochondria has an efficiency 3 to 5 times higher than normal mitochondria. Such high-intensity functioning naturally brings about a lot of waste. The waste leaks out of the cell through the membrane and is transported to the body's surface through capillary vessels and the lymph. In the end, it is excreted through the pores. The so-called demonic energy is actually waste that the primeval cells release when they are functioning at a high speed. The mitochondria of the cultivators certainly produces garbage, too, but the cultivators utilize spiritual energy in a different way from the demons. They never pump the cells with spiritual energy to trigger a mutation. Therefore, the waste that the cells of the cultivators generate is little to none, and it is barely possible to detect it. So, this is the mystery of demonic energy. The finding both startled and baffled Li Yao. Right now, he had a lot of primeval cells that were similar to demonized cells inside his body. Even if he went through the blood test of the demon race, he would not worry that his real identity of a human being might be found out. Besides, with a telepathic thought, the mitochondria inside his primeval cells would run crazily, and immense demonic energy would immediately be unleashed. There was no need for a blood test at all. Anybody would respect him as a ferocious demon. However, with abundant primeval cells inside his body and the fact that he could trigger immense demonic energy, was he a human being at all now? Under the moonlight, amid the bamboo, a girl was wearing soft gauze, her feet bare with red paint on her nails that looked like shells. She was dancing like a deity with brilliance of a sword flashing up and down, giving the feeling that she did not belong to this world. Nobody could possibly have imagined that the girl who looked like a goddess walking on the earth was a demon only a few days ago. Sitting cross-legged on a giant rock not far away, Li Yao held his chin while he observed Jin Xinyue practicing her technique. But there was a new clash inside his brain. The mental devil launched another attack, trying to shake his belief, while he was baffled by his identity. However, the mental devil did not look hideous and disgusting anymore. Instead, it had put on a vintage robe and looked like a pure gentleman. Even Li Yao was greatly surprised when he saw its new appearance. He had never thought that he would look so handsome when he was dressing in an ancient style. Everything happening here is really interesting. The mental devil smiled mildly. Imagine that the soul of a human being has crawled into the body of a demon and that the soul of a demon possessed a completely authentic human body. Then, which of the two is a human being and which is a demon? Li Yao's belief was not shaken. He replied quickly, one's mind, or rather, soul, determines whether they are a human being or a demon. The Star Glory Federation has granted full human rights for the spectral cultivators, who are legally equal to human beings. Spectral cultivators are made of the soul of a human being and a metal shell. No matter what they look like, they are human beings. The mental devil shook its head. Not exactly. The thing about mind and soul is that it is too intangible. Who knows what they are exactly? Is there really much a difference between the soul of a human being and that of a demon? Imagine that, one day, Jin Xinyue betrayed her species and considered herself a human being wholeheartedly for a certain reason, say, realizing her mistakes, or due to her survival instincts. Then, is her soul still the soul of a demon? Is she still a demon? Li Yao thought quickly. The question bothered him and slightly shook his belief. The mental devil immediately expanded. The bloody aura around it was like the sunlight at dawn, making the mental devil magnificent and undefeatable. Li Yao frowned and said, maybe, human beings and demons are not different at all. I don't know what exactly happened 40,000 years ago that led to the birth of the demon race. But with everything I've discovered, it is most certainly not because a reckless cultivator invented the demon god virus. Maybe, the demons are body fundamentalists who have cultivated to the peak? Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone as he said that. Yes. It is a plausible possibility. Demons are human beings that walked on a different path of training. There are no essential differences between them. If so, there is no reason for the blood demon sector and the heavens origin sector to keep on fighting. The two parties can work together against the Imperium of true human beings. The mental devil was silent for such a long time that Li Yao suspected that it had sunk into his brain again, but out of nowhere, the mental devil burst into wild laughter. The gentleness of the mental devil was completely ripped apart as it rolled on the ground holding its belly. He laughed so hard that bloody tears were flowing, and the edges of his mouth almost reached his ears. Li Yao sensed intense contempt. He asked solemnly, "What are you laughing for?" "Your childishness, of course." Wiping his tears, the mental devil laughed hard. "Let's say that human beings and the demon race have the same origin. So what? It's been 40,000 years. 100,000 years ago, human beings and monkeys shared the same origin, too. But if a monkey came to you, would you think that it is your compatriot? Besides, even if it is a compatriot to you, so what? You wouldn't be so naive as to believe that the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is because one party consists of human beings and the other consists of demons, would you? Hee hee. 40,000 years ago, there were no demons at all. Was there not such a huge civil war that almost all the sectors were ruined? At present, the Imperium of true human beings is governed by human beings, too, but you don't see eye to eye with each other. Just admit it. Maybe human beings are just a species born for killing. For resources, for benefits, for feelings, for honor, for all kinds of weird reasons, and sometimes for no reasons at all, you will kill each other. Your enemy is the demon race, and you kill them. But would you be merciful if they were human beings? Ha! You were worried that human beings would be lustful for killing and wars when the blood-stripe virus spread out. In my opinion, the blood-stripe virus is truly not to blame. Over the past 40,000 years, human beings have not been infected by the blood-strip virus, but have they been less lustful for killing and wars? Wait. I've suddenly come up with another possibility. Say, is it possible that all human beings are infected by something similar to the blood-stripe virus when they were born? If that is the case, it doesn't matter now that you are infected by me for a second time, does it? Li Yao took a long, deep breath and gradually calmed down his messy mind. His soul was like a flawless gem, and no matter how the mental devil surveyed it, there was not the tiniest gap through which the mental devil could infiltrate at all. There's no need for fancy talk. I will find the origin of the demon race. If the demon race and mankind share the same origin and there is no reason for the two parties to attack each other, I will try my best to stop the war that could potentially destroy both worlds. Ha! Ha ha ha! The mental devil laughed so hard that it could barely catch its breath. Human beings and demons have fought for 40,000 years. The blood shed during that period is enough to extinguish a burning star. They are literally sworn enemies. How are you going to stop the fire with nobody but yourself? Right now, the Blood Demon Sector and the Star Glory Federation are both in the highest state of war, summoning all of their resources available. The war machines are now functioning at full capacity. When a bullet is locked and loaded, you have to shoot it no matter what. Even though your capability is equal to that of the nascent Soul Stage and Demon Emperor, so what? You will only be crushed into a sandwich if you choose to stand in the middle of two colliding worlds. Besides, your identity is unfavorable on both sides. In the Blood Demon Sector, you cannot reveal your identity as a cultivator, or you will certainly be attacked collectively by all the demons. If you return to the Heaven's Origin Sector, how are you going to prove that you are the pure Li Yao, not under the influence of the blood-stripe virus? Yan Shibei could not prove that, nor can you. Therefore, nobody is going to believe what you say. The Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector will not trust each other either. Even if you manage to reach out to the leadership of the Blood Demon Sector, say, Jin Tui, the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demons, and you persuade the 12 demon emperors of the pantheon of demons to abort the plan on attack the Heaven's Origin Sector and end the war, how can they be certain that it is not some plot of the Heaven's Origin Sector? How can they be assured that the Heaven's Origin Sector will choose peace, too, when they stop the war? Hee hee. Do you feel that human beings are innocent victims who are defending their home and that demons are the evil, aggressive intruders? Do you think that the two worlds will live in peace forever as long as you work in the blood demon sector? In fact, deep in your heart, you know that it is not the truth, don't you? You know that the Grand Desolate Plateau was home to the demons. Almost 100 demon kingdoms in which countless demons lived once flourished on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Eventually, the multiple expeditions launched by the Star Glory Federation destroyed all the demon kingdoms and swallowed the Grand Desolate Plateau. On your way to the Grand Desolate Plateau, right before the giant Blade Pass, have you not seen the tower high into the sky in person? Did you not feel proud and hot-blooded for the great achievement of the Star Glory Federation's expansion of its territory? Besides, the Heaven's Origin sector has its own plan to conquer the Blood Demon sector, too. Wasn't the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit designed for such a plan? When millions of federal soldiers are all equipped with the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the iron heels of the Star Glory Federation will soon stomp on the entire Blood Demon sector. Therefore, how are you going to convince the leadership of the Blood Demon sector that your so-called ceasefire is not an evil plan of the Heaven's Origin sector to make them give up resistance? By the same logic, even if you persuaded the 12 demons, how are you going to convince the primed soldiers, the ambitious generals, and the Speaker of Parliament, who has great plans for the future, that peace will embrace them as soon as they stop the war? Why will they believe that it is not a scheme of the Blood Demon sector and that you haven't turned against your own species and become a spy for the Blood Demon sector? Right. I'm sorry. I was mistaken. The mental devil giggled and said, "Look at yourself. There are demonized cells everywhere inside your body. With a telepathic thought, you can unleash intense demonic energy. I'm afraid that you are not even qualified to be a spy for the Blood Demon sector." Li Yao was rendered speechless. He could not do anything except stand by his beliefs. The mental devil smiled casually. It suddenly occurs to me that the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector are now in a standard dark forest situation. I think that the smartest individuals of the two worlds who clearly know the capabilities of the two worlds can certainly reach the conclusion, after careful calculations, that the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector will perish together in a strategical final war since they are on par with each other. Nobody will be a winner. But why have the smartest individuals not tried to cease the war when they realized that the war will bring in either party any good? Because they can't. In a modern war, for two forces that are on par with each other, the side that orders a general mobilization and enter the highest warring state first will get more resources and soldiers in the war, and they will have the advantage in the war. Stopping the mobilization means suicide. The warring state cannot last forever. It is like a balloon that is being blown non-stop. There will certainly be a point where it explodes. Therefore, the two worlds cannot trust the sincerity of the peace offer from each other, nor can they stop their general mobilization. So, a final war is inevitable. They can only expect to swallow the enemy before their own economy collapses and then heal their wounds slowly. Even if one of the two parties wishes peace sincerely, how can they be sure that the other party wants peace sincerely, too? Two people are each pointing a gun at each other's forehead, and their fingers are both placed on the triggers, slightly exerting strength. Which of the two is willing to lay down their gun first? He. This is a chain of suspicion. This is the dark forest. After a moment of silence, Li Yao's somewhat dimmed soul shone again as he said softly, "As I have said before, even if the universe is truly nothing more than a cold, dark forest, I will burn it to the ground with my soul as the fuel." Excellent. I very much look forward to it. But it appears to me that you won't have any help this time. You are destined to fight the war all by yourself. The bloody demon paused for a moment and smiled. Just like Yen Shibei in the old days. An idealist who plans to change the world alone. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It sounds so great and admirable. It's a pity that Yen Shibei failed in the end. Let me see. Whom exactly was he defeated by in the end? Li Yao sniffed and realized what the mental devil was trying to say. Fighting a world alone was doomed to be a lost cause. Besides, it was not one but two worlds that he was going to fight right now. However, the mental devil did not pursue any further aggressively. Instead, it sighed and retracted the eye-catching bloody mist, turning into a crimson statue. Li Yao found it odd. Are you not going to attack me? Your belief is still firm at present, the mental devil replied lazily. Even if I keep on attacking you, it's not like that I can wipe you out completely. Why should I waste my strength? Wipe me out? Li Yao was startled by the mental devil's choice of words. Exactly, the mental devil replied casually. From your point of view, I am just an insignificant mental devil, but from my point of view, I think that I am the real Li Yao, the one who has seen through the truth of the cold universe and the ideology of the dark forest. And you are nothing more than a mental devil that is enveloped in the decayed concepts of mercy, smugness, and hypocrisy. You are trying to wipe out the mental devil, and I am trying to wipe out the mental devil. Let's see which of us wipes out the other in the end. While talking, clever brilliance suddenly beamed out of the eyes of the mental devil, who grinned and said, in fact, I almost can't bear to wipe you out so quickly. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that there is no way that you will stop the final war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. The war will most certainly break out, with both worlds shattered, and will not stop until one world is completely ruined. He. You should know what the wager is, right? Li Yao was silent, not giving any response to the gamble game, because he knew that it was not something that he could refuse. Accept it or not, the game had already begun. He firmly claimed that he would find an approach to resolve the dilemma of the dark forest. It was his belief right now. If he tried his best and still failed to stop the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector from perishing together, his belief would certainly be shaken. By then, the mental devil would perform a full attack and occupy his body, and a dark Li Yao would be born and establish a new reign in the two battered worlds. Excellent. Li Yao smiled. Either way, he had found a way to wipe out the mental devil. I'm going to wipe out the mental devil. I certainly will. The declaration resounded for a long time inside his brain. There was no telling whether it was said by Li Yao or by the mental devil in his head. Right then, a flock of birds suddenly cackled and flew into the sky from the forest in the northeast. It could vaguely be felt that a stream of overwhelming demonic energy was sweeping close. Jean Xinhua stopped the sword dance. She held her arms, and goosebumps were appearing on her smooth skin. Subordinates of Elder Nether Spring. After hiding in the 100 Desolation Mountain for 4 days, Elder Nether Spring subordinates had finally caught up to them. This time, their scale was apparently much larger than previously. The demonic energy soared into the sky, and even the bloody moon seemed to be shaking. Li Yao flew to the crown of a giant tree and sensed the situation carefully, only to discover that the demonic energy was all focused on the place where he trained himself during the day. I must have caused too much havoc when my soul dived into the cells in pursuit of the primeval strength during the day, and they have detected the anomaly. Let's go. Li Yao packed everything up in a hurry and fled further into the 100 Desolation Mountain. While rushing in the forest, he asked, with your understanding of Elder Nether Spring, who will he send now that the princes of the Nether Spring Kingdom have failed? There are several experts under Elder Nether Spring's command who are at the level of Demon Emperor. He has more than 10 high-level Demon Kings, too, who are all adept at driving snakes, rats, and ants, Jean Xinhua replied. When such pests flood over the battlefield, one must retreat regardless of their expertise. Besides, Elder Nether Spring has always been close friends with Elder Blood Robe, who has a lot of experts that are best at forest hunting and assassination. Chances are that Elder Nether Spring will ask for several specialists from Elder Blood Robe. Li Yao frowned. Elder Blood Robe had good reasons to hate him, too. On Boneyard, Li Yao had slain Wang Ji, who was Elder Blood Robe's disciple. The event had been publicized when Ding Lingdang and the rest of the team returned. While Li Yao was respected as a great hero of the Heaven's Origin sector, he must have made it to the top tier of the must-kill list in the Blood Demon sector, too. Wait. The important figures that he had killed previously seemed to include many other demons besides Wang Ji. Li Yao remembered that it was the first time he put on an Ares extension. He had gone on a killing spree at that time and blown dozens of expert demons into pieces within a breath. Although those demons were merely demon generals, according to Li Yao's intelligence, they had all been members of the royal families and the nobles of the Blood Demon sector since they were qualified to explore Boneyard. Therefore, it was possible that all the 12 demon emperors of the Blood Demon sector hated his guts. Li Yao immediately felt a serious headache coming on. Will Elder Nether Spring send experts in the level of Demon Emperor to hunt Jin Xinyue? Li Yao evaluated the capability of himself and his enemy quietly. The pantheon of demons was governed by 12 demon emperors, but there were many more demon emperors in the Blood Demon sector. Only the 12 strongest, most powerful demon emperors were qualified to manage the affairs of the pantheon of demons. Elder Nether Spring was a high-level demon emperor, so there were a few low-level and middle-level demon emperors under his command. As for the relationship between Elder Blood Robe and Elder Nether Spring, they were not simply good friends but in a very close, mutually beneficial relationship. In the spare time over the past couple of days, Jin Xinyue had introduced the political spectrum of the Blood Demon sector and the conflicts of the 12 demon emperors to Li Yao. Jin Tui and Elder Nether Spring had conflicts not because they did not see eye to eye with each other and not only because of the post of the commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race. Behind the open conflicts of the two demon emperors were different political lines and war ideologies. The 4 superpowers of the Blood Demon sector, namely the Gold Crow Kingdom, the Nether Spring Kingdom, the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, and the Sea Dominator Kingdom, represented the forces in the sky, underground, on the earth and in the ocean respectively. Now that a final war against the Heaven's Origin sector was coming close, naturally, 2 entirely different methodologies of war were formulated. The Kingdom of Lion Butchers, who governed the Claw clan, and the Nether Spring Kingdom, which ruled over the Insect clan, were the classical continentalism advocates who believed that whoever controlled the land controlled everything. Their strategy of war was simple, which was to devote all their resources to the land and push over the Heaven's Origin sector with oceans of insects and tides of beasts from the Grand Desolate Plateau. The Gold Crow Kingdom and the Sea Dominator Kingdom, on the other hand, believed in the cooperation of the forces of the sky, the ocean, and the land. They believed that the infinite ocean and the sky, which was even more boundless than the continent, were the key to the victory of the war. Therefore, while the demon race maintained its pressure on human beings in the front line of the Grand Desolate Plateau, it was necessary to open a second battlefield promptly and attack the Star Glory Federation from the ocean. To the east of the Star Glory Federation is a vast ocean where the Far East Demon Kingdom was located 500 years ago. Although the Far East Demon Kingdom has been destroyed, the relics of the country are still buried deep down the ocean. Based on the relics, we could build secret military bases at the bottom of the ocean and push forward to the eastern coastline of the Star Glory Federation. When the timing is appropriate, we will lunge out of the undersea bases. The enormous fleet of the Sea Clan, together with the immense strength of the Feather Clan in the sky, will assault the heart of the Star Glory Federation unexpectedly. At the moment, the main military strength of the Star Glory Federation is concentrated in the front line of the Giant Blade Pass, and the rear of the Star Glory Federation is extremely empty. If the assault is implemented, the army will certainly march forward unstoppably and even occupy the capital of the Star Glory Federation in the end. It was the strategy proposed by the Sea Clan and the Feather Clan. In the past, the Continentalism was chosen by the Blood Demon sector because the strategy of the Sea Clan and the Feather Clan was deemed too risky and ridiculous. The Battle of Dawn was fought with such a political backstory. It was a traditional ground battle led by the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. But the result of the battle was not satisfactory. Although the insects and the beasts reached the Giant Blade Pass, the demon race suffered a brutal failure because of the overextended supply lines. In the end, it even caused the mutiny of the bottom-level soldiers, who raised the Riot of Bloody Blade under the incitation of the Blade of Chaos. The fire of war did not consume the Heaven's Origin sector but burnt back to the Blood Demon sector. The insurrection caused a great earthquake in the center of politics of the Blood Demon sector. The Sea Clan and the Feather Clan took the opportunity to lambaste their dissidents. Many officers who believed in Continentalism were sacked. Even the commander-in-chief nominated by the Nether Spring Kingdom and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers resigned. He was replaced by Jean Tui, a general who supported the strategy of the unification of the sky, the ocean, and the land. Therefore, Elder Nether Spring and Elder Blood Robe were not simply friends but partners in the same interest group. If Elder Nether Spring asked, Elder Blood Robe would certainly lend a lot of specialists to him without caring about the cost. With that in mind, expert in the level of Demon Emperor might have been sent, or even multiple of them. Li Yao thought that, if he were Elder Nether Spring, since the Demon King that was sent earlier had been killed, it would be killing his other Demon Kings if he sent more of them. Therefore, to make sure that the enemy was caught, 1 to 2 Demon Emperors would definitely be deployed to supervise the situation. Li Yao's real capability was similar to that of the middle level of the nascent soul stage. With the modified Mystic Skeleton battle suit, he could fight a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator. Theoretically speaking, he was not scared of Elder Nether Spring. However, in the Blood Demon sector, it was impossible for him to summon the strength of a cultivator blatantly. If the Blood Demon sector discovered that a cultivator who had the capability of the nascent soul stage was active in their central region, all the demons would be shocked and attack him collective. If he was faced with a Demon King, Li Yao could kill the enemy instantly with his body without resorting to his spiritual energy. But it was not an easy task if he was faced with a Demon Emperor. What he could utilize were the newborn primeval cells and the force that came with them. However, he had just grasped the methods to activate the strengthened cells and awaken his primeval force. Although his absolute strength was in the level of Demon Emperor, he was not good at using it. Li Yao was indeed a genius, but he was not a god. If he could fight evenly against a Demon Emperor who had trained hard for decades and even hundreds of years when he had just activated his primeval cells, his enemy might die of embarrassment. Therefore, Li Yao estimated that, without exposing his real capability, it was already his limit to kill a Demon King instantly with a neatly devised trap. If he ran into a beginning-level Demon Emperor, neither of them would be able to defeat the other. It would be impossible for him to kill the opponent quickly. Besides, his opponent boasted the ultimate weapon named Biochemical Beast, while Li Yao's crystal suit had to be kept a secret. Li Yao had no choice but to drag Jin Xinyue to run away. Very soon, a cluster of black smoke passed by their heads. It was a swarm of insects that was squeaking in blood-freezing noises. Li Yao frowned. Insect oceans and beast tides were his least favorite enemies. Ho! Ho! Lengthy howls were echoing in the forest near and afar, getting creepier and creepier under the bloody moon. Jin Xinyue paled and said in a low voice, judging from the sound, they seem to be the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers. Their olfactory cells have been specially strengthened and are hundreds of times more acute than those of sharks, allowing them to smell the tiniest smell several square kilometers near them. Their special howls can transmit a lot of information to their companions through supersonic waves unperceivable to normal people. The Blood Moon Wolf Raiders are the top-tier tracing experts of the Blood Demon sector. I did not expect that Elder Nether Spring had borrowed such elite troops from Elder Blood Robe. Li Yao nodded, but he felt that something was off. The demonic energy soaring to the sky condensed into an impregnable web in midair. The dense insects were gnawing the leaves of the trees all the way from northeast, while the howls of the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders were pushing close from northwest. There were no signals of hunters in the southeast, but noises of trees cracking apart drifted over, suggesting that something huge was charging their way. Li Yao and Jin Xinyue could only flee to the southwest. However, the direction was filled with venomous gas and swamps, and there was no telling whether or not stronger pursuers were lurking. The siege of the enemy grew smaller and smaller. Li Yao even saw green eyes shining through the gaps of the trees many times. Thankfully, both Jin Xinyue and him sealed their pores and smeared a lot of powder that covered their smell. Therefore, their traces were lost for now, but it was hard to say how long before the enemy found them again. In a moment, I'll go there and fight them first. Don't take action unless it is absolutely necessary, in case they find out that you have turned into a human being, Li Yao said to Jin Xinyue in a low voice. He had found out that a brutal battle was inevitable. Jin Xinyue pondered for a moment and nodded. This was not a good time for adulation. She might as well do what she was asked to. For some reason, Jin Xinyue was confident that the old monster must be invincible. Li Yao smiled coldly. He licked his teeth and unsheathed a sharp bone dagger that was tied up by dozens of tensile mica threads. Waiting had never been his style. Now that he was determined to fight, of course, he was going to take the initiative. Right then, an abrupt change took place. The howls in the northwest became more and more hasty and loud, as if the wolf raiders had discovered a lot of enemies. Hew! 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 Shrieks pierced through the clouds from the sky in the southwest. Li Yao could not have been more familiar with the sound. Somebody had broken the sonic barrier. Judging from the sound, it was not one object but a whole long of them. The bloody sky in the northwest was scarred by dozens of streaks of golden brightness. Jin Xinyue's eyes beamed with joy. She almost cried in ecstasy. Reinforcements of the Gold Crow Kingdom. The Feather Clan of the Gold Crow Kingdom was best known for their speed. Li Yao and Jin Xinyue had only just heard their sound when the golden brightness covered almost half of the sky and crashed into the cloud of insects that was coming at them. For a moment, blood was spluttering, and yells were echoing non-stop. A heated battle was on. Blood ran like a river, and countless insects were burnt and fell from the sky like raindrops. Another team of the Feather Clan left the battle formation and circled above the forest, while they shrieked loudly, "Where are you, First Princess?" Jin Xinyue was overjoyed and climbed on a tree, but before she opened her mouth to call her saviors, Li Yao had covered her mouth and dragged her back to the depths of the obscure forest. "Hurry up and run." Li Yao gnashed his teeth, with cold sweat all over his forehead. He ran crazily inside the forest together with Jin Xinyue until they were more than 10 kilometers away. He caught his breath and said, breathing hard, "Did you not notice anything wrong?" If Elder Nether Spring really had a secret, he would never have asked Elder Bloodrobe for reinforcements. Was he not scared that his secret was exposed? All right. Let's say that Elder Nether Spring and Elder Bloodrobe are wearing the same pants and have known each other's secrets for a long time, but isn't it too much of a coincidence that reinforcements of the Gold Crow Kingdom came just in time? I don't like coincidences. Not at all. Besides, the Blood Demon sector is faced with a great war right now. The 4 superpowers are all allies on the surface. It is one thing to hunt a certain someone down in secret, but it is a whole other thing if they are engaged in an open, head-on confrontation. The reinforcements of the Gold Crow Kingdom attacked Elder Nether Spring subordinates the moment they showed up. It doesn't make sense to me at all. Jin Xinyue was not stupid either, or she would not have been selected as a Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons. She knew the demon race better than Li Yao did. After hearing Li Yao's words, she immediately cursed, "Damn. They seem to be on the same side." The moment she raised her suspicion, dozens of explosions burst out right above their heads. Bright golden ripples spread out in the sky and slowly condensed into weird rune arrays from which countless streaks of brightness leapt out. However, the newcomers did not seem to be solid and maintained an appearance bordering on transparency. Even their demonic energy had been restricted to the minimum. Had Li Yao not calmed down and perceived them on purpose, he would not have been able to notice them at all. Mirage Falcons. Jin Xinyue's voice was full of desperation. Mirage Falcons were powerful biochemical beasts bred by the Gold Crow Kingdom. The wingspan of every Mirage Falcon was more than 50 meters, and they all weighed more than 20 times. Their cruising speed was 2.5 times the speed of sound, while their highest speed could surpass 7 times the sonic speed. They were able to climb up 500 meters vertically in less than 1 minute. They could even fight briefly in the orbit of a planet outside of the atmosphere. Their specifications were not only much better than those of the armed shuttles of the Star Glory Federation but also tantalizing for most crystal suits. What was more terrifying was that the feathers of the Mirage Falcons were covered in a special greasy membrane that could avoid the detection of spiritual energy. The birds had also practiced the demonic arts for camouflage and mimesis, which made it impossible for the enemy to keep track of them. They were truly invisible demon beasts and well deserved their name Mirage. The wings of the Mirage Falcons, when unfolded, boasted some specially refined feathers that were not only extremely hard but also mixed with acids, venomous liquids, or unsteady crystals. Such weapons could be shot out rapidly by the violent constriction of the muscles, and their speed could surpass the speed of sound, too. The fierce firepower of the Mirage Falcons was definitely no worse than that of the crystal railguns and crystals cannons of the cultivators. Besides, the elite troops of the Gold Crow Kingdom would often equip the ferocious beasts with the crystal cannons that they captured during battle, making them able to carry out the attack abilities of both the demon race and mankind. Hew! 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 100 fiery snakes suddenly dispersed in the sky and whipped down brutally, leaving deep ravines inside the forest. Those fiery snakes were all made of the feathers of the Mirage Falcons. After every feather was pierced into the trunk of a tree, the tree would immediately be set on fire, burning at a speed far higher than normal flames would. All the trees were charcoal within a moment. The trees deep inside the 100 Desolation Mountain had grown for thousands of years and were harder than rocks, but even they could not resist the bombardment of the fiery feathers. It was not hard to guess what would happen to a body made of flesh and blood if it was hit by such feathers. The location where Li Yao and Jin Xinyue had originally been was drowned in an ocean of flames. The ocean of flames spread out as if it were a spring. The birds were particularly concentrated near the route of Li Yao and Jin Xinyue's escape. Li Yao and Jin Xinyue found it hard to raise their heads because of the barrage. Right then, an enormous Mirage Falcon finally revealed its real appearance in the sky. Even Li Yao gasped at its hideousness. It seemed more fitting to call the Mirage Falcons combinations of pterodactyls that had grown feathers and hawks than to call them birds. Its head was almost 10 meters long and could be extended or retreated free at will. When the beast was cruising at a supersonic speed, its head would hide in its body so that its body would be perfectly streamlined like a water drop. However, right now, it was hovering in midair at a low speed, and it stretched its neck out like a snake. The 10 or so crimson lumps that grew on the neck all expanded slowly, emitting translucent, orange brightness. What is it doing right now? Li Yao had no idea why the Mirage Falcon quitted the stealth mode and why it was stretching its neck in midair like a crowing cock. But Jin Xinyue exclaimed as if she had run into a ghost and quickly ran away, covering her head with her hands. Li Yao had an ominous feeling. The neck of the Mirage Falcon had been extended to the limit. Then, it suddenly shortened, like the barrel of cannon moving backwards because of the re-oil. A cluster of brilliant red crystals spurted out its mouth and exploded in the sky, bombarding the entire forest like meteorites. Boom! 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 For a moment, the earth was shaking as if dozens of volcanoes were erupting at the same time. Tusks formed of magma rose up from the ground, and the surrounding 500 meters was all wreathed in fire. The blast, along with the hot waves, even reached 1,000 meters away. Thankfully, the enemy did not lock onto Li Yao and Jin Xinyue when performing the attack, and the landing point of the attack was to their east. Even so, the two of them found it hard to keep stable in the overwhelming blast. They collapsed to the ground and did not come back to themselves for a long time. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. They are getting serious. Brutality beamed out of Jin Xinyue's eyes as she gnashed her teeth. This is Fiery Shooting Star, the ultimate attack of the Mirage Falcons. The genes of the Mirage Falcons are all edited specially so that they can digest marrow crystals of the fire class that will then be kept in their craws. After a long time of purification, they will become natural marrow crystals bombs. However, the capacity of the craws of a Mirage Falcon is limited. Also, triggering the marrow crystals will damage their body, too. Therefore, such terrifying methods are not resorted to unless it is absolutely necessary. I didn't know that they were so determined to deal with me. Li Yao spat a thick glob of phlegm that was mixed with blood. His eyes, which were narrowed like the edges of two blades, were filled with killing intent as he observed, therefore, it is confirmed now that you have been abandoned by the Gold Crow Kingdom. Although the blast dealt no significant damages, it had blown away the powder on their body, which helped to disperse their smell. The bloody phlegm that Li Yao had spat out was quite pungent, too. The Blood Moon Wolf Raiders immediately detected them. Ho! Ho! The prolonged howls were like death sentences. Very soon, almost 100 obscure shadows appeared in the burning forest behind them. They seemed to be extremely powerful wolves with objects that looked like human beings on their back. Swoosh! 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 The Blood Moon Wolf Raiders locked onto their targets with their smell quickly. However, the human-like creatures on their back rose up and moved forward like lightning being attracted the branches of the trees. They were even faster than the wolves. 8-armed demonic apes. Jin Xinyue's face was pale. They are the real experts of jungle combat in the kingdom of lion butchers. Nobody is willing to deal with the wretched monkeys in a forest. You go first, and I'll stall them. We'll meet later in the waterfall in the southwest. Li Yao did not expect that the enemy would value Jin Xinyue so much, but their reaction only suggested that the secret inside Jin Xinyue was precious. Naturally, Li Yao would not let Pantheon of Demons take back such a secret easily. Jin Xinyue pondered for a moment and nodded her head, instantly vanishing into the forest. Li Yao had put a child-mother heart connecting ring on her ankle, which could allow him to detect where she was. Therefore, he was not worried that she might run away. Let's do this. Faced with incoming enemies from all directions, Li Yao felt like his blood was boiling. He extended his left arm, and the primeval cells inside his body expanded to the maximum, bordering on explosion. In your strongest form, burst out all the primeval force. Li Yao bellowed. He felt that his flesh was torn apart, and a primitive, barbaric strength was flooding out from the depths of his left arm. Sense of desolation circled around his left arm, making it cramp and expand, until in the end, his left hand turned into a hoof. Gazing at his left hand, which was now a hoof, Li Yao was at a loss for a long time. Gritting his teeth, he did it again. Just come on, the primeval force. He summoned his spiritual energy, and his mitochondria was activated to the maximum. The hoof on his left arm was gone, only to be replaced by a flipper with membranes among fingers that looked like a duck foot. Li Yao. Deep inside his brain, the mental devil was secretly chuckling. It seemed to be trying to hold back its laughter so hard that its head was purple. Asshole. Li Yao was mad. Was this your trick? You can't be serious, right? Are you blaming this on me? The mental devil floated inside his brain comfortably and replied with smile, Dear brother of mine, do you know that, of the billions of ancestors of human beings, 99% are herbivores or feed on microorganisms? In short, they are absolutely useless at fighting. You don't know the mysteries of the genes at all, and you want to activate the feature of a strong ancestor by stimulating your primeval cells randomly? To be honest, you were already unbelievably lucky to have gotten a hoof and a flipper. If you were not, it would not have been unusual if your left arm had crumbled. Why else do you think that cultivators from the past to modern day have hardly practiced such arts? Li Yao was rendered speechless. He was silent for a moment before he said, Didn't I activate an awesome claw when I stimulated the primeval cells for the first time? The mental devil looked at him with derision and yawned lazily. Li Yao thought of something and immediately realized it. You were helping me, weren't you? The mental devil snorted in acknowledgement, raising its head in pride. Then what are you doing right now? Li Yao demanded. Nothing, the mental devil replied lazily. After our discussion a moment ago, I feel that you are right and reasonable. Your words were such a great enlightenment to me. Yes, killing is not going to solve any problems. That's especially so given that human beings and demons might be brothers of the same origin who should live in peace. How can they attack each other? Therefore, now that so many of your brothers are rushing toward you passionately, why don't you explain the ultimate truth of peaceful coexistence with your deft tongue? Li Yao did not have the chance to curse before a highly heated bullet swooshed past by his head and blew a giant tree in front of his face to smithereens. The stinky smell of his hair being burnt immediately spread out. More than 10 eight-armed demonic apes grinned hideously. They were less than 100 meters away from him now. Every 8-armed demonic ape had 4 extremely long arms that extended from their shoulder blades. They also had 2 abnormal arms on their back whose joints could be switched to any direction. Most of the time, they jumped among branches in predictable angles and at an amazingly high speed with their feet, the short limbs on the back, and their long tail. The 4 arms that were spared carried a lot of heavy magical equipment. One 8-armed demonic ape was enough to blow out immense firepower. Right now, the dozen 8-armed demonic apes were opening fire at the same time. The web of fire was impenetrable and left a wasteland inside the forest. The situation would have been less tricky if there were only 8-armed demonic apes, but behind the 8-armed demonic apes were the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders. Moreover, the humming sounds of the Mirage Falcons tearing apart the air could be heard from the sky, too. The thousands of demons present could exhaust Li Yao with their sheer number. Li Yao spat, turned around, and ran away. Swoosh! 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 The crimson feathers in the halo of demonic energy exploded right below his feet, turning mud into magma instantly, which left bloody holes on his skin. He was grimacing in pain, his veins bulging. Therefore, the mental devil smiled. Killing is necessary on certain occasions, and it is helpful for the solution of some minor problems, isn't it? As for me, the sleazy, evil, and brutal mental devil, I might be of some use after all, right? Li Yao. I'll take your silence as a yes if you don't want to say anything. Li Yao. The mental devil laughed and stretched out its arms. Very good. We have finally reached a preliminary consensus. Now then, deep inside Li Yao's brain, the mental devil suddenly expanded, its redness turning Li Yao's brain into a land of blood. His left eye shuddered abruptly, and his pupil expanded like a blossoming flower. Bloody streaks rippled out of the deepest part of his eye and rotated, transforming his left eye into a bloody swirl. Li Yao came to an abrupt halt while fleeing. His left arm straightened out. Explosive noises burst out in the deepest part of his bones. His every pore was spurting out thick, red gas non-stop that seemed to be the smoke of incense. Covered in the bloody air, Li Yao's skin was now a golden color, with silver liquids being secreted from his pores. Very soon, the silver liquids consolidated into a glamorous armor. The cells on his elbow reproduced and ossified crazily until his elbow turned into a high-rising bone blade that looked like the fin of a shark. His 5 fingers were enveloped in the neat, silver armor, too, which significantly increased their hardness and defensive ability without reducing their agility at all. The front ends of his fingers grew sharp claws resembling those of dinosaurs and tigers. After a slight shake, the sound of air being torn apart could already be heard. He felt that his palm was itching. Then, a half-round pearl which looked like a red crystal protruded out of the center of his palm. Deep red streaks were swimming delightfully like fish inside the pearl. Li Yao could not help but shiver and moan in great satisfaction. His body was like a volcano that was spurting out the most furious magma after billions of years of dormancy. The enhancement of his body was already gratifying enough, and the improvement of his senses and his brain gave him a feeling that he had been reborn. Shwa! 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 In the moment, his eyes, ears, and nose felt incredibly refreshed. The lights, the sound waves, and all kinds of particles were mixed together. The rattling noise of the tree leaves, the faint body scent of the enemies, and the ever-changing shadows in the forest. All that information and more collided brutally inside Li Yao's brain, breaking into tiny, golden fragments before they were reconstructed into virtual battlefields. Everything inside the virtual battlefields was under Li Yao's control. He knew the position and the route of attack of every enemy and had even begun to analyze the capability of the enemy with their movement speed and breathing frequency. Shwa! 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 The battlefields continued increasing, changing from 1 to 2, to 4, to 8, to 16, to 32, to 64. The 64 virtual battlefields were running at the same time, precisely simulating the potential changes of the situation after he adopted 64 different tactics so that he could select the best tactical option. My computational ability has significantly improved again. Despite the excruciating pain in his brain, it was a pleasant surprise for Li Yao. Ever since he advanced into the superlative height of the core formation stage, his computational ability had remained stagnant. He had thought that it was the ceiling of the core formation stage and did not expect that he would break the barrier at this moment. After perceiving his brain cells in 0.01 seconds, he immediately realized that his soaring computation ability boiled down to the vastly changed brain cells. Brain cells were among the most mysterious cells in a human body, and their greatest feature was that they were undividable and uncopyable. Most of the cells in a human body, such as the liver and muscles, could divide and reproduce. One could stimulate the cells with their spiritual energy in training to speed up the division and reproduction. The weak, old cells withered, but stronger, new cells were born and replaced them. Brain cells differed to other cells in that they could not be divided or reproduced. The number of brain cells was fixed the moment one was born, which was approximately 14 billion and would dwindle as one's life went on. Starting from their 20s, the brain cells of every adult would reduce by around 100,000 until they died. If their parents were both cultivators, and their bloodline was stronger, it was possible that the number of their brain cells would be larger when they were born, say, it could be more than 20 billion. But correspondingly, after their spiritual root was awakened and they embarked on the path of cultivation, they would burn their soul every once in a while, which meant that the consumption rate of their brain cells was multiple times higher than that of ordinary people, too. It was also the biggest factor that limited the longevity of the cultivators. It was true that cultivators could train their body until it was as hard as steel. They were not scared of fire or flood, and they were immune to most diseases. For the stronger cultivators, they could even suppress cancer cells with their own strength. However, even if a cultivator was never engaged in combat and attached great importance to body fitness, their body might be as healthy and strong as a young person, but their withering brain cells were irreversible. In the end, because of the fatigue of their brain cells, they might succumb to brain death even though their body was immaculate. But right now, Li Yao had discovered that, when part of his brain cells activated the primeval state through atavism, they began to boast abilities, however feeble, of division and reproduction. While his original brain cells were withering, new brain cells were being produced incessantly. Li Yao was overjoyed by his findings. This is the ultimate form that I can build right now. There was pride and expectation in the mental devil's voice. The enhancement that the blood stripe virus performed on living creatures is just based on their natural instincts. They do not have systematic theories. Therefore, the secret arts of training of the demon race are indeed of tremendous help for us. I have activated 1,354 segments of your recessive genes with the gene map that Gene Xinhue provided, allowing you to display the features of 17 ferocious beasts. Right now, you are 10 times stronger than Yan Shibei was. The preliminary gene maps are already enough to activate such terrifying combat ability. If we manage to get the most sophisticated gene maps inside the pantheon of demons, we will certainly be able to produce the strongest apocalyptic body ever. Ha! Ha ha ha! Can you please not laugh so bloodthirstily, requested Li Yao. Not a problem. The mental devil immediately regained its previous calmness and said mildly, I can even remove all the bloodthirsty, evil strength and stop them from corrupting your body so that you are talk about your noble ideals of peaceful coexistence with your brother demons. How does that sound? I said nothing. Shua. Li Yao's feet stomped on a branch heavily, and the thick, tensile branch sprung Li Yao to the 8-armed demonic apes like a spring. The 8-armed demonic apes did not expect that he would be bold enough to counterattack. They were all slightly dazed, but they soon roared and lunged at their enemy, waving their bone blades and chains words. After his computational ability broke the limits, Li Yao felt that he was placed in the middle of thick glue. Time slowed, and the ruthless-looking, crazily yelling 8-armed demonic apes all turned into slow sloths for him. Li Yao dodged between the bullets, lasers, acid, and venomous liquids that they spurted out unhurriedly. Their blades and firearms seemed to have turned into slates and steps for him on which he was dancing a dance of lightning. All the weapons that were touched by the tip of his feet slightly altered their direction. As a result, the blades of the 8-armed demonic apes kissed their companions, and the bullets and acid all hit their teammates nearby precisely in the head, too. Sparks of blood were spluttering everywhere. A bloody mist seemed to be rising inside the obscure forest. Ho! Before the dead bodies of the 8-armed demonic apes fell to the ground, dozens of streaks of whiteness lunged close. Their body size expanded while they were still in midair. Their pure white fur was ripped apart, revealing the tattoos that looked like bloody crescent moons. The Blood Moon Wolf Raiders in their ultimate form were more like combinations of wolves and bears than just wolves. They were almost 5 meters tall when they stood up, and they gazed at Li Yao with their eyes that looked like 2 orange lanterns. However, what they had locked onto was nothing but Li Yao's blurred shadow, which was also mixed with intense demonic energy and gave everything the feeling that it was the real entity. It was not until their sharp claws ripped the blurred shadow apart, turning it into almost transparent air currents, that the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders realized that something was not right. But there was no time. The Blood Moon Wolf Raider at the back of the team screamed in pain as his chest exploded like a blossoming flower. A bloody shadow dashed out of the beast's chest, covered entirely in the wolf blood, which made his scent no different from that of other Blood Moon Wolf Raiders. Ho! The Blood Moon Wolf Raider next to him snatched at the bloody shadow, the sharp claws tearing apart the air and breaking the sonic barrier, and held Li Yao's left hand hard. Hum! 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 The bone blade on Li Yao's elbow oscillated at a frequency higher than 10,000 times per second. The force of the vibration was transmitted to Li Yao's palm and then flooded into the enemy's arm. Pooh! The entire left arm of the Blood Moon Wolf Raider, because of the intense vibration, exploded into a cluster of bloody mist. Before he had the chance to scream, Li Yao had already kicked him into midair. Hum! 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 In the sky, the swarm of insects that looked like a colorful yet venomous cloud finally arrived. The insects were like extremely corrosive water. Wherever they landed, they would consume the tree leaves together with the branches, leaving absolutely nothing. They were known as floral locusts, whose mouthparts could secrete a huge amount of corrosive liquids, allowing them to corrode their prey into mush before they enjoyed their meal. Such liquid was so destructive that even cultivators in crystal suits might hesitate to get in touch with them. The heavily wounded Blood Moon Wolf Raider happened to be kicked into the swarm of floral locusts. The floral locusts were bloodthirsty and yet very unintelligent. How could the Blood Moon Wolf Raider, who was soaked in blood because of the broken left arm, get away from them? The floral locusts surrounded the beast as if he were wearing a thick garment of insects. The miserable scream only lasted half a second, before it was replaced by weird, chewing noises. A moment later, bones that were riddled with holes fell off from the group of insects one after another. Despite the brutality and ruthlessness of the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders, they all secretly clicked their tongues. They might not have been afraid of death, but such a shocking way of death was enough to make the boldest of them hesitate. Pa! 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 Li Yao certainly would not let go of such a great opportunity. His bloody shadow dashed between the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders, and none of them could resist any of his attacks. They all ended up being kicked into the sky after one of the limbs was broken. The flying floral locusts in the sky refused none of them and turned all the heavily wounded Blood Moon Wolf Raiders into piles of bones. Higher in the sky, dozens of mirage falcons were still hovering stealthily, with their feathers that were almost transparent rising and falling, which kept them in the supersonic state although their range of activity was less than 1,000 square meters. Fierce wind was blowing in the middle of the birds. On the center of the mirage falcons, the feathers slightly rose up, and, together with the collapsed muscles on the back, constituted a natural cockpit in which two members of the feather clan, one in the front and the other in the back, were sitting. Their brains were connected to the brain of the mirage falcon with the tensile nerve tracts. Inside the cockpit of a mirage falcon whose feathers were particularly glamorous and was exceptionally large, a demon with an eagle head, a human body, and purple and blue wings was observing the situation of the battle with the eyes of the mirage falcon, sneering every once in a while. Young Master. His co-pilot sitting behind him who was in charge of the attack and the defense of the mirage falcon asked, somewhat worriedly, forces of the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the Nether Spring Kingdom seem to be unable to hold it any longer. Shall we give them a hand? I didn't know that I still underestimated the B*TCH's capability. The demon who was addressed as Young Master chuckled and said casually, we have removed all her loyal subordinates in the Gold Crow Kingdom. I thought that she would be a sure catch. I didn't know that she had other arrangements. She has somehow hired such an intimidating expert to help her. Judging from his appearance, it is very likely that the expert is in the beginning level of the Demon Emperor state. No wonder even Yuan Hao of the Nether Spring Kingdom was killed by him and the B*TCH. The B*TCH has indeed got something with her, but I wonder, how did she convince such an expert to fight for her? However, there is no need for us to do anything. They're all from the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the Nether Spring Kingdom anyway. What's the problem if some of them are accidentally killed? Let's just wait and watch. Almost immediately after the young master finished his remarks, another bloody, heavily wounded Blood Moon Wolf Raider was kicked high into the sky again. But this time, the trajectory of the animal was different from the previous times. It was not directly kicked into the swarm of floral locusts but toward a higher place, which was closer to the Mirage Falcons. Before the floral locusts flew upwards to catch the new prey, a shadow suddenly jumped from behind the Blood Moon Wolf Raider and stomped on the body of the beast hard. The heavy stomping split the Blood Moon Wolf Raider and blew it into smithereens immediately. The bloody shadow, with the counterforce, surpassed the speed of sound instantly. Not good. The dark green eyeballs of the young master were immediately covered in a layer of transparent sclerotic bone from which sharp brilliance was beaming out. Right above the bloody shadow that was soaring up, 3 Mirage Falcons happened to be diving down rapidly. When their relative speeds were combined, there was no way that either party could avoid the clash. The Mirage Falcons reacted promptly enough. They shot out almost 100 fiery feathers within the moment. However, the bloody shadow flashed past all of them with unbelievable body-moving techniques. Right when the two parties passed by each other, he grabbed the feathers of one Mirage Falcon and climbed on the back of the bird. Hew! The Mirage Falcon shrieked aloud while spinning, diving, and sprinting at a speed more than 3 times the speed of sound, trying to throw the enemy off with the centrifugal force and the friction. At 3 times the speed of sound, the softest breeze turned into the sharpest blade. Li Yao gritted his teeth and clutched the feathers of the Mirage Falcon, while streams of brightness flashed on his right arm and pierced toward the wings of the Mirage Falcon silently. Li Yao's mono-mica threads were extremely thin, tensile, and sharp threads of the mica that were refined based on the mustard seed technology. When they were used to cut the hardest diamonds and obsidians, the highest accuracy could always be maintained without leaving any powder. Strong as the Mirage Falcon might have been, its body was made of flesh and blood after all. How could it withstand his cutting? Schwa! Almost 10 mono-mica threads dissected the wing on one side of the Mirage Falcon like the sharpest scalpels. Losing one wing mid-supersonic flight, the Mirage Falcon immediately lost balance and fell to the ground, spinning and almost hitting some 10 Mirage Falcons that were near. Li Yao took the opportunity when their distance was shortest and jumped to the back of another Mirage Falcon. Then he did exactly the same thing on the second victim. The Mirage Falcons were immediately thrown into chaos. In such a mess, they were not able to keep their stealth mode any longer. Gotcha! Li Yao had his eyes on the most magnificent Mirage Falcon. While most of the Mirage Falcons were in a flurry, it was the only one that remained calm. There must have been an expert commanding the animal. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The decapitation strategy had always been Li Yao's favorite. Li Yao roared and lunged at the most magnificent Mirage Falcon. Idiot! The young master of the Feather Clan scoffed. With a telepathic thought, his will was transmitted to the brain of the Mirage Falcon like lightning. The Mirage Falcon flapped its wings hard. Almost 1,000 feathers spurted out and interweaved into a furious hurricane that swept toward Li Yao overwhelmingly. Li Yao was going to dodge the attack when he suddenly felt the air around him become as hard as rock. More than 10 Mirage Falcons were hovering around him rapidly and waving their wings hard, triggering air turbulences that locked him like countless shackles. Boom! It took Li Yao 0.1 seconds to get out of the air turbulences. But in that tenth of a second, the hurricane of fiery feathers arrived, too, hitting Li Yao precisely in the head. Li Yao was wreathed in flames and fell to the ground like a shooting star. Fighting the Feather Clan in the sky. You really wanted to get killed. The young master of the Feather Clan grinned hideously. The remaining Mirage Falcons exited stealth mode simultaneously. Their necks, which were covered in wrinkles, were extended to the limits, and their craws gradually expanded, revealing a dangerously red color. The marrow crystals inside the craws were being activated in preparation for fiery shooting stars, the ultimate attack of the Mirage Falcons. Even if you are a low-level demon emperor, you cannot resist the simultaneous bombardment of more than 10 waves of fiery shooting stars. What the young master of the Feather Clan did not see was that, deep inside the half-burnt forest, Li Yao was on one of his knees, his body still on fire, but he raised his left arm high toward the sky with his fingers wide open. The half-round crystal in the center of his palm was giving out enticing brilliance. Countless cells inside the left arm were shivering crazily, and the mitochondria inside all the cells were functioning at the highest efficiency, generating immense energy that congregated in the center of the palm. The energy was so furious that his left arm was trembling. Even the solid shells were being torn apart, making scattered bloody mist burst out. Li Yao had to hold his left wrist with his right hand hard in order to lock onto the target precisely. The arc-like crystal in the center of the palm of the left hand was once a special battle organ that the ancestors of human beings billions of years ago evolved with in order to fight against nature. It was similar to the crystalline lens inside the eye, except that it was much more precise and tensile. It also boasted multiple layers of reflection and congregation functionalities. The mitochondria were the energy providers in the cells, which powered up the bodies of living creatures. Generally speaking, the mitochondria's release of energy was stable and mild. However, how immense would the generated energy be if the mitochondria inside billions of cells was to burst out at the same time? Ordinary people usually had 50 to 6 trillion cells inside their body, and cultivators could even have more than 100 trillion cells. What Li Yao was doing right now was burning up 100 billion of his cells immediately and focusing the energy that the cells released on one point with the crystal inside his palm, shooting it out. It was one of the brand new techniques that he unlocked from deep inside his genes, 100 billion times. Super Crystal. Cell Obliterating Cannon. Schwa. Li Yao's left arm shrank rapidly at a visible speed. A cluster of red brilliance rushed out of the super crystal at the center of his palm toward a mirage falcon that he had locked onto since long ago at a speed more than 5 times the speed of sound. The mirage falcons were in their most vulnerable state when they launched the fiery shooting stars. Their necks that were extended to the maximum ruined their streamlined body, making them unable to keep cruising at a supersonic speed. The demonic energy that they released continuously made them even more obvious targets than they should have been, too. Li Yao chose the perfect moment to attack, which was when the marrow crystals inside the craws of the mirage falcons were about to enter the most heated state. 100 billion cells were obliterated and turned into the purest energy, which congregated into the cluster of red brilliance through the reflections and refractions of the supercrystal. The attack hit the head of the mirage falcon precisely, leading to a chain reaction in the marrow crystals inside its crawl and detonating the next wave of the fiery shooting stars. Not good. Every feather on the face of the young master of the Feather Clan stood up, making his head 3 times as large. He shrieked loudly and aborted the attack of the fiery shooting stars in time, soaring up with the mirage falcon. However, not all his teammates were as adept at reining a biochemical beast as he was. Boom! 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 After a series of thunderous explosions, the sky immediately turned into a surging ocean of flames, which raised tides hundreds of meters high. Most of the mirage falcons were consumed. A storm of fiery drops rained down and covered dozens of square kilometers nearby. However, other than Li Yao, there were a lot of hunters of the demon race who were chasing after him, too. For a moment, the fire was burning furiously, and screams were echoing non-stop. The forest had turned into a living inferno where countless demons were struggling miserably in the intense flames. They were riddled with holes by the scorching, shooting magma and turned into burnt, black bones while they were shuddering in pain. Although the young master of the Feather Clan soared up to the sky one step in advance, he was still lightheaded because of the blast. It was not until 3 seconds later that he finally came back to himself despite his expertise as a demon emperor. When he watched the troop of mirage falcons, which had been what he was most proud of, screaming and shrieking in the flames, turning into roasted, bare turkeys, every feather that was standing up on his face turned into the reddest color imaginable. B*TCH. You filthy B***tch, Jean Shinue. Who is this monster that you have found? Who is he exactly? Right now, the monster, according to the young master of the Feather clan, was fleeing quickly inside the forest. The fire and the magma became his best cover. Under the scourge of the overwhelming fiery shooting stars, most of the hunters of the demon race were killed or wounded. It would take them at least half a day before they could regroup again. Li Yao felt that his head was dizzy, and golden swirls were popping up in front of his eyes. Although his left arm had regained its normal appearance, it was still dangling down from his shoulder limply. He even vaguely felt as if his entire right left was now soaked in scorching magma and about to be melted. It was about to be ignited and would be burning from inside to outside. The deepest strength of the cells is truly dreadful, drastic, and unsteady. Li Yao was very clear that it was a lucky incident. He had inherited part of the abilities of the blood stripe virus, whose natural instincts were to control and modify genes. It was why he could manage, however unstably, the primeval cells that were just activated. If it were a different cultivator, even if they were in the nascent soul stage, unlocking the strength of genes so recklessly would have destroyed their cells and turned them into a pool of pus. When the mitochondria provided excessive energy, it was also possible that their body would burn. Li Yao quickly thought of something. He had read in many ancient training notes that a lot of high-level cultivators were killed in weird flames that started burning from the inside of their body without a good reason. At first, it was believed that those cultivators were assassinated by their enemies, or they were poisoned in a special way. However, such cases had happened in various sects of various sectors over thousands of years. The cause of death was always the same, but there was no trace of poison at all despite the scrutiny. It then became one of the greatest mysteries for the ancient cultivators known as spontaneous human combustion. Maybe, those ancient cultivators discovered the secrets of genes and cells by accident, too. But they did not know the usage and activated the dangerous recessive genes in their ignorance, which made the mitochondria overload and released such a huge amount of energy that their body could not bear, causing them to be burnt in the end. After my experience, it is safe to say that triggering the strength of cells for combat is too unstable and dangerous. Cultivators fight their battles with spiritual energy, magical equipment, and other useful tools. Their combat ability might vary, but such a way of fighting is safe and stable. Even if they become mentally deranged, their cells would never collapse, nor would they get themselves burnt into ashes. Li Yao pondered the advantages and disadvantages of the two different ways of fighting while he rushed almost 100 kilometers away. He took 3 turns to make sure that he had no pursuers before he finally reached the top of the waterfall in the southwest. With the child-mother ring, he soon determined Jean Shinue's location. Jean Shinue was lying on a giant rock on the top of the waterfall. Her body was covered in wounds, but not much blood was flowing out of her veins, a sign that she had already lost too much of her blood. It seemed that she had experienced a fierce battle, too. Li Yao peered over the edge and looked at the bottom of the waterfall. The waterfall was several hundred meters high. Its bottom was covered in fog, which blocked Li Yao's vision. Not far away, the water congregated into a zigzagging river that led to the deepest part of the forest. Li Yao thought quickly for his escape. Jumping off the cliff seemed to be the best route of escape right now. However, if he were one of the hunters, he would certainly not let go of such an obvious route. The long river below the waterfall would certainly be searched and heavily guarded. After a moment, Li Yao made up his mind. Li Yao jumped off the waterfall carrying Jean Shinue, but he charged into the waterfall after falling down dozens of meters. Crack! Li Yao's hand pierced deep into the rocks like a claw, supporting him in the middle of the water against the rushing water current. He then retrieved a small drill of mystic rays from his cosmos ring. The drill of mystic rays was his favorite. A few years ago, he had been training in Yan Xingjian's secret residence below the surface of Spider Denver. In the end, he had dug his way out of the underground with a special drill of mystic rays. He had held on to the drill of mystic rays. It was one of the main weapons of the new mystic skeleton battlesuit and had played an important role in the battle to annihilate Xiao Xuanzi. He did not expect that it would come in handy today again. Schwa. 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 Li Yao dug out a narrow pathway in the hard rocks behind the waterfall. The rocks there were all solid quartzites and basalts. Although the insect clan claimed to be the dominators of the underground world, they mostly lived in relatively soft soil or natural caves. It was impossible for them to live in suffocating rocks. The drill of mystic rays was designed to explore the underground world, and Li Yao was quite familiar with the job. Very soon, he had dug the pathway deep down into the underground. Naturally, he did not forget to dig a few additional turns behind him. But he estimated that the enemy would not discover the entrance behind the waterfall easily. Even if they did, the outmost part of the pathway had been sealed by him. After they moved deep below the ground, they encountered a series of natural caves. However, Li Yao and Jin Xinyue, who had only just woken up, did not dare linger. For one day and one night, they kept running at the highest speed deep inside the 100 Desolation mountain. It was not until the dawn of the third day that they stopped to catch their breath and discuss the current situation. The Nether Spring Kingdom, the Kingdom of Lion Butchers and the Gold Crow Kingdom. Li Yao scratched his chin. 3 of the 4 superpowers of the Blood Demon sector have joined hands to chase after you. Why? Not 3. All of them. Jin Xinyue was extremely feeble due to the loss of blood. Her face was pale, and she replied dutifully, I was assaulted by the Iron Crocodile warriors of the Sea Dominator Kingdom on the top of the waterfall. Although I managed to kill all of them, I was heavily wounded and passed out in the end. Therefore, the Sea Dominator Kingdom is part of the scheme, too. Li Yao glanced at her. Being hunted by the 4 most powerful kingdoms of the Blood Demon sector, you are rather calm. Jin Xinyue smiled bitterly. As the Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons, I've seen too many of such schemes. Before, I cooperated with the assassins of the Nether Spring Kingdom, the Sea Dominator Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Lion Butchers to exterminate certain people that should not exist any longer, too. Now, it is my turn to be exterminated. What's there to be surprised at? However, her eyes suddenly shuddered, and a guilty expression appeared on her face before she said softly, my death is insignificant, but I accidentally dragged Elder into this disaster. It has absolutely nothing to do with Elder, but I've even put Elder into the crosshairs of the 4 superpowers of the Blood Demon sector at the same time. I really feel, I'm going to stop you there, Li Yao said coldly, if there is no way out, I can always tie you up, throw you to them, and get away myself. I don't think that they will be so persistent in chasing after an expert who has the capability of a demon emperor after they get what they want. So, there is no need to feel guilty. Jin Xinyue was dumbfounded. She had to swallow the remaining part of her speech. Li Yao smiled and continued. However, before I tie you up and throw you to them, there is something that I'm rather curious about. Why are the 4 kingdoms, including the Gold Crow Kingdom, trying to kill you? Logically, you know a great secret of the Nether Spring Kingdom. There is no reason for your father, Jin Tui, to abandon you. Jin Xinyue smiled helplessly and said, there are many possibilities. For example, when Elder Nether Spring saw that his secret was about to be exposed, he confessed it to my father and made a deal with my father by trading something for the secret and me, who knew the secret. Oh? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. Does Elder Nether Spring have anything that is worth trading for his daughter? He does, Jin Xinyue said calmly, as if she were telling somebody else's story. The Red Tide Plan is one of them. The Red Tide Plan? Li Yao naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to collect the secrets of the Blood Demon sector. The Red Tide Plan is a war plan that my father has dedicated his entire life to. Hee. If truth be told, I think the Red Tide Plan is his real child, and his blood descendants like me are just his tools. Biting her lips hard, Jean Chinue said calmly after a long sigh, my father foresaw that a great war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector would break out a long time ago. However, both sectors have a lot of potential. It is practically impossible for either sector to conquer the other. The most likely outcome is that the two worlds will be burnt to the ground together. Therefore, decades ago, my father started studying how to conquer the Heaven's Origin sector at the highest speed with the minimum cost. The Red Tide Plan is the result of his research. The details of the plan are highly classified. I'm afraid that my father is the only one who knows the whole plan, but the basic idea is, as I said to you before, to launch attack from the east side of the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao was deep in thought. You mentioned that the east side of the Star Glory Federation was a boundless Far East Ocean. Exactly. Jean Chinue nodded and said, the merging point of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector is in the north of the Grand Desolate Plateau of the Star Glory Federation. Therefore, the northern front line has always been the most solid line of defense for the Star Glory Federation. The Federal Army has even militarized the entire Grand Desolate Plateau, and 80% of the available forces are stationed on the Grand Desolate Plateau and the Giant Blade Pass. On the other hand, the southeast part of the Star Glory Federation near the ocean is the most prosperous and resourceful region. Ever since the Far East Demon Kingdom, the local demon race of the Heaven's Origin sector, perished 500 years ago, the Star Glory Federation has never witnessed any attack from the southeast. After such a long time of peace, the region's defense is rather sloppy. As far as I know, the Red Tide Plan has two parts. First, a super large-scale attack will be launched in the north of the Star Glory Federation, for the purpose of attracting the forces of the Star Glory Federation. When the soldiers of both parties are fatigued, the most elite troops of the Navy and the Air Force of the Blood Demon sector will pop up from the ocean to the east of the Star Glory Federation and strike the most prosperous towns near the ocean. They will even assault the capital of the Star Glory Federation directly. That is the Red Tide Plan. Sounds good. Li Yao's pupils constricted. He tried to stop the brilliance inside his eyes from beaming out. However, how are the elite troops of the Navy and Air Force of the Blood Demon sector going to sneak to the ocean to the east of the Star Glory Federation? I have no idea. Jean Chinue shook her head and said, those details are top confidential. My father did not trust me. For what it's worth, he barely trusted anybody. Why would he reveal the details? However, by my estimation, it is likely related to the relics of the Far East Demon Kingdom. It is said that the Far East Demon Kingdom meant to build a wormhole leading to the Blood Demon sector in order to ask for reinforcements from the Blood Demon sector or to flee there before their doom. However, the kingdom was annihilated before the plan worked out. Maybe, my father has broken through the wormhole in secret and grasped a secret route leading to the rear of the Star Glory Federation. He might have established a series of undersea bases with the remaining facilities that the Far East Demon Kingdom left. Li Yao was so shocked that he was soaked in sweat. He said coldly, if that's the case, why didn't your father launch the Red Tide Plan during the Battle of Dawn? Jean Chinue did not grow suspicious. She replied frankly, maybe it was because the wormhole was not stable yet and the undersea bases were not sufficient for the operations? It must be noted that such an assault will be conducted in the rear of the enemy. The benefits will be huge if it succeeds. But if it fails, all the troops will likely be wiped out. It concerns the future of the kingdom and the demon race. My father has to be cautious. More importantly, the Feather Clan and the Sea Clan hadn't reached an agreement with the Insect Clan and the Claw Clan back then. The rivalry of continentalism and navalism has been going on for a long time in the Blood Demon sector. The Red Tide Clan regards the army of the Insect Clan and the Claw Clan as bait who will have to resist the immense pressure of the Star Glory Federation before the Real plans works out. It is not hard to imagine that their losses will be heavy. Also, even if the Red Tide Plan works out in the end, it will be the Feather Clan and the Sea Clan that occupy the most prosperous areas of the Star Glory Federation. What benefits are there for the Insect Clan and the Claw Clan? Because of the objection of the Insect Clan and the Claw Clan, the Red Tide Plan has been put on hold. Although my father went to power in place of the previous Commander-in-Chief after the Battle of Dawn, suffered a brutal failure, that does not mean that he can dispatch the forces of the Insect Clan and the Claw Clan at will. He is still kept in check by the other experts. Elder Nether Spring and Elder Blood Robe, on the other hand, do not object to the Red Tide Plan blindly. They believed that the Red Tide Plan could be an excellent move of distraction. The assault of the Sea Clan and the Feather Clan would certainly stall a lot of forces of the Star Glory Federation, but the main focus of the Blood Demon sector, in their opinion, should still be the Giant Blade Pass where the ground force will win the war. Li Yao realized that the main focus of the war was about the conflict of interests. It was not hard to guess that those who attracted the Star Glory Federation's attention would suffer heavy losses and those who were attacking for real would likely occupy the prosperous areas of the Star Glory Federation. Jean Xinhua rubbed her cold face. There was no telling whether she was warming up her frozen muscles or covering the tears in her eyes. She mumbled, "Elder Nether Spring is a hardcore supporter of continentalism. If he is willing to concede on certain aspects of the Red Tide Plan so that it can be implemented smoothly, I believe that my father, who considers the Red Tide Plan his life, will sell an insignificant daughter without even batting an eye." Li Yao licked his teeth and said, "So, the Red Tide Plan might have been activated already. The Blood Demon sector has found a secret wormhole leading to the ocean in the east of the Heaven's Origin sector, and undersea bases are being established in the relics of the Far East Demon Kingdom?" Jean Xinhua shrugged and said, "It is only one possibility. There's another possibility. My father might not be aware of the matter, and it could be my enemies who are trying to kill me." "Really?" "Very likely," Jean Xinhua said. As the new commander-in-chief of the coalition army, he is busy suppressing the riot of Bloody Blade and trying to raise the morale of the defeated soldiers from the battle. He cannot possibly notice every detail. It would not be surprising if somebody tricked him into making a misjudgment. "What? You have that many enemies?" Li Yao asked. "Let me see." Deep in thought, Jean Xinhua bit her fingernails and said, "There's no need to mention the Nether Spring Kingdom. I once killed a general of the Nether Spring Kingdom and stole top confidential information from there. As for the Kingdom of Lion Butchers, their two princesses received training together with me in the Pantheon of Demons, but they were poisoned by me later. I have no personal grudge with the Sea Dominator Kingdom, but they organized an operation to infiltrate the Heaven's Origin sector before and I somehow got the intelligence and sold it. Later, I was told that one of their elite squads was entirely wiped out in the Heaven's Origin sector. In the Gold Crow Kingdom, I have too many enemies. However, the commander of the Mirage Falcon troops is my big brother, Jean Wushu. That's odd. My relationship with him is not bad on the surface. Didn't we work together to kill our seventh brother last time? Why was he trying to kill me? Did he find out that I was behind the attempted assassination against him last month?" Li Yao. Jean Xinhua's eyelids were twitching violently. She mumbled, "It was not because my father discovered that I killed the B*TCH, was it? If so, I'm screwed." "Who is the B*TCH? Li Yao asked. With a scowl, Jean Xinhua answered, "She is my father's wife." Li Yao frowned. "Why did you kill her?" Jean Xinhua was silent for a long time before she replied, "Because she murdered my mother and sent me to the Pantheon of Demons to be a Saintess." Before Li Yao opened his mouth, Jean Xinhua smiled bitterly and continued. "You may not know this, Elder, but Saintess of the Pantheon of Demons is definitely not a good job. First of all, the girls who are chosen as Saintesses are often around 5. They will be sent to the Pantheon of Demons to receive the harshest training when they are 7 to 8. The elimination rate is quite high. By elimination, I mean death, not being sent home. In the batch I was in, the elimination rate was higher than 70%. Most of the girls were either tortured to death during the harsh training or killed in the everlasting combat among ourselves. In such an environment, every girl is trying their best for survival. If I don't kill you, you might kill me. Of course, I poisoned a lot of people, but I was poisoned multiple times, too, and I would not be living today without luck. Even if you are lucky enough to pass the perilous training and become an intern Saintess, you will have to carry out the dangerous assignments that the Pantheon of Demons issued. There's no need to talk about the outcome of those who fail. Even if you succeed, you might be killed to keep your mouth shut. In other words, the so-called Saintesses are merely just a batch of female assassins and spies that the Pantheon of Demons training. The title is just a decoration for us. Even if you become the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens out of the countless Saintesses of the Pantheon of Demons, you will only end up as a puppet of the 12 demon emperors. You have no real power at all, and you might become a scapegoat at any moment. Li Yao raised his eyebrow. A scapegoat? Exactly, Jean Xinyu sneered. According to legend, the Honorable Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens boasts the capability to communicate with the ancient demon clans. Therefore, whenever a catastrophe takes place in the Blood Demon sector, the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens is sacrificed to satisfy the unknowable gods. After the failure of the Battle of Dawn, a Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens was sacrificed, and the Commander-in-Chief who was the real guilty party only resigned. It was harmless for him after all. When everybody forgets what happened, he will rise to power in a different role. Hee. That be *tch. After she killed my mother, she meant to kill me, too. But because of my father, she was not determined to kill a little kid directly. Therefore, she sent me to the Pantheon of Demons to be a Saintess. She thought that I would be no more trouble for her at all, even if I was lucky enough to not get killed. She thought that I knew nothing about the real reason for my mother's death, and I'd been acting obediently, too, without showing any suspicion. But in secret, I climbed up step by step in the abyss of the Pantheon of Demons and finally crawled out of it, turning into an independent Saintess. After I became a Saintess, I was authorized to recruit my own subordinates and seek the support of those who were loyal to me. I also ran investigations in secret while carrying out the missions of the Pantheon of Demons. Finally, I discovered critical proof. However, the *tch's family is one of the most powerful in the Gold Crow Kingdom, and she was a reasonably good expert, too. I was no match for her at that time. For my revenge, I had to get stronger through whatever methods possible, and in order to get stronger, I had to gain access to a lot of resources. Of course, there were abundant resources that I could get from the Pantheon of Demons, but the *tch would certainly have found out what I was doing. I was left with no option except to steal, to rob, and to trade intelligence for resources. Hee. For several years, I pretended that I was loyal to the *tch and regarded her as my real mother. She even entrusted 2 perilous, clearly ill-intended missions to me, but I completed them immaculately. In the second mission, I was even heavily wounded. Finally, she was more or less convinced. When I finished all the arrangements, she finally noticed that something was up, but it was already too late for her. I killed her without any trouble, but that was not the end of it. Her family was not the only one that was involved in my mother's murder. My father knew a thing or two about it, too, but he simply turned a blind eye to the case. Since the moment my mother was killed, I made up my mind that I would kill all the demons that did her wrong before. I will not be a piece of meat on a chopping block like my mother was. I must climb higher, no matter the cost. Right now, I am a Saintess of the pantheon of demons, but what about the Saintesses? And what about the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens? They are all puppets at the mercy of somebody else, are they not? In the blood demon sector, the pantheon of demons is the heavens, and those who rule over the heavens are the 12 demon emperors. Those below the 12 demon emperors are all ants. I don't want to be an ant anymore, even if it is named Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens. I want to be one of the 12 demon emperors, and even the queen of the entire blood demon sector. I kept all my thoughts to myself and concealed my sharpness. I kept climbing upwards as a saintess in the pantheon of demons. As more and more missions were accomplished smoothly, my father, who had always ignored me, finally noticed me. He thought that my dream was to become the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens. Although I would simply be a puppet, he would still enjoy a lot of benefits if the puppet was fully under his control. Therefore, he devoted a lot of resources to me and began to support me. He also eliminated a lot of my competitors for me. But there is no way that he could have foreseen that my appetite will not be fulfilled just by being the Dark Lady of the Nine Heavens. Hee. However, it seems that I am quite unlucky. A seemingly regular hunting task, as it turned out, has transformed me into a human being for reasons I do not know. Maybe there are more secrets to the mysterious drug that are not to be known by other people. That's why the 4 superpowers are joining their hands to hunt me down. I don't want to admit my failure. I don't. Jean Chinue's face turned red in excitement, and her voice grew higher and higher, forgetting that she was speaking to a horrifying old monster. She clenched her fists and smashed the wall of the cave hard. Broken stones flew everywhere, and bloody wounds appeared on her fingers while hot tears dripped down from the corners of her eyes. She leaned against the wall of the cave helplessly and said frustratedly, "I've kept those words in my heart all this time. Except to my mother in my dreams, I have never told anybody else before. Today, I finally have the chance to speak freely. I can die without regret now. Just as Elder said, we don't stand a chance against the pantheon of demons. Therefore, you might as well tie me up and throw me into the forest. I believe that the Blood Moon Wolf Raiders will find me soon after they smell the scent of my blood. As for you, Elder, I suggest that you do not show yourself any time soon. Since there is no telling how many secrets are linked to the mysterious drug, it is possible that the 4 demon kingdoms will attack you collectively the moment they discover you, and you won't get a chance to explain. Therefore, I strongly suggest that you hold your temper and run as far away as possible. A great war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is drawing near. It's unlikely that the pantheon of demons will deploy a lot of forces to chase after you." After finishing her speech, Jean Chinue took a long breath in relief and closed her eyes in silence. Tears were flowing down her face, and her lips were shivering, as if she had given up everything in hopelessness. Li Yao observed her countenance with great interest for a long time. Suddenly, he started clapping his hands. The brisk applause echoed in the narrow and long cave. Jean Chinue suddenly opened her eyes. Dazed, she asked, "Elder, what are you? Your acting skills are not half bad." "It was natural and flawless." Li Yao complimented sincerely. "Even I was tricked by you without me knowing it and believed 10% of what you just said." Jean Chinue was stunned. "Which 10%? "The 10% where you said that you would climb upwards whatever the cost with the goal of becoming the queen of the Blood Demon sector," Li Yao replied. There were a few tears on Jean Chinue's eyelashes. She asked, not entirely satisfied, "What about the other 90%? "I understand the 90% in the following way," Li Yao said casually. "Firstly, you seem to be outspoken enough to tell me your miserable childhood, but it was partly meant to win my sympathy and partly to highlight my importance to you, which is apparently even higher than your father's and equal to your deceased mother's. For a lone man who has just woken up from a prolonged hibernation, I might grow slightly protective of you, mightn't I?" Secondly, you exaggerated the invincibility of the pantheon of demons on purpose. You said that, below the 12 demon emperors are but ants ostensibly for yourself but in fact for me to hear. You naturally knew that I would not be happy being below anybody and being regarded as an ant. You pointed it out on purpose so that I would realize the immitigable conflict between me and the pantheon of demons. At the end of your speech, you said that there were more secrets to the mysterious drug and even asked me to run as far away as possible. It is clear that you were implying that I would not get away in any case now that I am already involved. The pantheon of demons will not let go of me even if I do not want to be its enemy. Vast as the blood demon sector might be, every place is under the 12 demon emperors' control. Where exactly can I run? Oh, right. You also mentioned that a great war between the blood demon sector and the heaven's origin sector is drawing near. In other words, you were telling me that, despite the pantheon of demons' capability, their greatest enemy is the heaven's origin sector, and they are bound to show loopholes when they were fighting a strong enemy. I should seize the opportunity and counterattack the pantheon of demons, shouldn't I? You appeared to be telling me your miserable experiences sincerely, but in fact, your every word was reminding me that there is an irreconcilable disagreement between me and the pantheon of demons. Even if I do not want to piss the pantheon of demons off, I will not be able to get away. Since the great war between the blood demon sector and the heaven's origin sector is coming close, it is the best chance for me to curb the enemy before I am curbed. Otherwise, when everything was settled, I won't stand any chance to reverse the situation at all. However, if I really make up my mind to fight against the pantheon of demons, I will naturally need the help of you, a Saintess of the pantheon of demons who knows the details of the pantheon of demons. I did not misunderstand what you meant, did I? You are truly wise. There was not the slightest fear or embarrassment on Jean Xinyue's face, at least none that Li Yao could tell. She kneeled down obediently and said with respect, "Elder, you are wise enough to distinguish the meaning between my lines so quickly. I was wondering how I should explain it to you. In fact, for normal beginning-level demons, it is not a bad idea to be recruited by the pantheon of demons, but your capability and spirits resemble those of a dragon soaring in the high sky. How can you be trapped in a small pond? An unparalleled expert such as Elder has every reason to be the master of the blood demon sector, no, the blood demon sector and the heaven's origin sector. Therefore, the contradiction between Elder and the pantheon of demons is definitely unresolvable. I don't think you need me to point it out for you, Elder. As I recall, your words were different before you found out that you were being hunted by the Gold Crow Kingdom, Li Yao said coldly. At that time, I thought that I could return to the Gold Crow Kingdom and gather a lot of secret arts and files on genes for you, Elder, and I certainly did not want you to have conflict with the pantheon of demons so quickly, Jean Xinyue replied unhurriedly. But now, the situation has changed. It is only reasonable that I think of new plans. Although you must have thought everything through with your wisdom, I think I can be of assistance to you if I can help you analyze the mess and save a few brain cells for you, Elder. Li Yao scoffed. However, why do I feel that you are manipulating me? Jean Xinyue hesitated and said, I want to say that I am not manipulating you for my own survival at all, but I believe that it would be an insult to your wisdom if I claimed that I am purely admiring your charisma. It is the instinct of every creature to struggle for survival. Right now, every other avenue of escape is a dead end, and I can only clutch one of your leg hairs hard, hoping that you can pull me out of the hell when you soar into the sky and dominate the world. It is quite understandable, isn't it? Seeing that the woman was so blatantly shameless, Li Yao was rendered speechless. He was not willing to play the word game any longer. Pondering for a long time, he raised his eyebrow and asked, in your opinion, can we fight against the pantheon of demons with just the two of us? Without even blinking, Jean Xinyue said quickly, with your unparalleled wisdom and strength, the pantheon of demons would disappear as long as you flicked your little finger at them. However, we don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. You don't have to do such things personally, Elder. After all, the greatest threat for the pantheon of demons is not us. Cold brilliance suddenly flashed in his eyes, as if he were angry. He said coldly, "Are you referring to the Heaven's Origin sector? You want me to cooperate with human beings?" He. That's right. I almost forget that you look like a pure human being from your head to your toe now. It is only reasonable that you want to join hands with human beings of the Heaven's Origin sector. Jean Xinhue hurried to kneel down and shook her head. Cooperation can only be established on equal terms. Right now, I am all by myself. If I go to cooperate with the Heaven's Origin sector, I will simply be feeding myself to the human beings. Also, with your identity, it is difficult for you to win the Heaven's Origin sector's trust, Elder. What I referred to was the Blade of Chaos. Li Yao thought quickly and said, "Go on." Jean Xinhue coughed slightly and continued. The Blade of Chaos seems to have suffered a major strike. However, the body of a bug can still move even if it is killed. Such a large organization cannot be eliminated so easily. The Blade of Chaos has reached every social class of the Blood Demon sector in its hundreds of years of lurking in the darkness. Right now, we have only chopped its tentacles and limbs at best. We do not even know where its heart is. As you know, Elder, after the Blade of Chaos started the Riot of Bloody Blade and occupied Bone Sand City in the north, the rebels stayed there and sabotaged the city, giving the coalition army of the demon race plenty of time to mobilize and annihilate all of them. At first, I thought that the Blade of Chaos was simply made of a bunch of mobs who did not know what to do after they took over a major city. But from a different perspective, what if their target had always been the mysterious drug that could turn a demon into a human being? Li Yao's eyes were slightly enlarged. Huh. Suppose that the Blade of Chaos learned a long time ago that Elder Nether Spring had a secret laboratory in Bone Sand City and invented a mysterious drug that could change the world, Jean Xinhue said. Therefore, they initiated the Riot of Bloody Riot, and their real reason for occupying Bone Sand City was to search for said drug. If that's the case, it is easy to understand why they stayed in and sabotaged the city. That is because they were digging pits in every household in search of Elder Nether Spring's laboratory and the mysterious drug. If so, the secrets behind the drug must be more appalling than we imagined. Elder Nether Spring hunted them down without caring for the cost. If so, other than Elder Nether Spring and the Four Kingdoms, the Blade of Chaos should be looking for the mysterious drug, too. Right now, the mysterious drug has been absorbed by me and has led to the unbelievable changes inside my body. Therefore, I think that I might be a rather valuable bargaining chip right now. We can use me to initiate dealings with the Blade of Chaos. Li Yao thought for a moment and nodded. You do have a point, but where are we going to find the Blade of Chaos? The entire Blood Demon sector is suppressing the rebellions right now. Members of the Blade of Chaos must be living in anxiety and will not show up easily in case they are captured. Cunningness suddenly beamed out of Jean Xinyue's eyes, as she smiled and said, "I happened upon a piece of ungrounded intelligence before, which was the location of a secret bureau, if not the headquarters, of the Blade of Chaos." Li Yao was dazed for a moment. You knew where the Blade of Chaos was headquartered, and you kept such important information to yourself instead of reporting it to the Pantheon of Demons? Jean Xinhue laughed drily. What benefits can I get by reporting it to the Pantheon of Demons? I might as well hide the information first and trade it for something more valuable when necessary, say, right now, in order to make best use of the information. Li Yao stared at her. It can't be helped, Jean Xinhue said frankly. If you want to live, and live well, in the Blood Demon sector, you must grasp a few secrets that other people do not know about. Then, where is the secret bureau of the Blade of Chaos? Li Yao asked calmly. Void Turmoil City. Li Yao chewed on the name and vaguely sensed the stink of blood. He remembered hearing the name when he was back in the Dry Leaf Village. Void Turmoil City is an independent city and does not belong to the four most powerful demon kingdoms, Jean Xinhua said. It is perhaps the most dangerous, disorderly, and lawless place in the entire blood demon sector. It wouldn't be exaggerating to call the city a cancer of the blood demon sector. Li Yao found it amusing. And the pantheon of demons simply tolerates the existence of such a cancer? That's because Fire Ant King, master of Void Turmoil City, is a middle-level demon emperor with tremendous strength, Jean Xinhua explained. The Fire Ant King is a weirdo in the demon emperors. His strength and background are on par with those of quite a few of the 12 demon emperors, but he has never shown any intention of competing for the place of the 12 demon emperors. He simply occupied the Void Turmoil Peninsula and established his own city, declaring that he would not attack anybody as long as he was not attacked. After Void Turmoil City was established, the most brutal demons of the blood demon sector were immediately attracted to it. Many of them had committed felonies in the community that they belonged to or were those who failed in the struggle for power. They did not want to be sent to the Heaven's Origin sector for suicidal missions and therefore fled to Void Turmoil City. As long as they entered the territory of Void Turmoil City, the Fire Ant King would treat and shelter them equally. As time went on, the most brutal and merciless demons gathered around the Fire Ant King. With his invincible forces, other demons do not dare mess with him easily anymore. Unlike his forces, the Fire Ant King is the opposite of reckless. In fact, he is extremely smart. His Void Turmoil City mainly has two businesses. Firstly, to capture and refine the chaotic blood demons. The chaotic blood demons are despised by all other demons. They often live in remote regions of the blood demon sector, too. After generations of life in the wilderness, they have become disobedient and uneducable. Therefore, the Fire Ant King sends out slave-catching teams to capture the chaotic blood demons in the far-flung areas of the blood demon sector. All the prey is brought back to Void Turmoil City for refinement. They are either bred into loyal slaves or fearless cannon fodder. Some of them even became gladiators who are made to fight each other for the entertainment of high-level demons. After the refinement, he sells the slaves, soldiers, and gladiators to high-level demons to be their pets, tools, and weapons. Through such a business, not only has the Fire Ant King earned a fortune, he has also made friends with the leadership of various tribes. After he first started, he quickly became the biggest hunter of chaotic blood demons and slave owner of the blood demon sector. The Fire Ant King provides slaves for the high-level demons with a neutral attitude, showing that he is interested in only money and nothing else. Why would anybody come to piss off such a peaceful demon emperor? Around the Battle of Dawn, the demand for cannon fodder soared. The Fire Ant King was much more efficient in producing cannon fodder than the major demon kingdoms were. He was a noble guest of the demon kings, who would only greet him warmly when he dropped by. Did they have any reason to provoke him? The Fire Ant King's second business is the refinement of various kinds of demonic plants. The Fire Ant King possesses secret arts that can refine the demonic plants and extract the narcotic and berserker drugs from the demonic plants. The drugs are very important military assets. Many ignorant demons, especially the herbivores, are weak and do not have aggressive instincts. They require the narcotic and berserker drugs to put them in illusions where their family is being butchered by human beings. That's the only way to trigger their bloodthirst and motivate them to fight. The demonic plants and slaughtering drugs that the Fire Ant King produces are very effective. Such a business has brought him wealth and the friendship of the major demon kingdoms, too. His Void Turmoil City, thus, became a unique place in the blood demon sector. More importantly, the Fire Ant King and Elder Nether Spring are blood brothers who share the same mother. Li Yao was dazed. What? According to the custom of the demon race, if two brothers of the same family are both experts, intense conflicts are inevitable for the control of the family and family businesses, Jean Xinhua said. However, years ago, the Fire Ant King bowed out of the competition of his own accord and left the Nether Spring Kingdom. He basically gave the entire Nether Spring Kingdom to Elder Nether Spring and established his businesses on his own. Moreover, when Elder Nether Spring was competing with other brothers, the Fire Ant King offered a lot of help so that Elder Nether Spring gradually grasped the entire insect clan. As a result, whether because Elder Nether Spring bore the favor that the Fire Ant King did to him in mind or because he was meaning to further count on his brother's strength, it was difficult for him to turn against the Fire Ant King. Right now, the Fire Ant King has the support of Elder Nether Spring in the pantheon of demons, countless brutal demons as his subordinates, and sources of wealth that exceed the revenue streams of major demon kingdoms. He is also a strong middle-level demon emperor. Who is bold enough to ask for his trouble? Li Yao thought for a moment and said, according to your story, the Fire Ant King made the first pot of gold by hunting the chaotic blood demons, and Void Turmoil City is a huge factory that produces bettered chaotic blood demons. Then, isn't it the most dangerous place for the chaotic blood demons? You're right, Elder. Jin Xinhue smiled and said, this is a hint of the smartness of the Blade of Chaos. The most dangerous place is perhaps the safest place. Right now, the entire Blood Demon sector is searching for the members of the Blade of Chaos and their bureaus. But nobody would expect that the most important secret bureau of the Blade of Chaos is right inside Void Turmoil City below the Fire Ant King's nose. Understood. Li Yao thought quickly. The mental devil quickly released almost 100 sordid, ill-intended ideas inside his brain. He made up his mind and said, it seems that we must pay a trip to Void Turmoil City to look for the headquarters of the Blade of Chaos, explore all of the secrets of the mysterious drug, and even, pausing for a moment, Li Yao scratched his bulging left temple and said calmly, meet this Fire Ant King. Half a month later, 10,000 kilometers to the north of the 100 Desolation Mountain, in a boundless red desert, a team of demon beasts was rushing at an amazingly high speed. The demon beasts were all enormous in size. They were more than 100 meters both in length and in width. The membranes all over their bodies bulged out, with pinky gas filled inside that made them look like balloons that were stitched together. The gas stored inside the airbags was lighter than air, which made the beasts drift and fly in midair freely. Such demon beasts were known as land whales. Their prototype was the commonly seen giant sandworms in the deserts of the Blood Demon sector. The experts of the demon race refined and altered their genes over hundreds of years unceasingly. Finally, they developed airbags that were similar to the swimming bladder and could generate an exceedingly light gas naturally inside the body. Below the body of the land whales were 6 rows of spurts that evolved from cloacae, which could alter the direction of the beasts by spurting feeble air currents. In the meantime, soft tentacles almost 100 meters long were growing on the 2 sides and the back of the land whales' bodies. While grabbing the insects inside the desert, the tentacles could change the direction of the beast like paddles, accelerate and decelerate, and even hold down the passengers or goods. Because their speed was high, and they were not picky about food, land whales had gradually become the most commonly seen vehicles of the Blood Demon sector across many territories. The team of land whales had almost 100 of them in total and stretched over dozens of kilometers long. The spurting air currents blew the red sand into the sky, as if a thick crimson dragon were rushing on the ground. On the back of every land whale was dozens of densely distributed cabins whose edges were embedded with giant iron rings that were tied to the tentacles of the land whales tightly. A lot of holes had been left on the wall of the giant cabins, from which screams and moans could vaguely be heard. This was a slave-catching team that was returning with full loads. In the riot of Bloody Blade, a large batch of black blood demons and chaotic blood demons rebelled, and the fire of insurrection burned throughout the entire Blood Demon sector. While the leaders of the demon kingdoms were having a headache, it was a golden time for Void Turmoil City to take the advantage. Before, the chaotic blood demons could not be captured randomly, however lowly they were. A lot of excuses had to be made up first. But now, it was much more convenient. With a claim that the victims were the accomplices of the Blade of Chaos, they were able to capture the chaotic blood demons that were scattered in every corner of the Blood Demon sector. With the war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector coming near, the demand on cannon fodder had soared. The bloody road leading to Void Turmoil City was always brimming with vehicles and screams. The cabins on the back of every land whale had been fully packed. However, the slave catchers were apparently quite experienced. They had divided the cabins with iron gauze. Although it was crammed, a minimum zone of activity was maintained so that the chaotic blood demons captured would not be killed on a large scale. Inside one of the cabins at the rear of the team of demon beasts, Li Yao and Jin Xinyue were locked in the same prison cell. Different from the other chaotic blood demons who were simmering, they both lowered their heads lethargically, trying their best to hide the brilliance shining in their eyes. Their current appearance was vastly different from half a month ago. Li Yao had changed the distribution and direction of his muscles, turning himself into a tough, muscular man. His left arm was now covered in a layer of vague scales. His forearms were sharp but had the features of lions and tigers, too. At first glance, he was just a random, simple-minded chaotic blood demon. Jin Xinyue had her own secret techniques for disguise. She was now dark and slender. Her eyes became two lines like those of a reptile, and her tongue was narrow and long like that of a snake, hissing every now and then. She was an out-and-out ugly snake right now. However hardly Yao observed, he did not find any discrepancies in her appearance. He could not help but feel amazed. They did not have a choice to pretend to chaotic blood demons. Although Void Turmoil City was a chaotic, lawless place, the Fire Ant King was a top-tier expert of the Blood Demon sector. The city seemingly was operated in the open but in a very strict way. It was not difficult for them to enter Void Turmoil City, but it was quite a different matter if they did not want to raise anybody's attention. The Four Kingdoms were apparently still searching for the two of them. Both of their identities had to be kept a secret right now, and disguises were mandatory. Of the different types of demons, the Black Blood Demons and the Bronze Blood Demons were too different from normal human beings. No matter how Li Yao changed his body, he could not turn himself into a giant mantis crouching on the ground or change his legs into a tail. The Silver Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons were the most similar to human beings in appearance, and it was easier for them to pretend. However, the Silver Blood Demons were all nobles. Every Silver Blood Demon had a unique appearance, identity, and familial background. Their identity would immediately be exposed if somebody stopped and questioned them. Jin Xinyue had prepared a lot of fake identities before, but she was not sure that those identities were still confidential right now. After careful consideration, they could only pretend to be chaotic blood demons to sneak into Void Turmoil City. After fleeing from the 100 Desolation Mountain while covering their tracks, they lay low during the day and moved northwards at night, marching toward Void Turmoil City. The deeper they got to the north, the more they could feel the influence of the Riot of Bloody Blade on the Blood Demon sector. The poor villages that they passed had almost all been demolished. The towns of Chaotic Blood Demons and Black Blood Demons were involved in the insurrection. They had either joined the Riot of Bloody Blade with their entire town or were regarded as accomplices of the Blade of Chaos and executed later. While they were traveling in the mountains, they ran into a lot of groups of Chaotic Blood Demons and Black Blood Demons who had mostly fled to the mountains to avoid the fire of war. Naturally, some of the remnants of the Blade of Chaos might have been hiding among them, but most of them were innocent civilians. However, when the army of the Four Kingdoms and the slave-catching teams of Void Turmoil City came, they simply captured all the demons without distinguishing who they were at all. The victims either ended up being another accomplishment of the magnificent silver-blooded generals or would become cannon fodder in the war soon to come. Under such circumstances, a lot of displaced low-level demons had been mixed together. Most of them were ignorant and faltering, unable to talk about their origins clearly. Some of them were even wild demons who had lived in the unhabituated forests. It was an utter mess. Identifying every low-level demon clearly was simply an impossible task. Also, the slave-catching teams from Void Turmoil City were not interested in identifying the prey at all. After all, in their eyes, those demons were nothing but slaves and cannon fodder. Who would care what slaves and cannon fodder used to be? Li Yao and Jin Xinyue tailed a slave-catching team for 3 days and 3 nights to make sure that it was from Void Turmoil City. Then, everything was simple. They disguised themselves and snuck into a group of refugees that was right in the way of said slave-catching team. They were captured by the slave-catching team smoothly as planned. However, it was not as smooth as it should have been. As the trip continued, Li Yao found it harder and harder to keep his mind stable and to contain his fury. The mental devil had expanded significantly, too. Wah! 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 In the upper prison cell of the same cabin, a baby of the chaotic blood demons was crying loudly. The sound was piercing Li Yao's eardrums brutally like iron needles. The chaotic blood demons were generally alike to human beings, and it was hardly possible to find the features of demons on the babies of the chaotic blood demons at all. They looked exactly like plump human infants and would not reveal the features of demons until they were 2 or 3. During the long journey, Li Yao witnessed the demons who were almost identical to humans being bullied and tortured by the hideous black blood demons and the bronze blood demons. His outrage was inevitable. If the Heaven's Origin sector is really swallowed by the Blood Demon sector one day, this will be the outcome for all the citizens of the Star Glory Federation, won't it? The thought burned furiously inside Li Yao's brain and formed what seemed to be a crimson lotus on which the mental devil was sitting in relaxation and observing everything coldly. Voila! Right then, the tentacles of the land whale in front of Li Yao suddenly crumbled. A cabin fell from its back and broke apart. Countless black blood demons immediately jumped out and dispersed in a hurry to run away. Those black blood demons all looked repulsive. They seemed to be enormous beetles, and they were emanating a stinky smell and ear-splitting shrieks. They apparently had a lot of strength. The iron gauze that carried feeble electric currents was torn into pieces after they struggled for a moment. Li Yao observed the situation through the ventilation tubes in secret. He heard that a few demons nearby were shouting that the dosage of narcotic drugs was not enough. In a moment, dozens of brawny demons lunged close, carrying long rods that were almost 3 meters long and had tentacles that looked like electric eels. Electric arcs were spluttering as they drove the dispersing black blood demons back to where they should have been. A black blood demon that looked like a mantis happened to be passing the land whale that Li Yao was on. He was tied up by a few electric whips and finally dragged back. His blade limbs left 8 deep ravines in the red desert, which looked like 8 bloody wounds. Maybe it was only his imagination, but Li Yao felt that he saw fury, sadness, pain, and desperation, everything that could be seen in a human, in the crimson eyes of the demon. Pooh! Pooh! The slave-catching team sprayed a huge amount of pink venomous gas at the black blood demons. In the middle of the spreading venomous gas, the brightness inside the eyes of the black blood demons gradually disappeared before they collapsed to the ground one by one and were stuffed into new cabins. Do the black blood demons have to be refined, too? Li Yao asked Jin Xinyue in a low voice. Of course they do, Jin Xinyue replied. The black blood demons are deemed as producers in the 4 pillars system. Most of the black blood demons only have the genes of the herbivores. They are not aggressive by nature. Even the hideous-looking insects mostly feed on plants and grass. They will not attack other creatures promptly without a cause. How can they form fearless beast tides to fight against human beings without being refined? Li Yao was dazed for a moment. He had never considered the question from such a perspective before. On second thought, it did seem a bit odd. In nature, the number of creatures at the lower level of the food chain was often more than 10 times larger than that of the creatures at a higher level. More specifically speaking, there should have been over 10 times more herbivores than carnivores. Even the insects that seemed repulsive mostly fed upon the juices of flowers and grass. Only a tiny proportion of them would prey on other insects. Those herbivores naturally were not very aggressive, so why did they turn into monsters who knew nothing except slaughtering after they evolved into demons? Jean Chinue chuckled and said in a mosquito-like voice, "In fact, it's been almost 10,000 years since the narcotic drugs were first employed in the demon race. Generally speaking, the narcotic drugs cooperate with legends and tales. The speaker will preach on the glorious history of the demon race in the beginning. Then, they will talk about the magnificence of the final war. In the end, they will describe how sacred and everlasting the real pantheon of demons, where all demons will be bathed in eternal happiness, is. After the propaganda, the narcotic drugs are released. Together with secret arts, the demons become delirious and see all kinds of hallucinations, the ancient demons building the entire universe, themselves fighting a hot-blooded battle in the final war, or everybody enjoying the eternal happiness after ascending to the splendid pantheon of demons. In the classics of the demon race, such a ceremony is known as Séance. If the circumstances allow, most high-level demons are educated from a young age through daily séances. Naturally, when they grow up, they will have absolutely no doubt about theories of obliteration, rebirth, and immortality of the pantheon of demons. However, most of the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons are born in underdeveloped areas that are not embraced by the illuminations of the pantheon of demons. With a great war coming close, there is no time to refine them slowly. So, it is only necessary to ship them to Void Turmoil City and speed them up with the Fire Ant King's secret arts. Li Yao could tell that there was contempt in her tone. He thought of something and asked, "You don't believe in theories?" Jean Chinue chuckled and said, "I can believe them as long as there are enough benefits." While the two of them were whispering to each other, the team moved forward again. After another hour of rushing, they reached the end of the continent, and a surging black ocean appeared on the horizon. An enormous peninsula extended out of the continent like a sharp fang and pierced deep into the ocean. In the sky above the peninsula, the electromagnetic field and the spiritual energy were both disordered, forming what seemed to be a colorful swirl that was partially surrounded by a weird dark cloud. Thunder was echoing every once in a while, and dazzling lightning was running down. But the other half side of the sky was sunny, and the scorching sunlight stabbed deep into the earth like glamorous blades. Li Yao looked afar and noticed very out-of-place mountain. The mountain was riddled with holes everywhere. However, when Li Yao observed more carefully, he discovered that overlapping skyscrapers that congregated into an enormous metropolis. Void Turmoil City is here. Li Yao was greatly refreshed. This was the first time he had ever observed a big city of the Blood Demon sector at a close distance. Naturally, he would not miss a single detail. On the red earth leading to the peninsula, a broad road paved by grey rocks gradually appeared. Two huge statues were standing on either side of the road. They were pure white and flawless. There was no sign of joints at all. Each statue seemed to be carved out of a single piece of jade. Of the two statues, the first one was a man and a woman who had human heads and snake bodies. Their snake bodies were interweaved into a perfect double helix. With a closer look, one would notice that endless scriptures had been engraved on every scale of the snake bodies. Complicated information seemed to have been stored on them. Although they were not wearing anything and their skin was touching, the male and the female were solemn and gave absolutely no lecherous feelings. On the contrary, they imposed the urge to kneel down and worship them upon anybody who saw them. The other statue was a magnificent warrior with 3 legs and 6 arms. Enormous horns protruded out of the temples of the statue and pointed at the sky. Although they were made of white jade, the statues seemed to be alive and releasing an overwhelming aura to all directions incessantly, making anybody who looked at them feel impatient and the passion of killing. The two statues are both powerful magical equipment. The mental devil suddenly spoke in his head. Especially the statue that represents slaughtering and fighting. It boasts enticing glamour that can increase one's killing intent by 10 times without them knowing. Interesting. Very interesting. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. The two statues must have been the ancient demons in the legends, but who built them exactly? The demon beast empire had ruled over the Sea of Stars for 30,000 years. Although they were known as demons, they actually passed on the language, culture, and system of mankind. How many secrets had been buried during the 30,000 years? It was indeed intriguing. The team of land whales passed through the gate made of the two enormous statues and officially entered the territory of Void Turmoil City. On the two sides of the road were dense gardens that were colorful and quite beautiful when looked at from afar. However, when Li Yao enhanced his vision and observed more carefully by adjusting his pupils and his crystalline lens, he discovered that the plants inside the gardens were quite weird. They looked like tentacles extending from the underground and pointing at the sky. Every tentacle was packed with dense sucking discs that were emitting mysterious fluorescence. Together with the spores that surrounded them, the plants gave a frightening sense of beauty. At the tip of the tentacles was an enormous ball bag that looked like a dandelion magnified countless times. It was quite puffy and drifting like a balloon. In the breeze, the thousands of devilish tentacles were dancing along the wind. They looked like a heavily polluted cesspit. Anybody who saw them would feel their blood freezing. Right then, dozens of giant eagles flew close in the sky, with the tamers sitting in the seats that were tied on their back with harnesses. The eagles were snatching animals such as lambs and calves. When they reached the location, they simply released the animals into the weird gardens. In a moment, ear-splitting hissing sounds filled the gardens. All the tentacles were waving crazily as if they had just been charged with electricity. Every sucking disc was wide open, revealing vicious grinding organs. The lambs and the calves were all torn apart and absorbed in, only to be entirely devoured within a breath without the slightest trace of their bones left. While Li Yao was amazed, one of the eagles seemed to become the target for one of the tentacles because of its low altitude. The tentacle constricted violently like a spring before it suddenly jerked up and dashed almost 100 meters into the sky, snatching the claw of the eagle and dragging it down by force. The eagle struggled hard and even tore off the claw in its panic. But there was no time. At this moment, the eagle was only around 70 meters from the ground. Almost 20 tentacles sprinted out and immediately tied the eagle up without leaving any gaps. Both the eagle and the tamer did not even have time to scream before they turned into a cluster of bloody mist, eaten up by the greedy predators. The tentacles that had enjoyed their food grew even more eye-catching than before. The ball bags at the top expanded, too, a colorful mist that drifted into the sky. They are ghost flowers. They have to be fed with fresh meat and blood every day. When they mature, the liquids secreted from the ball bags become the best ingredients to produce the narcotic drugs, Jean Xinhua explained. Void Turmoil City is at the center of the electromagnetic swirl of the blood demon sector. The climate is very unstable. It is unfavorable for all kinds of plants. Therefore, it was never developed before. But the Fire Ant King somehow discovered that the area is particularly suitable to develop the narcotic and the berserker plants. When he first established his city in this place, many demons mocked him, but after his endeavor proved to be a success, nobody dared to laugh at him anymore. Deep in thought, Li Yao looked further ahead. Around Void Turmoil City, across the entire peninsula, there were gardens and breeding bases everywhere. Other than the brutal and hungry ghost flowers, Li Yao also saw another 1,000 or so bizarre-shaped plants. The dragon hunter grass that lurked in the soil and suddenly dashed out to hunt, the thorny flower, that looked like holothurian on land with thorns all over its body and could fire deadly acid, the rainbow umbrella, that had a thin fragrance that could cast the victims into frenzy without them knowing. Those plants were both the ingredients to refine all kinds of drugs and the best guards of Void Turmoil City because of their aggressiveness and their hallucinogenic effects. Li Yao pondered hard about how he could have snuck into Void Turmoil City through the gardens that covered dozens of square kilometers if he was not pretending to be a chaotic blood demon. After considering for a long time, he was not confident that he would have been able to at all. He could help not but grow wary of the Fire Ant King, the master of Void Turmoil City. Passing through an area of black vines that soared up into the sky, they entered the downtown area of Void Turmoil City. Li Yao's first impression on the city was disorderly and barbaric. Although there were skyscrapers in the city, too, they were not made of rebar and cement but constructed by hollow weird, giant trees. Those giant trees were hundreds of meters in diameter. Not only were the hollowed trunks the best zone for activity, the branches stretching in various directions also interweaved into the best channels in the air, too. According to Jin Xinyue, even the roots of the trees deep below the ground were all important means of transportation. Countless demons often came and went between the roots of different trees. It was quite convenient. Such giant tree buildings, although hollowed, were not dead yet but still growing at a very slowly speed. Like the demon beasts, they were the products of generations of genetic modification and refinement, too. Li Yao saw that many demons strode out of the neatly made tree holes proudly. When they reached the end of the branches, many flying demon beasts would immediately fly to them and carry them to their destinations in Void Turmoil City. There was apparently order in the seemingly messy city. Despite the odd appearance of the city and the citizens, Li Yao felt that they were actually no different from their counterparts in the Star Glory Federation. All the brutal bandits of the Blood Demon sector had gathered in Void Turmoil City. Due to their different living habits, the city was divided into almost 10 districts whose environments were different from each other. The team of the land whales passed through the Forest District, the Swamp District, the Neve District, and the Desert District. Some of the districts were divided by high mountains and waterfalls, while some others were blocked by man-made rune arrays. It was told that there was an enormous undersea district at the end of the peninsula that was specially designed for the Sea Clan. Seeing that almost 1 million different kinds of demons were living in the same city peacefully, the more fashionable of whom were even driving shuttles from the Heaven's Origin sector instead of riding eagles or other flying demon beasts, even Li Yao was dazzled and quite amazed. Very soon, after a prolonged shriek, the land whales spurted bright green gas up into the sky. The full airbags around their body were clearly emptied as they gradually lowered their altitude and velocity. In the front was an enormous square made of black rocks, which was the center of Void Turmoil City. Jin Xinyue whispered to him, "We are about to arrive at the 4 Pillars Square of Void Turmoil City. All newly captured black blood demons and chaotic blood demons are gathered and screened in the 4 Pillars Square first. The docile and weak ones can be refined into servants and maids, the not-so-strong ones can be refined into slaves for mining and tending to the demonic plants, the strong ones can be refined into soldiers for the war to come. As for the exceptionally strong and yet impetuous ones, they are the unstable factor among the slaves, and they will be sent into the arena to become gladiators. The biggest arena in Void Turmoil City is known as Skeleton Island. It is in the top tier, even taking all the arenas of the Blood Demon sector into account. That's our target. Before, in order to trade for intelligence, I've been to Void Turmoil City several times and observed the combat of the gladiators on the Skeleton Island. They were indeed marvelous, blood-freezing games. I once saw a black blood demon being ripped apart by a demon beast and losing his left arm and the majority of his heart. It was clear that there was no way that he could survive. The staff on the Skeleton Island tossed him into the 1,000 Corpse Abyss to get rid of him. The 1,000 Corpse Abyss is a natural cave deep inside the Skeleton Island. At the bottom of the cave, countless ferocious demon beasts are locked up. Whenever a dead body falls down, they will immediately be devoured by the demon beasts. There won't even be scraps of their bones left. Nobody can survive their attack. The Black Blood Demon was using a special combat skill named 100 Soft Killing, which aroused my interest and gave me some enlightenment. He left a deep impression on me, and there was no way that I would mistake somebody else for him. He was clearly dead, but during the Riot of Bloody Blade, I ran into the Black Blood Demon by accident again. Although his appearance was slightly different and his combat style had changed, I had a very familiar feeling. Then, as I expected, he performed the 100 Soft Killing at the perilous moment when I tested him, with exactly the same form as before. Therefore, I am certain that he was the gladiator who should have been killed on the Skeleton Island. But right now, he has turned into a member of the Blade of Chaos, and even a captain in it, with a higher capability than before. I felt that something was greatly wrong. Therefore, I did not ask for any of my subordinates' help and captured the Black Blood Demon in secret by myself, hoping to elicit the information from him. His tongue was rather tough, and he didn't give me much valuable information. But there was indeed a faint scar resulting from tearing on the joint of his left arm and his shoulder blade. The entire left arm seemed to be sewed back to his body after the accident. His heart was quite weird, too. It displayed the features of two different kinds of demons at the same time. I was pretty sure that he was an out-and-out Black Blood Demon in the beginning. How could his heart show the features of two types of demons? It was this incident that made me grow more and more suspicious about the Blade of Chaos. I investigated in secret and got more and more involved. Later, by accident, I discovered Elder Netherspring's uncanny attitude toward the Blade of Chaos. I dug deeper into it, and you know the rest. Based on the few words of the Black Blood Demon and the proof that I grasped, Skeleton Island is very likely an important bureau of the Blade of Chaos, and there is something seriously wrong with Yuchi-Ba, the boss of the Skeleton Island. On the surface, the Skeleton Island is a cruel arena, but in fact, it is probably the boot camp to select the elite warriors for the Blade of Chaos. But whether or not it is the case will require your thorough investigation or even a personal chit-chat with Yuchi-Ba. On their trip, Jean Shinue had explained the whole plan multiple times. However, she was still scared that the unpredictable old monster would prefer the straightforward method. She repeated without getting bored, "I know that, with Elder's capability, you can rage inside Void Turmoil City and find Yuchi-Ba directly. However, Yuchi-Ba is extremely prudent, and he brings a lot of bodyguards wherever he goes. He rarely shows up by himself. If his Skeleton Island is really the boot camp of the Blade of Chaos, his valiance and wisdom must be extremely impressive, too, considering that the Fire Ant King is right next to him. Right now, the Blade of Chaos is being struck heavily, and it is the most perilous moment for him. Will he acknowledge his identity if you pay an unannounced visit to him? More importantly, we don't know whether or not there are the spies of the Fire Ant King and even Elder Netherspring around Yuchi-Ba. It will be a disaster if we alarm them and expose the secrets of the Skeleton Island and Yuchi-Ba. Therefore, I'm afraid that Elder must sneak into the Skeleton Island in order to approach Yuchi-Ba. According to the tradition of the Skeleton Island, if a gladiator can survive 5 battles on the island, they will be invited to meet Yuchi-Ba and regain their freedom. Yuchi-Ba will refer them to high-level demons as killers, assassins, or bodyguards. I assume that they are probably the spies that Yuchi-Ba sends out. Since those killers, assassins, and bodyguards are around the high-level demons, it is only natural that they can provide a constant, accurate stream of intelligence for the Blade of Chaos. The battles on the Skeleton Island are quite cruel, and it is nigh on impossible for normal gladiators to pass 5 of them, but with Elder's capability, it should be as easy as pie. I believe that you will be able to approach Yuchi-Ba and find out what exactly he is up to very soon, Elder. As for me, I have turned into a human being right now. Although I can pretend to be Chaotic Blood Demon, my real identity will certainly be revealed should I engage in combat. Therefore, I'm afraid that I cannot enter the Skeleton Island with you, Elder, but I will spend the time while you are inside gathering the latest intelligence here. This is about the whole plan. Do you have any suggestions, Elder? Li Yao slightly nodded. He was not really a disobedient brutal demon from 40,000 years ago. Such stealth and infiltration operations were what he was best at. Naturally, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. On his way here, Li Yao had been observing the slave-catching team of Void Turmoil City, too. The slave-catchers were all tough, well-trained demons who were mostly above the level of demon general. They were adept at combat in all terrains, and they could even spot the demons who were lurking in crevices. If compared to the army of the Star Glory Federation, those slave-catchers were definitely elite special forces. The slave-catchers who were sent out on regular missions were already so strong. How awesome would the real elites around the Fire Ant King be? Besides, the Fire Ant King was a middle-level demon emperor who was adept at refining narcotic and berserker plants. He must have prepared a lot of drugs to boost his combat ability. There was no telling how terrifying his strength would be in a real battlefield at all. According to Li Yao's calculations, if he triggered the full strength of the superlative height of the core formation stage, with the enhancement of the mystic skeleton battle suit, he was naturally not scared of the Fire Ant King. However, without resorting to his capability as a cultivator in his crystal suit, it would be troublesome for him to fight against the Fire Ant King just based on the primeval force that he had only been practicing for half a month. It was like two soldiers of similar physical strength, one with professional combat training and the other knowing nothing about it, engaged in a fight. The winner of the battle would be obvious. Chi! The land whales were all spurting out air currents from the top of their heads, wreathing the spacious square in a faint fog. The tentacles of the land whales interweaved with each other slowly into a web that led to the ground. Get down now! Get down now! All the cabins were opened. The slave catchers drove the prey away from the vehicles rudely, waving their electric whips. Rows of guards in black armor were standing afar together with the biochemical beasts, which were higher than many buildings. All the biochemical beasts were silent, but the intimidating aura that they released was like enclosing high walls that were suffocating the prey. On the backs of the biochemical beasts, on comfortable silk seats, hundreds of silver blood demons were sitting and talking in a high mood. They were all there to pick slaves. The black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons were mostly raised up in nature. They were used to the free lifestyle in the wilderness, and now that they had been captured and locked in the narrow cabins for several days, they were more than pissed. The moment they were released, the square was a mess. Cries, moans, screams, and roars resounded with each other. The entire square seemed like it would explode at any moment. Li Yao observed the surroundings with great interest. On every corner of the square was an enormous pillar with vivid patterns painted on it. On the first pillar, many elegant-looking, obscure demons were bathed in divine lights. On the second pillar, some demons wearing glamorous armor were commanding an intense battle. On the third pillar were demons in simple hides or without protection at all slashing enemies that looked like noodles with their blades. On the fourth pillar, countless demons were mining and farming. The four giant pillars were in gold, silver, bronze, and black respectively. Li Yao was aware that the four pillars represented the Saint Blood demons, the Silver Blood demons, the Bronze Blood demons, and the Black Blood demons. They were the four pillars of the entire demon race. As for the chaotic blood demons, they did not have a place in such a system. 867 Defian, the headhunters of the Skeleton Island and all other forces are now observing the newly arrived slaves. The cruelest and most defiant ones will be picked by the headhunters from the Skeleton Island and become gladiators of the Skeleton Island. Jean Xinhue remind him for the last time, normal demons, if talented and having grown up in perilous areas that are frequented by demon beasts, might have the capability of high-level demon solider or low-level demon general in terms of physical strength and speed. However, they have never received special training before, and they do not know how to make the best use of their talents. In most cases, they are fighting without any skills by simply resorting to their physical strength and their aggressiveness. Please do bear that in mind, Elder, and don't expose that you are actually far stronger than them. Li Yao nodded. In fact, he did not know too many demon combat skills in the first place. The previous 2 battles he had been involved in were one merely based on his physical strength and his experience. I can suppress my capability to 1/10 the original and pretend to be a hunter who has been raised in the wilderness amid the demon beasts. I have the strength and speed between the high-level demon soldier and the low-level demon general, and I fight solely with my natural instincts, Li Yao thought to himself. Just consider the journey to the Skeleton Island as a special training session. He thought for a moment and then asked Jin Xinyue in a low voice, how can I be defiant enough to catch the Skeleton Island's attention? Jin Xinyue smiled and pointed her chin at Li Yao's back. Just like them. Li Yao was dazed for a moment, when he heard shouts and yells not far away, along with the noises of a fierce fight. Soon, a black shadow flew in front of them and crashed into the ground after a heavy landing. It was a slave catcher in armor. On the solid breastplate was a giant hole from which black blood was flowing out unstoppably. Li Yao looked back and saw that more than 10 muscular demons were roaring in outrage under the suppression of dozens of slave catchers. The skin of the muscular demons was dark and shining, with bone pins everywhere on it, making their skin look like a natural armor. They were all more than 3 meters tall, and their shoulders were almost 2 meters wide. They appeared to be black iron towers that were stabbed into the ground. On the head of every muscular demon was 2 thick bull horns. Their faces were also crimson like the faces of infuriated bulls. Ho! 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 The bull-horned muscular demons bashed their chests crazily while red smoke popped out of their nostrils, as if their entire brain was on fire. With their dull roars, their body size further expanded. Red brightness was surfacing on their skin, and all their muscles bulged out. Their bodies, which could not have been more athletic, seemed to be made of entire blocks of red bronze. Crack! 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 Their knees bent to the front. Their thick veins tied up their tights like giant boas while they stomped on the ground hard with their enormous hoofs, leaving cracks that looked like a spider web on the black rocks of the square. Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. Those muscular demons seemed to be the red-blooded bronze bulls, one of the toughest types of bronze blood demons. Back when Li Yao was in the Heaven's Origin sector, he had browsed through the files of many demons. The red-blooded bronze bulls were among the toughest, most furious ones, even taking all the bronze blood demons into account. They were best known for their momentum and sturdiness. They had 6 stomachs in their body, 4 of which were used to digest normal food at an extremely high frequency, as if they could perform the art of the swallowing whale naturally, while the other 2 stomachs could even devour and digest crystals and metals directly. In their battle frenzy, their skin would secrete the crystals and metal elements, forming a layer of solid, natural armor. According to the tests of the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector, the natural armor of the red-blooded bronze bulls could withstand the head-on bombardment of a pure sun-level crystal cannon 3 times. Although they were not very agile normally, their short-distance sprint when they were infuriated could approach or even surpass the speed of sound. When they threw themselves over like cannonballs, they could easily smash a heavy crystal tank weighing more than 100 tons away into the sky. On the list of the most threatening demons in the Heaven's Origin sector, the red-blooded bronze bulls was in a higher place than many silver-blood demons. With a careful look, Li Yao soon discovered that those muscular demons were not pure red-blooded bronze bulls. The pure red-blooded bronze bulls had narrow, long tails with puffy hair on them, which were used to drive away the annoying bugs of the blood demon sector. But the tails of the muscular demons were thick and long, with scattered scales that were surrounded by a layer of vague flames. When they were infuriated, they whipped their tails and straightened them like spears. Those are Kirin tails. Li Yao realized that those muscular demons boasted features of the red-blooded bronze bulls and a certain Kirin race simultaneously. They were clearly chaotic blood demons. Heavy manacles and shackles had been imposed upon the muscular demons. Many of the restraints were carved with glamorous stripes, indicating that they were magical equipment with barriers. However, it was clear that such restraints were not enough to lock the bull-horned muscular demons. After only a moment, they were all broken apart. On their journey here, they might have been injected with abundant narcotic drugs, but now that the effects of the drugs had passed, and they had been freed from the specially made black iron prison cells, they were immediately infuriated and went out on a rampage. Just now, one of the slave catchers was blown away by them directly in his carelessness. However, those muscular demons had never received special training after all and were merely fighting with their natural instincts. On the other hand, the slave catchers were all experts adept at the secret arts of training, and they were all used to such fusses. Very soon, the slave catches blocked the muscular demons from other chaotic blood demons with stockades made of bones. Then some 10 fat, caterpillar-like demon beasts were led to the front and asked to spurt yellow and brown liquids toward the disobedient newcomers. The liquids were apparently very sticky. When the rampant muscular demons got in touch with them, their movement was immediately slowed down. If the red-blooded bronze bulls start rushing, they will cause great damage. The slave catchers are trying to limit their zone of activity. Li Yao immediately realized what was going on. Walla! Walla! An enormous web that was full of thorns was thrown toward the muscular demons. Those muscular demons were clearly not a bunch of mobs. They were probably from the same tribe. In the emergency, one of the demons who had a circle of white hair on his neck and a broken right horn, with 3 deep claw traces on his right, shouted and commanded the red-blooded bronze bulls into a battle formation that was tight on the outside and loose in the middle. The 4 muscular demons at the edge opened their arms and took all the mucus and the web, while the red-blooded bronze bulls in the inner circles started rushing and bringing up their speed under the cover of their companions. Now is the time. Li Yao looked at Jin Xinue deeply. While everybody's attention was focused on the bull-horned muscular demons, he made his way to the leader of the slave catchers quietly through the crowd. His body was as magnificent as a fierce tiger, but his footsteps were as soft as a leopard. The panicked chaotic blood demons were his best cover while he approached the target, escaping everyone's attention. The leader of the slave catchers was a bear demon more than 3.5 meters tall. According to Li Yao's observations, his capability was in the middle level of the demon general state, but other than his horrifying physical strength, speed and agility seemed to be his biggest weakness. With Li Yao's capability, killing a middle-level demon general was as easy as slapping a fly. However, he could only wield the strength and speed of a high-level demon soldier, since so many people were watching him, and he had to leave a deep impression on the bystanders. Li Yao thought quickly and observed the situation of the battle. He calculated the speed of the muscular demons and the damage that they could possibly deal while he selected his weapons inside his brain. Very soon, his fingers became soft and boneless, but his fingernails grew longer and longer with sharper and sharper edges, like 5 coldly blinking razor blades. The 1,000-finger soft bone was a secret art that he had practiced for 10 years that could allow the fingers to break the limits of joints and become unbelievably agile. The 1,000-finger soft bone was the most fundamental bodybuilding technique and did not rely on much spiritual energy. Besides, it was from the era of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. Li Yao believed that few demons in the blood demon sector could recognize it. It would not be odd if he claimed it to be a certain naturally endowed technique. Li Yao was aware that there were not too many chaotic blood demons who had distinctive features of exactly 2 types of demons, such as the bullhorn muscular demons here. Most of the chaotic demons were often mixed with several vastly different features, some of which were so bizarre that there was no telling where they originated from at all. What was awakened with the uncanny features was the disordered, strange talents. Schwa. When he was trying to approach the innermost circle of the slave catchers, his presence was finally detected. 2 slave catchers were dazed for a moment and pointed their electric whips at him. However, Li Yao already crouched and rushed toward them. Chi! Chi! He could not activate his top speed. The two electric whips fell on his back one after the other. Although the spluttering electric arcs gave him no feeling other than tickling, he still pretended that he was foaming and cramping. But his movement was not hindered by the attack. Instead, he held back the excruciating pain and dashed past the two slave catchers while his left arm phantomized into a streak of black brightness. After two explosions, the two slave catchers immediately bulged their eyes and held their necks, but blood was already flooding out of the gaps of their fingers. Huh! Not far away, on the back of the few black behemoths that looked like mountains, the silver blood demons wearing glamorous silk robes beamed with interest. His speed is fast, and his body is tough enough to resist two attacks of the electric whips. His attack was quite fierce, mixed with the feeling style of several demon beasts. It is obvious that he must have been a hunter in the forest. His sharp and fierce attack naturally caused the counterattack of more slave catchers. Almost 10 electric whips swept at Li Yao overwhelmingly. This time, Li Yao did not dodge at all. Instead, he screamed in the middle of the dancing electric arcs, with a twitching face and a miserable expression, as if he were really suffering from great pain. He had achieved his purpose. By attracting the attention of almost 10 slave catchers, he had already created a tiny opening for the muscular demons who had reached their most rampant point. The Kirin, T.Lien, Chinese, is a mythical hoofed chimerical creature known in Chinese and other East Asian cultures, said to appear with the imminent arrival or passing of a sage or illustrious ruler. For the bull-horned muscular demons, the opening came at the right time. They were able to cause the most damage with their rushing speed. Just like 10 raging crystal tanks, they knocked away several slave catchers in the blink of an eye before they crashed into the fat caterpillars. Those caterpillars that were spurting out mucus were fat and clumsy. It was very difficult for them to turn quickly. They were the most typical examples of shooters and definitely no match for the muscular horns in a head-on clash. Very soon, they were all rolling on the ground with wounds all over their bodies. The spluttering electric whips were hitting the muscular demons brutally, and the webs full of thorns cut deep into their skin armor. However, none of the hindrances could stop them from unleashing their savageness. Influenced by them, many black blood demons and chaotic demons captured together with them were seething. The square was like a calm ocean before the arrival of a storm. Shwa! The guards of the Fire Ant King all unsheathed their blades and bared their teeth and claws, ready to go forward and take control of the situation at any moment. Ho! The leader of the slave catchers, seeing that his subordinates were so useless, seemed to be greatly humiliated. Black wind suddenly circled around his arms and then spread out, blocking the collision of two bull-horned muscular demons like a high black wall. Boom! 3 rushing crystal trains seemed to have crashed. The bear demon fought 2 enemies entirely on his own, yet there was no sign that he was under any pressure. He grinned hideously while he grabbed the horns on the enemy's head and forced them back. He then waved his arms hard, throwing the 2 muscular demons who were more than 3 meters tall and weighed several tons high into the sky. It was a perfect demonstration of the unbelievable strength of a middle-level demon general. The terrifying strength made the furious red-blooded bronze bulls all shiver for a moment. The leader of the slave catchers burst into laughter and leapt in front of the leader of the muscular demons who had a circle of white hair on his neck. Who? Scorching air currents were surrounding both of them, rubbing until sparks seemed to be bursting out. Boom! Boom! The 2 equally strong demons that looked like 2 black iron towers pushed their arms against each other's, which were expanding as if they were balloons being blown. The black rocks below their feet exploded into pieces one after another, only to be bound by their intimidating aura and drift into the air, getting rid of the control of gravity. The leader of the bull-horned muscular demons, due to the lack of professional training, was no match for the bear demon after all. The veins on his arms exploded one after another, with bloody mist spreading out. But he simply bulged his eyes and gritted his teeth, carrying on the fight. When the pain was at its worst, even his broken horn seemed to be shedding blood. "Get down now," the bear demon roared. Under the suppression of the enormous strength, cracking noises were echoing on the straight spine and legs of the bullhorned muscular demon, indicating that his bones would be broken if he did not lower his head. Right then, an abrupt change took place. Nobody had noticed that Li Yao, who seemed to have passed out, after cramping and rolling on the ground for a while because of the slapping of almost 10 electric whips, had rolled to the bear demon's foot quietly. Right now, the square was in an utter mess. Hundreds of feet, claws, and hoofs were moving here and there. He had already been drowned in the crowd of demons. Right at the most crucial moment of the competition between the bear demon and the leader of the red-blooded bronze bulls, Li Yao suddenly jumped up from behind the bear demon and hugged the bear demon from the rear while he threw his left arm to the front, extending his middle finger and his index finger into the bear demon's left eye. Ah! The bear demon did not expect that somebody would ambush him from behind. Suffering from the sharp pain, he shook his body hard. Chi! Li Yao pretended that he had been knocked away by the attack and vomited a mouthful of blood, but he took the opportunity to pull the bear demon's left eyeball out. The bear demon's head was dizzy due to the excruciating pain. Because of the distraction, his arms were entirely twisted after 2 cracking noises by the leader of the bullhorned muscular demons. The leader roared. The skin armor on his body exploded, revealing muscles that were as red as fire. He lowered his head, pushed forward, and raised the bear demon up with his horn. The square was immediately caught in chaos. The guards of the Fire Ant King finally entered the field to restore order. The guards were mostly the brutal demons from various places around the Blood Demon sector who were guilty of major crimes. They were much stronger than the slave catchers, and the electric arcs released from their whips were multiple times more dazzling, too. Li Yao lay on the ground dutifully, as if he were suffering from internal bleeding because of the bear demon's final attack. He simply held his head while the electric whips were slapping everybody randomly. However, his mind was clearer than ever. He released his telepathic thoughts and observed his surroundings. He saw that, on the back of a black giant beast, several silver blood demons were pointing at him and whispering to each other. There was a bizarre-shaped badge of a skull on their chests. Jean Xinhue had mentioned that it was the symbol of the Skeleton Island. I believe this is defiant enough, is it not? Li Yao thought to himself. If the Skeleton Island was still not interested in him after everything he had done just now, he would have to run away first and figure out a way to approach Yuchi-Ba, the master of Skeleton Island, more straightforwardly. 3 hours later, in the southwest of the Void Turmoil Peninsula, several enormous flying bat rays were gliding toward the Black Ocean. The body of the flying bat rays was broad and thin. They looked like hundreds of meters long flying carpets. Many demons were crammed on them right now. Li Yao was sitting at the center of the back of a flying bat ray, with almost 5 chains tying him up. The thorns on the chains had pierced into his skin and flesh deeply. After every tiny moment, dazzling electric arcs would burst out of the chains. For him, the electric current of such a degree was no more exciting than picking his ears. But he still showed them some respect by grimacing for quite a while. A lot of black blood demons and chaotic blood demons were sitting around him. They were all the rebels just now who had dared to fight back. However, the tough demons would rather cram into the crowd than approach Li Yao. They eyed him as if he were a terrifying monster. After all, not everybody had the capability to grab the eyeball of a middle-level demon general. 2 silver blood demons were sitting at the front of the flying bat rays, observing Li Yao with great interest. Greedy chuckles could be heard every now and then. They seemed to be calculating how many entertaining matches the tough demon could join and how much income he could bring to the Skeleton Island. Very soon, the Skeleton Island was right in front of their eyes. If the Void Turmoil Peninsula was a tusk that pierced from the continent to the ocean, then the Skeleton Island was a drop of blood at the tip of the tusk. Looking from the sky, the Skeleton Island was really a deformed skull. The upper half of the island had a lake and a swamp, like a black eye and a white one, and the lower half of the island consisted of interconnected sharp rocks that looked like the teeth of a skeleton. The demon race worshipped the idea of survival of the fittest. Watching and even being part of a pit fight was the most fashionable sport in the demon race. The Silverblood demons who considered themselves patricians would have a match every few days to show their valiance and their ruthlessness. Therefore, during the 30,000-year reign of the Demon Beast Empire, various kinds of arenas and abattoirs had been established across its territory. Many relics were even kept to this day. The best example to prove the popularity of wrestling in the Demon Beast Empire would be the Supreme Emperor, who had been a gladiator in the beginning but established the Star Ocean Imperium and led the Renaissance of mankind. Arenas were the most important training and socializing places for the demons. It was not just a location where matches were held. There were also luxury facilities such as training rooms, medication chambers, and clubs. The most advanced arenas of the Blood Demon sector were in the capitals of the four most powerful kingdoms and the headquarters of the pantheon of demons. However, Void Turmoil City was the center of trade for slaves and strengthening drugs. Every day, countless Silverblood demons would go there to pick slaves and purchase strengthening drugs. While they stayed in the city, watching the matches in the arena was great entertainment. Therefore, the Skeleton Island was among the best ones, even taking all the arenas of the Blood Demon sector into consideration. It also boasted a large, special experimental field where the toughest gladiators were used to test the combat ability of strong biochemical beasts. Now that you have arrived in the Skeleton Island, don't have inappropriate thoughts anymore. The flying bat rays lowered their altitude and slowly landed on the Skeleton Island. One of the staff of the Skeleton Island stood up, lashing his electric whip, before he shouted, "Take a look around. You are now surrounded by a vast ocean in which the most brutal demon beasts are waiting for food day and night. There is no way that you can escape. However, if you are smart enough to show your bravery on the Skeleton Island instead, chances are that you might be able to change your fate forever. In the past, you were the lowliest black blood demons and chaotic blood demons who made a living by turning over every stone on your way in the wilderness. What kind of life was that? Just now, your aggressiveness and brutality earned you a minor chance, but it remains to be seen whether or not you can grasp it. From now on, you will take the most powerful strengthening drugs and receive the enlightenment of the real experts on the Skeleton Island. What you are going to do is no different from what you are familiar with in the jungles. Hunting and killing. After every victory, you will be able to enjoy delicious food that you've never tasted before. You will also have access to the strengthening drugs and training techniques of a higher level. After 5 victories, you will be able to regain your freedom. The master of the island will meet you in person and refer you to powerful nobles. You will have a meteoric rise. Hee hee. If that is still not enough for you, then let me tell you something else. If you fight here obediently and win 5 battles, even your family will regain freedom, too. At the beginning, most of the demons were rather lethargic and not interested in the propaganda of the Silverblood demon, but hearing his last sentence, all of the demons raised up their heads, excitement beaming out of their eyes. The hairy mammal demons, the scaly reptilian demons, and even the weirdly shaped, ugly insect demons were all filled with hope when they heard family. Li Yao observed the reactions of the demons in secret. Their humane countenance impressed him and cast him into confusion again. Do you mean it? A chaotic blood demon covered in scales, with a lower body resembling that of a boa and a sharp bone blade on his right forearm, asked. His tongue was exceptionally long and bifurcated, making it difficult for him to talk, but Li Yao could easily make out the earnestness in his words. The staff of the Skeleton Island smiled and said slowly, "The Skeleton Island has grown into the greatest arena of Void Turmoil City with nothing except one word: rules. Whoever wins 5 battle will be granted freedom. It is a promise that the master of this island made to the Fire Ant King. Even if you do not believe in the master of the island, you should at least believe in the Fire Ant King. The staff glanced over them and continued. On the Skeleton Island, there are also a lot of free gladiators. They have won 5 victories and are free to come and go. If you are unwilling to be the subordinates of the nobles, you can stay on the Skeleton Island as tutors or to join the battles again. 1 victory is enough for you to earn more than you have earned in the last 10 years. When you meet them, you can ask them if it is true. Maybe because they believed his words, or maybe because they realized that the Skeleton Island was a secluded place with nowhere to run to, the obstreperous demons finally calmed down and landed on an empty field at the southeast of the Skeleton Island. The demons on the flying bay rays walked down one after another. Only a few of them were still secured in rattling shackles. Li Yao discovered that, on another flying bay ray not far away, the 10 or so mutated red blood bronze bulls were wearing the same shackles as his. They were staggering down under the watch of the vigilant staff. The muscular demon who had a circle of white hair on his neck and a broken horn sensed Li Yao's observation. He grinned at Li Yao, revealing teeth that were even larger than Li Yao's toes. He then raised the shackles on his hands. There was kindness in his smile, but there was more misery. Li Yao raised his shackles, too, and waved them at the demon. Right then, the 2 workers walked to Li Yao with great wariness and observed him for a long time before they opened their mouths and said, "Hey. You must have a clear understanding about the environment here now. It is better to try your luck in securing 5 victories than to escape, isn't it?" Li Yao looked around. The Skeleton Island was essentially a primitive forest that was 10 times more gloomy than the Devil Flood Dragon Island where he had fought before. The trees were standing like swords, sabers, and spears. At the end of the forest, the roars of the ocean were coming over. The electromagnetic field of the Void Turmoil Peninsula was extremely chaotic. Invisible turbulence was everywhere above the ocean, too. For the demons who were able to fly, it was easy for them to get caught in the turbulence and fall into the ocean. In the eyes of normal demons, it was indeed a devastating situation without any escape. The worker spoke again. "We have been informed that you also have a sister. It will be a clean death if you get killed in the ocean when you run away, but your sister will be tortured for all eternity because of you. You wouldn't want that, would you?" Li Yao secretly chuckled. He was certain that few, if any, in the entire blood demon sector was clever enough to torture Jin Xinyue. But on the surface, he simply nodded. "Excellent." The worker was quite satisfied. "Judging from your attack, I can say that you are a tough one. But the years of hunting in the wilderness were too much of a waste of your talents. Fighting on the Skeleton Island, although dangerous, gives you access to strong techniques and drugs as well as the enlightenment of real experts. I believe that your capability will improve quickly. After you win 5 battles, both you and your sister will embrace a bright future. With the protection of the Skeleton Island and Void Turmoil City, nobody would dare lay their finger on you even if you walk out in daylight. Have you thought through everything?" Li Yao nodded for the 3rd time. The worker observed him for a long time and noticed nothing wrong on his face. Finally, he chose to believe Li Yao temporarily and threw a key over. "Unlock the shackles yourself." The key was in the shape of a frozen bug, but after it reached Li Yao's hand, the bug was gradually woken up and wriggled about. Li Yao was quite amazed. Although Li Yao could break the shackle after a slight struggle, the lock produced in the secret arts of the demon race was still a big eye-opener for him. Very soon, all the dangerous newcomers had been educated by the staff. Most of the demons accepted their new reality, but a tiny proportion of them were still on a rampage waywardly. They were mostly black blood demons. The black blood demons were the lowest class of the demon race. Most of them were highly unintelligent. Without training and mutation, their intelligence might not be at the level of a 7-year-old despite their enormous size. Therefore, it was difficult for the black blood demons to understand the coercion of the workers, and they were still struggling hard. But very soon, dozens of other workers sprayed narcotic drugs on them, tied them up, and sent them somewhere else for refinement. There were standard procedures on the Skeleton Island for the processing of new blood. Very soon, the newcomers were brought to different temples made of giant, green rocks inside the primitive forest. Li Yao noticed that the most dangerous fellows had been arranged into the same spot. It was possible that they were deemed to be the most attractive items for the arena and were worth special treatment. However, if Jin Xinyue was right all the time, they would also be the most noteworthy candidates for the Blade of Chaos. A damp smell filled the temple's interior. A few shallow pools had been dug deep inside the temple, in which several octopus-like demons were soaking. Their 8 tentacles were holding different drugs and medical facilities, and they were examining the bodies of the newcomers, checking how strong they were and whether or not they had been heavily wounded on the trip there. With the help of the mental devil, Li Yao had already performed a series of minor modifications to his body. He had built a flesh membrane with the primeval cells inside his body and covered up the second brain at the end of the spine. Therefore, he was not worried that anybody would find out that his body was not right. Other than that, his left hand could grow a sharp claw, and the back of his hand was covered in vague scales, which were the obvious features of a chaotic blood demon. Of course, if it were the experts of the silver blood demons who were performing a very thorough examination on his body, there was still risk that he would be found out. However, gladiators were nothing but expendables in this place. Why bother with such thorough examinations? As it turned out, since there were too many newcomers waiting to be examined, the doctors merely checked their appearance and collected 1 drop of blood after confirming that they were not wounded on the way there. Li Yao pushed a drop of blood mixed with primeval cells to his fingertip, which was collected as he expected. Very soon, he was let through. Within a side room at the rear of the temple, 4 torches as thick as arms were burning furiously on the walls. Their warmth relaxed all the demons whose nerves had been tightened for a long time. Li Yao could tell that the fuel of the torches had a lot of pacification constituents that were not only working on his nerves but also manipulating his mind directly. Recalling the narcotic and berserker plants that the Fire Ant King planted, he could not help but feel alarmed. In the war between mankind and the demon race, human beings were better at the studies of spiritual energy while demons distinguished themselves in cytology. In terms of the breeding of various kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the refinement of strengthening drugs, demons maintained a slim advantage. At the very least, that was the case in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Very soon, many servants who were also chaotic blood demons brought them buckets of bright green drugs. Depending on their body size, the dosage of the drugs was different. One of the workers gestured for them to drink all the drugs. Naturally, Li Yao would not obey the command so easily. He extended his thumb to the drugs first and absorbed some of the drugs with his skin into his body for analysis. The constituents of the drugs are rather complicated. Some of them are meant to recover the strength and repair internal and external injuries. But the majority of them are designed to bombard the cells. The mental devil savored the drugs and said, "The purpose of such drugs, I'm afraid, is to stimulate the potential that is hidden deep inside the cells as much as possible so that the demons can fully release their savageness and boost their combat ability in the shortest amount of time possible." "Are there side effects?" Li Yao asked. The mental devil chuckled and said, "Any training has side effects. When you punch a target, your fist will somewhat hurt, too. It is just a matter of degree. The drugs are very delicately made. A lot of the constituents inside can help stabilize and repair the body. The side effects of the drugs should be minimized." "That's rather strange. By my estimation, the ingredients for the constituents that can help stabilize and repair the body should be extremely expensive. Why are they used on the gladiators who are nothing more than expendables?" It doesn't seem to be a fair deal from any perspective. Li Yao smiled. Of course, it is not a fair deal to use them on gladiators, but it is very worthwhile if they are used on the candidates of the Blade of Chaos. He stopped hesitating and chugged all the liquids inside the bucket. Boom! A bucket of scorching magma seemed to have poured into his throat and leaked into all his veins, nerves, and internal organs through his stomach. All his nerve endings and cells were broken through and unleashed boundless strength. Who? With the help of the mental devil, all the essence in every drop of the drugs was injected into the primeval cells precisely, making the mitochondria inside the cells even larger in size, which meant that they could output energy at a higher efficiency. The form of the cells was more stable than before, too. On the surface, Li Yao's skin was bright gold, as if clusters of air currents were spurting out of his pores non-stop, wreathing him in an unpredictable, phantom-like aura. The rest of the demon drank the strengthening drugs. In the middle of the furious roars, they underwent far more unbelievable mutations than what Li Yao had experienced. Li Yao focused most of his attention on the dozen muscular demons who were descendants of red-blood bronze bulls. After drinking a full bucket of strengthening drugs, their bones emitted explosive sounds as their bodies expanded abruptly. The horns on their heads further protruded out, too. A few thick and hard spurts burst out of their elbows and knees. Black, shining lumps appeared at the center of their foreheads, too, making them look like the heavy battering rams. It was not hard to imagine that, with such fatal weapons, their damage when they were charging at full speed would be even more appalling. Surrounded by scorching steam, it was almost impossible for their tightened skin to envelop their bulging muscles. Explosive strength was running inside their veins like thunderous tides. The muscular demons were all overjoyed upon seeing the mutations that they had gone through. A lot of changes had happened to the other demons, too. The half-human half-snake demon who was on the same flying bat ray as Li Yao had a wider and larger blade limb with jagged edges. Metallic colors were vaguely shining on the limb, which almost surpassed the speed of sound when its owner only lightly waved it. The desire for strength was almost a natural instinct for the demon race. Sensing that their potential was flooding out like a volcanic eruption, the demons all forgot what a harsh environment they were in and could not wait to warm up their new bodies. However, a moment later, a lot of demons fell over in dizziness. The few supervisors waved their hands, and a large batch of servants brought over delicious-smelling mountains of meat. You have just taken strengthening drugs that cleansed your veins and nerves and gave you a rebirth, the supervisor said naturally. Although your body is stronger now, the process also consumed a lot of your energy. You must have food immediately. Feel at home. Eat until you are satisfied. This is your first time eating after triggering your potential and the foundation for your newfound strengthening, so you must try to have enough food. If you really cannot have any more meat, you can have a few fruits that are placed aside. They are helpful for digestion. Most low-level demons had never enjoyed a proper meal back when they were in their hometown. On their bumpy trip to this place, to deplete their energy, they had not been granted much food, either. They were already nearly starved, and now that they had been told that they could eat however much food they liked, none of them could contain themselves any longer. A few hasty demons had already lunged close and dug into the mountains of the meat. Li Yao was not courteous, either. Ever since he arrived in the blood demon sector, he had basically been living as a vegetarian and never had a satisfying meal. His body, after being modified by the mental devil, had a much greater consumption rate of energy than before. He was barely able to make ends meet. Although the food of the skeleton island was crudely made, there were all kinds of demon beast meat that contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. Li Yao was not the type of person to be picky about the flavor of food, either. After activating the art of the swallowing whale, he simply poured all the food into his mouth as if it were a bottomless hole. A roasted whale was devoured down to the skeleton in only a few seconds before all the bones were chewed casually and swallowed. While he was fine without eating, now that he had the chance to be a glutton, his taste buds were stimulated, and his appetite soared. Li Yao's eyes were shining, and heave noises were echoing from his throat. He was like a prehistoric beast wandering amid the food as if nobody was around. Other demons looked at him as if he were a hungry ghost reincarnated. Many of them quickly moved further away and kept their distance from him, fearing that he would mistake them for food as well when he was enjoying his food too much. Not far away, the bull-horned muscular demons were still devouring the food in front of them. Occasionally, they raised their head and grinned at Li Yao when they saw the empty wood trays in front of him. The meal lasted more than an hour. There was no telling how much food they had eaten, but the bones aside were already piled up into a hill. The supervisor put on a delighted face, too, as he said, "You've all seen the benefits of joining the Skeleton Island as gladiators, haven't you? More furious strengthening drugs and more abundant food, which can turn you into real experts, are waiting for you. However, whether you are qualified to enjoy them or not depends on your performance tomorrow. Tomorrow will be your debut. Your life and death will count on yourselves. A batch of information bugs will be given out to you. Every information bug contains the battle experiences of countless experts. You are permitted to use them for one night. For the sake of your own life, I hope you can try to retrieve more battle experience from them." Ha! Ha ha ha! A few workers pulled over more than 10 large tanks that were filled with a bright green liquid in which countless objects that looked like pineapples and cocoons were soaking. Li Yao knew that they were the information bugs that the demon race produced with their biochemical technology. They were essentially biochemical cerebrums that could only keep or release memories. Similar to the jade chips of human beings, they could store a lot of information. Besides, the information bugs could be connected directly to the cranial nerves and transmit the information at a much higher efficiency than jade chips. Dense lines of instructions had been carved on the tanks. The workers explained that the tanks were classified according to different focuses, such as speed and strength, to the illiterate gladiators. For the strength-type ones such as the bull-horned muscular demons, it was more suitable for them to pick the battle experience that concentrated on physical strength. As for the half-human half-snake demon, his best choice would be the battle experience that highlighted agility and speed. The newly arrived gladiators, despite their illiteracy, knew that the coming battle would certainly be extremely brutal. More battle experience absorbed right now meant more chance to survive tomorrow. Therefore, nobody wasted any time and simply selected a tank that was pertinent to their advantages. They took out a few information bugs from inside and walked aside for their training. Li Yao's main weapon right now was the sharp claw on his left arm. He selected an information bug that focused on claw attack skills and sat cross-legged in an empty corner before he stuck the information bug to his forehead. He held 2 soft slices of flesh on the 2 sides of the information bug and squeezed them slightly. A few tiny tentacles that looked like the antennas of a snail immediately protruded out of the information bug and pierced into his forehead. Streams of information immediately flooded into his brain, forming hazy illusions. His soul seemed to be absorbed into a whole new world inside the information bug. He was now a swift wolf demon on a desolate battlefield fighting an intense battle against a tiger demon. The 2 front claws of the wolf demon were particularly thick. The talons were like shining sabers and even triggering vague auras that extended to a meter away with ear-splitting noises. Other than that, the battle was rather boring. Both the wolf demon and the tiger demon were at the level of demon general. Naturally, their combat was full of flaws in Li Yao's eyes. But Li Yao greatly enjoyed the battle nonetheless. As the saying goes, if 3 men are walking together, one of them is bound to be good enough to be my teacher. Li Yao did not know much about the combat skills of the demon race. Those mediocre demons were all performing the most fundamental attacks. It was a great chance for Li Yao to learn. Li Yao never overlooked the importance of the fundamental knowledge. Between 2 points, a straight line was always the shortest. It had always been Li Yao's belief that the core of a successful fight was to exert the most force across the shortest distance with the minimum interface in the shortest amount of time, which was why he preferred simple weapons such as drills to the fancier moves. The simple fighting between the wolf demon and the tiger demon gave him a great opportunity to study the most fundamental attack skills between such demons. As he watched, Li Yao's computational ability soared. The wolf demon and the tiger demon seemed to have both become a series of data. By analyzing the speed and angle of their attacks, Li Yao rectified their moves and corrected the flaws that they showed while he summarized the useful points of their combat. He gained endless experience from the process. Half an hour later, Li Yao took off the information bug and smiled in great satisfaction. He had fully absorbed the battle experience of the wolf demon and the tiger demon. Right now, he could perform exactly the same moves that the two demons did in an even sharper, faster, and more flawless way. Li Yao threw the information bug back and picked up a second information bug, continuing his studies. At that moment, other demons were still groping and struggling in the world of the first information bug. Li Yao could understand the battle experience stored inside the information bugs within a breath. But for the rest of the demons, it was like a boundless ocean. It was possible that they would not be able to grasp one information bug until quite a few hours later. Time flew while they were training. Without them knowing, it was already late at night. The workers provided plenty of food for the newly arrived gladiators, who were allowed to enjoy it at any time. There was even a vacant training field nearby where they could put the battle experience they had just learned into practice. Li Yao absorbed the battle experience contained in more than 30 information bugs greedily. Besides learning tremendous fundamental moves of attack of the demon race, Li Yao made an interesting discovery. It is rather odd that all the stored battles are between demons. Some of them are even between bronze blood demons and silver blood demons. On second thought, this is rather weird. Back in the Heaven's Origin sector, human beings train themselves with the method of virtual combat, too. However, the opponents in the virtual battles were mostly demon beasts and demons. They rarely attack each other. By the same logic, since the Blood Demon sector's major enemy right now is the Heaven's Origin sector, shouldn't they set human beings as the targets in the virtual battles? However, if the Skeleton Island has always been a secret boot camp of the Blade of Chaos, then everything will make sense. For the low-level demons such as the Chaotic Blood Demons and the Black Blood Demons, they must be full of reverence for the high-level demons such as the Silver Blood Demons after thousands of years of brainwashing. Even if they do burst into fury, it is unlikely that they will attack the Silver Blood Demons. But right now, through the information bugs, they will discover that the Silver Blood Demons are made of flesh and blood just like themselves. The Silver Blood Demons will bleed, scream, and die miserably, too. They can even slay a Silver Blood Demon with their own hands in the virtual combat. Such an experience could disrupt their veneration for the Silver Blood Demons and the Bronze Demons completely. Li Yao was certain that the methods through which the Skeleton Island trained the gladiators were unusual. Normal arenas could never afford so many strengthening drugs and so much demon beast meat in order to improve the capability of the gladiators. Furthermore, they would never teach mere gladiators such lethal techniques. However, was the matter related to Yuchi-Ba, the owner of the Skeleton Island, or were there actually more secrets to it? He would have to wait and crack the problems patiently. After all, he could absorb abundant strengthening drugs and battle experience, not to mention the endless, free food that he could refill his energy with. He would not mind at all if he had to stay for a while longer. During the night, Li Yao snatched almost 100 information bugs to absorb the battle experience inside. Naturally, the number was much higher than what the other demons took. However, in the past, some of the gladiators were ambitious and unwilling to take their time to learn new things. They thought that they could absorb enough battle experience and become an invincible expert overnight. The supervisors naturally considered Li Yao to be one of such ignorant fools, but they were too lazy to remind or stop him. After all the gladiators were the bottom-level expendables, being shipped to the Skeleton Island on a daily basis. The vast majority of them would be killed in their very first battle. Why would the supervisors waste their precious time on the gladiators? At noon and the next day, after a sleepless night, the newly arrived gladiators all knew that a great test was coming close. They were all pacing back and forth anxiously. The bull-horned muscular demons were even breathing out white steam in their excitement. The supervisors brought buckets of strengthening drugs to them again. By Li Yao's analysis, most of the drugs were for the purpose of mending the body. The Skeleton Island must have been trying to restore their bodies as much as possible after a night of crazy training. After an ear-splitting whistle outside, they were brought to fully enclosed tanks that had sharp thorns on the outside. The vehicles seemed to be combinations of hedgehogs and tortoises and were quite awe-inspiring when other people looked at it. Through the ventilation tubes of the tanks, the overwhelming roars not far away could vaguely be heard. Li Yao knew that it was an arena of the Skeleton Island. After a bumpy, 10-minute ride, they were driven off the vehicles by the guards of the Skeleton Island, only to find themselves in a stenchful arsenal. Rusted weapons were hanging on the walls on the two sides. There were not only bone blades, bone spears, and acid launchers, which were the demons' favorites, but also chain swords, vibration sabers, and heated axes from the Heaven's Origin sector. However, the weapons of human beings were mostly deformed to the point of destruction, with stains of blood on them. They were possibly trophies that the demons captured during the countless battles. Li Yao thought for a moment and picked 3 short, tiny bone spears. He hid them inside his palm as if they were light, sharp daggers. Voila! At the front, a bronze gate on which the scenes of countless demons fighting with demon beasts was opened. The first thing to greet the new gladiators were the screams and yells full of brutality and bloodthirst that were surging toward them like tides. Then, stinky smells of blood bashed everybody like iron hammers. The noises and the stench patrolled inside the narrow arsenal like 2 invisible beasts. Li Yao sensed that the legs of many chaotic blood demons were already shaking. Let's go! Let's go! Behind everybody, the fully armed guards of the Skeleton Island yelled maliciously, with acid guns in their hands. The gladiators looked at each other in bewilderment and hesitated. Li Yao was the first to stride out of the room with his head held high. He narrowed his eyes and observed the arena casually. It was more than 500 meters long and 300 meters wide, similar to a standard crystal ball arena. The stands on the 2 sides were of different levels and all made of obsidian. Right now, there was not a vacant seat, and everybody was shouting and cheering. The west side was the stand for ordinary spectators, where the bizarre-looking, hideous bronze blood demons were seated. As the warrior class of the demon race, the only significance of their life was to fight. Watching and participating in a game in an arena was almost their sole entertainment. On the east side, the obsidian seats were replaced by the gold stream stones, which were embedded with golden threads, and the open auditorium turned into independent luxury box with telescopes consisting of more than 10 lenses and decorated by glamorous metals and gems. In the sky of the arena, countless enormous eyeballs that had grown wings were flying. Known as the flying spirit eyes, they would send the pictures that they captured directly to every box while they flew randomly on the field in rattling noises. Such unnecessary devices were actually only meant to demonstrate the superiority of their users, the silver blood demons who had come to void Turmoil City for slave trading and drug deals. Li Yao grinned as an absurd idea suddenly occurred to him. How many silver blood demons could he kill before he ran out of his strength if he went on a killing spree without bothering about anything? Very soon, Li Yao's eyes stopped at the center of the VIP auditorium. It was a platform that was slightly protruded, like the tongue of a devil that was stuck out of the mouth. It was the place where the most honorable seats were arranged. Right now, a muscular demon more than 4 meters tall was sitting majestically on the glitzy silk seat. He was like a rhino that was wearing a bright golden armor, and his face were entirely covered up by a horn that pointed high into the sky. He was Yuchi-Ba, the owner of the Skeleton Island. Around Yuchi-Ba, almost 10 demons with cold eyes were standing. They were all his bodyguards who used to be gladiators as Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons. Is Yuchi-Ba the leader of the Blade of Chaos? However, according to the intelligence, he is an out-and-out Silver Blood Demon, a noble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been authorized to establish such a huge arena at all. A pure Silver Blood Demon has ended up being the leader of the Blade of Chaos? What is he up to exactly? While Li Yao was deep in thought, shining electric arcs were suddenly triggered on the black, blood-stained ground of the arena. Amid spluttering noises, the electric arcs interweaved with each other into bushes of thorns. Lightning Dungeon. Lightning Dungeon. Lightning Dungeon. Meatballs riddled with holes were floating everywhere in the area up and down like balloons. Right now, the holes blew out intense air currents along with sharp, ear-splitting noises. Incited by the meatballs, the Bronze Blood Demons who were sitting on the west tide were all shouting and yelling crazily. The Silver Blood Demons sitting on the east side, on the other hand, were silent and did not bother to even open their mouths. According to Jean Xinyue's introduction, the arena on the Skeleton Island was not a simple field of fighting but installed with a lot of traps and rune arrays. The so-called Lightning Dungeon meant that electric arcs would be released in the entire arena. Naturally, the electric arcs would not be too powerful, and the victims would only be paralyzed briefly when they were touched. However, the opponents of the gladiators were mostly demon beasts of the Thunder class. They were not scared of the electric arcs at all, and they could even absorb the energy of the electric arcs and release it in the next moment. Voila! After all the new gladiators had entered the field, the bronze gate slowly closed behind them. Then, a few workers poured thick, stinky blood all over their bodies. The blood was mixed with a lot of irritative drugs that were designed to draw the attention of demon beasts. Otherwise, the flocks of demon beasts might have attacked each other instead of them. Dozens of bronze gates were established all around the circular arena, through which hundreds of hesitant new gladiators were forced out by the guards from inside. They were immediately at a loss when they saw the frantic audience all around them. A guard of the Skeleton Island announced the rules to them. As newly arrived gladiators, they were not qualified to fight a game alone, nor did they have any shining points that the audience might find interesting. Therefore, they were not really heroes of the show but merely jesters who were responsible for warming up the atmosphere before the heroes ascended. Since they were all jesters, nobody was expecting a marvelous performance. It was mainly for the fun of liveliness as there were a lot of them. The rule was simple. The new gladiators were all on the south side of the arena, and a lot of demon beasts of the Thunder class would be released from the north. Their goal was to pass through the blockade of the demon beasts and enter the only bronze gate to the north. But Li Yao knew the difficulty of the challenge. The most crucial part of the game was not how to fight the demon beasts of the Thunder class in a battlefield full of electric arcs but how to enter the bronze gate after they arrived at the north of the arena. The gate was very narrow and could allow few demons to pass at one time. Even if a large batch of demons successfully crossed the arena, they would still be crammed out of the bronze gate. If they were all in a hurry to go into the bronze gate without making concession, it was inevitable that they would start attacking each other, and those who might have a chance to get away would be captured and slaughtered by the demon beasts at the last moment. Woo! Prolonged horns sounded all around the arena. The dozen bronze gates in the north were pulled open by chains that were as thick as arms, from which countless confused demon beasts staggered out. Among them, there were thunder snakes, which had a rooster head and a snake body with wings on the abdomen. There were also soul-splitting behemoths, which were as tall as mountains with sharp spikes on their back. For most of the demon beasts, Li Yao did now know their names at all. Chi. Invisible webs were released from above the arena in case the infuriated beasts jumped to the auditorium. However, it was unspoken rule for the entertainment of arena games that every audience should be prepared to fight a demon beast or a gladiator because the auditorium entailed a certain degree of danger. For the demon race, the unexpected danger was also one of the reasons why such an activity was so thrilling. The demon beasts were probably at the mercy of the tamers because of the narcotic drugs injected into them. However, right now, the stinky smell of blood on the bodies of the gladiators woke up the lust for killing deep inside their hearts. Shaking their heads slightly, all the demon beasts uttered bloodthirsty roars while they accelerated under the stimulation of the electric arcs and rushed toward their prey. Ho! The feast of slaughtering had begun. Watching the beast tide that was surging close like a tsunami and feeling the earth that was shaking under the stomping hoofs, the faces of many new gladiators blanched. They were faced with a tough decision. To enter the bronze gate at the north, they had to pass through the infuriated demon beasts, but those who led the charge would certainly be attacked by the demon beasts collectively. However, if they simply stayed behind, hoping that other gladiators would take the blow for them, those in the lead might pass through the bronze gate earlier than them, and as there were fewer and fewer gladiators in the arena, those who stayed behind would be the only prey for the demon beasts. The more they hesitated, the less likely they could survive. Finally, the dozen bull-horned muscular demons could not hold it any longer. Under the command of their leader, they tensed their muscles and summoned the most furious auras around them. They lowered their magnificent bodies and accelerated to the maximum, having a head-on clash with the beast tide like a dozen heavy crystal tanks. The electric arcs that were dancing crazily on the ground whipped them brutally, breaking their skin and making them bleed. Yet, they seemed to feel none of the pain, and their speed was barely affected. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. The talents of the demons were indeed much more impressive than those of human beings. Boom! The collision of the bull-horned muscular demons and the demon beasts resulted in a series of ear-splitting explosions. Dozens of demon beasts were knocked into the sky. Several of them were even blown to the auditorium, only to be ripped into shreds by the bloodthirsty bronze blood demons, the more uncivilized of whom were even biting the meat of the demon beasts on the spot. It was indeed an appalling scene. Let's go. Move forward. Encouraged by the bull-horned muscular demons, the other new gladiators felt their blood boiling, too, knowing that the only outcome if they waited was death and that they could only fight for their survival by marching forward unstoppably. Those who were selected to be gladiators were the disobedient ones among the slaves in the first place. Now that they all made up their mind to fight, they looked even more daunting than the demon beasts. In that moment, all the new gladiators charged at the enemies at the highest speed possible like arrows just released from a bow. A chaotic battle was thus begun. There were almost 1,000 demon beasts of the Thunder class, and the environment of the Lightning Dungeon was most in their favor. The Thunder Snakes, the Lightning Salamanders, and the Soul-Splitting Behemoths were all releasing dazzling electric arcs incessantly, casting the new gladiators into shock, before they waved their sharp claws and teeth and ripped their prey into pieces. The new gladiators went on a rampage, too. They fully utilized the battle experience that they had just perceived last night and threw themselves into the beast tide like nails. The intense stench of blood soared into the sky, stimulating the nerves of the audience. All the bronze blood demons were intoxicated. Hideous grins and cheers mixed with each other and rose up, turning into bloody, dark clouds that were wriggling and twisting in midair. Li Yao was among the last few demons to move forward. In his eyes, the demon beasts of the Thunder class were merely a bunch of hens and hares that were not worth mentioning at all. However, seeing such a chaotic battle, he suddenly thought of something and decided to try a new fighting technique. My combat ability is on par with that of the nascent soul stage cultivators and the demon emperors, but in the war between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, and even in the Great War between the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Imperium of true human beings, the decisive factor will be the confrontation of billions of soldiers. On the land, below the ocean, and in the endless sea of stars, countless warriors and warships will be engaged in fierce battles. Even the demon emperors and the nascent soul stage cultivators might not be able to change the outcome of a battle. Therefore, my own strength is far from enough, and it is vital for me to precisely control the entire battlefield and absolutely control all the factors around me. I should train myself more in that regard. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and tried his best to conceal his glittering eyes while his computational ability stretched out deep inside his brain like an invisible octopus. In the messy battlefield, 30 square meters around him, every demon beast and every gladiator suddenly had a bright golden outline, and a series of bright gold numbers popped up. That was the data of their speed, distance, position, and strength. Li Yao condensed 2 cores of computation inside his brain. One was responsible for the calculation of the moves and attacks that he should make right now, and the other was dedicated to predicting the possible scenarios of the other gladiators and demon beasts 30 square meters around him. The bright golden numbers were built into non-existent virtual battlefields as he deducted the outcomes of the battle under different choices. When the numbers crashed into dazzling sparks, Li Yao suddenly slid leftward and extended the short bone spear hidden inside his palm quietly, piercing deep into the left eye of a thunder snake and passing through its entire cerebrum. The central nerves of the thunder snake, however, were somewhere else. Damaging its cerebrum was not enough to rid it of all its combat ability. If it were in his past, Li Yao would have possibly pierced through the central nerves of the demon beast and cut off its spine, making it completely paralyzed and unable to spurt out any electric arcs at all. However, the thunder snake whose cerebrum had been destroyed shrieked in agony, manipulated by the central nerves, only to jerk up and land on the back of a lightning crocodile next to it. The cerebrum of the thunder snake had lost all functions. It was taking action based on its most primitive and natural instincts. Therefore, it simply tied up the lightning crocodile and exerted all its strength, releasing all the electric arcs it had crazily. The lightning crocodile was, of course, not afraid of the electric arcs, but the excruciating pain resulting from being tied up was unstoppable. The lightning crocodile was going to bite one of the bullhorned muscular demons, but it was now writhing on the ground and struggling hard. The bullhorned muscular demon was slightly dazed. He immediately waved the giant iron hammer that was packed with sharp thorns and bashed the enemy hard. After a heavy sound, the head of the lightning crocodile was broken apart, and it was killed immediately. "I've done it!" Li Yao cheered in his heart. His precise attack had changed the outcome of a battle near him. However, it was not enough. Li Yao's eyes were both shining, especially his left eye, where interconnected bloody lines were appearing and turning the muddled arena into a chessboard. The demon beasts and the new gladiators all turned into his chess pieces. Now, I will try to manipulate the more complicated battles. Li Yao sensed that an electric arc was being condensed below his feet. He could have jumped away easily in less than half a second, but he saw that a soul-splitting behemoth was running toward him. His computation ability blossomed like fireworks and helped him to make the decision to stay where he was. In a moment, an electric arc tied him up like venomous vines. He pretended to grimace as if he was being electrocuted, and he was blown away by the heavy clash of the soul-splitting behemoth. Li Yao waved his hands and feet crazily in midair, struggling to adjust his posture, only to crash into a demon beast with white hair all over its body that looked like an enormous gorilla. The demon beast was almost knocked over. Chi! A chain's word immediately cut into the main artery of the demon beast. But the new gladiator who was holding the chain's word was confused. His target was not the gorilla in the first place. Yet, the enemy somehow sent itself to the tip of his sword. The heavily wounded gorilla burst into fury and waved its arms crazily, but Li Yao simply pierced his fingers into the back of the beast and clenched its spine hard. The gorilla roared and raged forward, triggering yet another series of chain reactions. All the demon beasts and the new gladiators who were affected by the wounded gorilla found the directions of their weapons, claws, and teeth changed uncannily. The weapons that were aimed at the critical parts of the gladiators brushed past them, however closely. The sabers, swords, and bone blades that were supposed to be blocked by the demon beasts, after a series of inexplicable collisions and squeezes, hit the most vulnerable parts of the demon beasts precisely. Seeing the demon beasts that were writhing on the ground in pain and his fellow demons who were all wearing a confused expression, Li Yao thought quickly and felt that he was getting the hang of it. In a team fight, what matters most is not how many enemies I can kill personally, but how much of a positive influence I can have on my team. The spiritual energy and potential in the cells of an expert are limited after all. They cannot burn their life and soul and cells in every battle randomly. If that was the case, after only several battles, they would surely die of exhaustion. Guiding the situation of a battle precisely at the consumption of the least strength and triggering all the potential of a team is the most cost-effective way of fighting in a chaotic war with countless participants. Everybody is a chess piece except me, I'm the player. Li Yao was more and more relaxed, and his countenance was calmer and calmer. The indifference in his left eye and the casualness in his right eye were mixed together, giving him a subtle air that he was above the chess board. Through the precise movement, inconspicuous attacks, and appropriate dodging and pushing, he completely controlled the battle's 30 square meters around him. 30 meters around him, all the new gladiators were overjoyed. They felt that they were helped by a god. The demon beasts that they were best to deal with would always show up in front of them in the most appropriate position with the worst posture so that they could take their time and aim at the critical parts of the demon beasts. When a new demon beast appeared on their flank, a new gladiator would always appear in time and help them resolve the trouble. Even the spluttering electric arcs from the ground seemed to be helping them. The hindrances either missed them at a close distance or hit them only when they were not surrounded by demon beasts so that they could pass the few seconds of paralysis safely. For a moment, the field was empty of demon beasts in the 30 square meters around Li Yao. All the demon beasts had been slain by the gladiators. Most of the silver blood demons did not pay much attention to the warm-up before the real game. Even Yuchi-Ba, the master of the Skeleton Island, was merely chit-chatting with his bodyguards at first. But the odd changes of the battle soon attracted his attention. After an exclamation of surprise, he started observing the 2 swirls of blood in the lightning prison with great interest. One of the swirls was the battle formation made of 15 bullhorned muscular demons. The giants from the same tribe were moving in an orderly fashion under the command of their leader. They were not charging forward blindly, and occasionally, they would turn around and crush the demon beasts that had formed a group. The demon beasts boasted some sort of wisdom, too. They knew the feeling of fear when they were under huge pressure. After being scattered and crushed by the bullhorned muscular demons, it would take a long time before they could regroup. The gladiators who were relatively smart took the opportunity to follow the bullhorned muscular demons and launched remote attacks under their cover. At first glance, it was very similar to the cover and assault strategy that human beings often utilized with crystal tanks and dispersed soldiers. Gradually, more and more gladiators gathered around the bullhorned muscular demons. Eventually, there were almost 70 of them. Beside Yuchi-Ba, a leopard demon with eye-catching stripes all over her body smiled and said, "The leader of the red blood bronze bulls knows how to command. He has formed his own team so quickly." Although she was smiling, her curled eyes looked like 2 sabers and gave the unmistakable feeling of coldness. Yuchi-Ba nodded. His mouth was broad, but his voice was rather high-pitched. A gladiator with leadership is not easy to find. I hope he can demonstrate a few good performances in the battles to come. Deep brilliance beamed out of his eyes that were as small as beans. There was no telling what was on the mind of the master of the Skeleton Island. However, when his eyes turned to the other swirl, he could not help but crane his neck in great suspicion. The dozen or so gladiators in the second swirl were neither as physically strong as the red blood bronze bulls nor had an obvious leader to coordinate and command them. Judging from the appearance, they were all fighting on their own in an utter mess. But for some reason, their efficiency was particularly high. Any demon beast that stepped into their circle seemed to be mired in an invisible swamp. Their movement was slow, and they were even pushing each other. Eventually, they were merely feeding themselves to the claws and blades of the gladiators. At first glance, the gladiators in the second swirl were just a random mob, not even close to the neat organization of the red blood bronze bulls. But as for the outcome, the demon beasts killed by them were far more than those slain by the red blood bronze bulls. What is going on here? Even Yuchiba was slightly dazed. He scratched his enormous horn with his thick fingers and chuckled in amusement. How did those guys catch a break today? The rest of the gladiators were certainly no fools. They soon discovered the anomaly of the two swirls, and tried their best to join the two amalgamations. As more and more gladiators were gathered around Li Yao, the data that he needed to calculate and manipulate expanded exponentially. When the range of manipulation was further extended, he soon had the feeling that he was not able to do it any longer. I can't increase any more. Right now, I can only manipulate the combat 35 meters around me at best. I have never learned how to command and organize on a battlefield, and it is too much of a burden for me to calculate everything temporarily. On second thought, the so-called battle formations are perhaps examples that indicate the knowledge of accurate control over the battlefield. It seems that I will have to learn more about the battle formations when I have the chance. The two amalgamations, namely Li Yao's and the red blood bronze bulls, were moving forward simultaneously. Like magnets drawing small nails incessantly, they attracted more and more gladiators into them on their way. Although the demon beasts around them were still multiple times more than themselves, the two amalgamations were like 2 mills of flesh and blood whenever the demon beasts broke into the circle. They were ground until even their bones were shredded. Watching their companions breaking apart in the circles of the gladiators, even the most brutal demon beasts hesitated to draw close now. The two amalgamations of gladiators reached the only open bronze gate at the north almost at the same time. The gate was more than 3 meters both in length and in width. It was not small for human beings. But for demons, who were almost exclusively more than 3 meters tall and had weird bones and forms, such a gate was simply too narrow. Besides, there was a long pathway behind the gate. If a gladiator who was relatively larger in size blocked the pathway, those behind them would not be able to pass through at all. It was the trickiest moment. In the past, countless gladiators had broken through the furious tides of demon beasts successfully, only to attack each other before the bronze gate without giving in. In the end, they had all been mauled by the demon beasts, and none of them had actually been able to get away. The two teams of gladiators were too occupied in killing to notice their surroundings. It was not until this moment that the gladiators except Li Yao noticed each other. The two teams confronted each other silently. The static sparks in the quietness seemed to be even more dazzling than the electric arcs. It was also the audience's favorite procedure. The bronze blood demons loved watching the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons, who were even lowlier than them, attacking each other and bleeding while they cheered for them. Kill them. Kill them. Your life will be saved after you pass through the gate. Run now. Perverted laughter echoed on the auditorium. Li Yao saw clearly that the veins on the forehead of the leader of the bull-horned muscular demons were protruding like a viper waking after a prolonged hibernation. He shouted, waving his enormous iron hammer, "One member of each team will go into the gate in turn. Don't panic. We can all survive." Li Yao was dazed. Except for him, the 15 bull-horned muscular demons were apparently the strongest warriors on the battlefield. Nobody had the ability to stop them if they were determined to escape, but they were abandoning the opportunity. Why? Don't you see? The leader of the bull-horned muscular demons bashed the ground with his hammer hard and yelled, "Those demon beasts are no match for us at all. As long as we remain united and do not attack each other, we can all make our way out. Don't panic. One from each side. Leave your weapon and pass through the bronze gate as quickly as possible. Don't worry about the demon beasts. The 15 of us will cover the retreat. We will enter the gate last." While talking, the leader waved his hands and led his 14 subordinates to the back of the team. They roared and constituted a solid wall, facing the simmering tide of demon beasts. The intimidating aura of the 15 bull-horned muscular demons suppressed the outrage of all the demon beasts in the blink of an eye. Li Yao was truly dumbfounded. He could not believe his eyes. Maybe because of the encouragement of the bull-horned muscular demons, or maybe because they realized that too many gladiators had passed through the demon beasts this time, and the only outcome if everybody crammed into the bronze gate would be that the pathway would be blocked. Many gladiators who were relatively larger in size turned around silently and stood next to the bull-horned muscular demons, filling the gaps between them. The gladiators who were slimmer and smaller in size handed their weapons to the gladiators behind them cooperatively and passed through the bronze gate at their top speed. One from each team, they entered the bronze gate orderly. All the gladiators were regrouped into 2 neat teams smoothly according to their body sizes. It was something that had never happened on the Skeleton Island before. The heated auditorium, which had been filled with laughter and screams a moment ago, was dead silent. Even the sound of a needle hitting the ground would have been heard. The excited bronze blood demons with twisted faces were all dumbfounded. Even the silver blood demons were extending their heads out of their boxes, complaining in confusion and dissatisfaction. Hiss! Hiss! The demon beasts in the arena were not willing to let go of the prey that had been offered to them and launched a counterattack. The bull-horned muscular demons were not defending blindly. Faced with the surging tide of demon beasts, they charged forward yet again. Like a burning sword, they raged inside the flock of demon beasts and paved roads of blood. After a few unbelievable counterattacks, all the demon beasts were wavering, not having the courage to move forward again. However, the bull-horned muscular demons were not made of steel. After the multiple head-on clashes with the demon beasts, barely any part of their skin was intact, and they were all bleeding profusely. There was no telling what supported them to keep on standing. Another slight touch or a gentle breeze would probably be enough to push them over, but no demon beasts dared to try for a long time. Under their watch, the gladiators near them were fewer and fewer. The majority of the gladiators had run away successfully. Realizing that the last prey was going to slip away if they kept on waiting, the boldest soul-splitting behemoths finally summoned their courage and crashed at the wall again. The hands and legs of the bull-horned muscular demons were all trembling. Their weapons had all fallen to the ground, and they could not even pick them up now. But the air currents spurting out of their noses became denser and denser like flooding magma. Right then, a black shadow suddenly passed by them. The length of his left arm was suddenly doubled and slapped out like a supersonic whip. In an ear-splitting shriek, a spear refined out of the femur of an enormous demon beast was thrown out brutally. Before the sound spread out, it had already hit the center of the eyebrow of a soul-splitting behemoth, pierced deep into the head, and penetrated out of its throat, pinning the gargantuan beast to the ground. Although the head of the beast was pinned to the ground, its body was still moving forward because of the strong inertia. As a result, the body was split apart from the head, and its neck exploded into a pulp of meat. While everybody was bewildered, Li Yao dragged all the fatigued bull-horned muscular demons into the bronze gate before he closed it heavily with all of his strength. "Thank you, for what you did today and yesterday." Inside the darkness, the sound of the leader of the bull-horned muscular demons turned warm and mild. "Why did you do it?" Li Yao asked. The leader panted for a long time. Inside the darkness, the pair of bull eyes were emitting comforting brilliance like 2 topazes the size of eggs. "I just don't like the laughter of the scumbags in the auditorium," he replied. That's all. Bam! Bam bam! Bam 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 bam! The sounds of iron fists colliding with sharp claws, mixed with heated cheers, were echoing on an empty field in the center of the forest. A group of gladiators were standing in a circle, watching the competition of two experts. The one on the left was the leader of the bull-horned muscular demons. The one that was resisting his attack unhurriedly was, naturally, Li Yao. Moo! The leader of the bull-horned muscular demons roared suddenly, and his arms bulged to twice their original size with veins binding them up in circles like the whorls on a screw. The punch was mixed with a weird helical force, and Li Yao's defense was crushed even though he had crossed his two arms to resist the attack. Meanwhile, the veins on his opponent's arms suddenly twisted in the opposite direction, like a spring that was released abruptly after being tightened. Another new force was blown out and pressed Li Yao's chest heavily. Li Yao retreated almost 10 steps before he hit a giant tree heavily, shaking the leaves of the tree hard. He shook his hand and smiled. Let's stop fighting. Brother Mo has grasped 70% of the boa bondage force. I'm no match for you. Li Yao had limited his strength and speed to 7%. Without resorting to the force of his core and spiritual energy, he was truly no match for the leader of the bull-horned muscular demons with only 7% of his capability. It was the 7th day after Li Yao arrived at the Skeleton Island. After passing through the first battle, they had turned from new blood into official gladiators, but they were not scheduled for a second game in a hurry. Instead, they were simply locked in the deepest part of the Skeleton Island for further training. Although they were prisoners, the place was an out-and-out training camp in Li Yao's eyes. Every day, they were able to drink strengthening drugs that were powerful and contained a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Li Yao did not know much about the strengthening drugs of the blood demon sector, but according to the standard of the Heaven's Origin sector, they were all invaluable treasures. Even the best students of the 9 elite colleges would not necessarily be able to obtain such strengthening drugs. Other than that, the meat of demon beasts that stored abundant spiritual energy was supplied unlimitedly. The guards did not even frown when Li Yao ate 7 whales in a row and simply offered more food to him. Moreover, the information bugs that they received had been fully upgraded, too. The battle experience of many middle and high-level demon generals, and sometimes even demon kings, was now stored inside them. The normal gladiators might have found it difficult to understand the quick and mysterious fighting scenes. But for Li Yao, having access to such battle experience was like giving a fish an ocean to swim in. In the special training camp, all the gladiators were mixed up. Other than the newcomers such as themselves, there were also a lot of veterans who had participated in multiple games and the real brutal warriors who had secured 5 victories and regained their freedom but still chose to stay on the Skeleton Island as tutors. Under such circumstances, all the gladiators naturally started bonding with each other. The leader of the bull-horned muscular demons and Li Yao, who nailed a soul-splitting behemoth at the crucial moment in the end, became the center of the newly arrived gladiators. Li Yao learned that the leader of the bull-horned muscular demons was named Mo Taisheng. He had lived with his companions around Cloud Mist Swamp, which was as an underdeveloped area as the 100 Desolation Mountain and frequented by a lot of demon beasts. They had made their living by hunting down the demon beasts. After generations of evolution and elimination, their unparalleled physical strength had been built up. Their village had been affected by the war between the coalition army of the demon race and the Blade of Chaos, too. Because of the savaging fires of war, they had to evacuate from their hometown, only to run into the slave-catching team of Void Turmoil City. Magnificent as the naturally endowed techniques of the red blood bronze bulls and fire Kirins might have been, it was not enough for them to resist the barrage of the acid cannons and the bone sting guns. A lot of their clan members who dared to fight back had been slain, and the rest of them had been paralyzed by the narcotic drugs. When they woke up again, they had already been tied up and unable to move anymore. Therefore, Mo Taisheng hated the high and mighty noble's guts. The other gladiators were more or less the same. They had mostly been living in the far-flung areas where the environment was harsh with endless demon beasts. But because of the flames of war, they had been involved in a disaster that was unrelated to them and ended up in this place, turning from an innocent hunter in the wilderness into a finely made slaughtering machine. The Skeleton Island's mode of operation is indeed not right. Li Yao was deep in thought. Chaotic blood demons were certainly not a synonym for the weak. In fact, their potential was much higher than those of many black blood and bronze blood demons. Before, the well-despised chaotic blood demons usually lived in the corners of the blood demon sector. They were loose sand and could not stir much trouble. However, through slave trading, the chaotic blood demons who were infuriated and loathed the nobles had been gathered in Void Turmoil City, and the most defiant of them had been shipped to the Skeleton Island to receive such mysterious, rigorous, and effective training. Naturally, a possible explanation would be that only through such refinement could the gladiators offer entertaining matches and even become the sharp claws and teeth for the nobles. However, would the claws and teeth really never tear open the throats of their masters? Other than that, all the gladiators had been locked up in the same place, but there was not any surveillance at all. Wasn't it very convenient for the gladiators to connect with each other? In fact, that was exactly what had happened. After only a few days, Mo Taisheng had established his prestige among the gladiators and in effect became the big brother for them, and Li Yao and a few other gladiators were also respected for their marvelous capability. Many gladiators were willing to listen to their command. During the casual chit-chats at night, there was no telling who started it first, but everybody started sharing the reason and process of their capture. After they heard that everybody had such similar experiences, it was unmistakable that flames of empathy and camaraderie were burning deep down in their eyes. If the chaotic blood demons had been loose sand in the past, right now, they already had their basic organization. If the gladiators were to rise up and fight their oppressors, the experts such as Mo Taisheng and Li Yao would be the natural leaders. This place is totally a boot camp for the rebels. While he was pondering, he smelt a pungent smell, only to find that Mo Taisheng had sat down next to him and was staring at the gladiators who were training hard far away. Another 4 victories, then we will be able to go back, Mo Taisheng said slowly. Despite his brutality and valiance in the games, Mo Taisheng was rather friendly and easygoing. His greatest goal was nothing more than to bring his companions back to their hometown and live their poor but peaceful lives again. Before Li Yao could reply, laughter resembling the cackles of a crow echoed behind the two of them. An old demon, whose skin was wrinkled with gray feathers and whose eyes were red, moved close. The old demon was named Ba Mingsong. He had been a gladiator in the past, too, but his wings had been broken during a game, and although he had luckily survived, he was not able to fight any more games. He was working in the training camp as a servant and a masseur. Sometimes, he was responsible for answering the questions of the newly arrived gladiators, too. But in general, he was just an insignificant worker. However, mysterious brilliance was beaming out of Ba Mingsong's eyes. He chuckled and craned his long neck toward them. You think that you will be allowed to go home so easily? In your dream. Mo Taisheng bulged his eyes. Does the master of the Skeleton Island not honor his words? Ba Mingsong sneered, of course, the master of the Skeleton Island honors his words. However, you must bear in mind that you must secure 5 victories instead of 1 or 2. There's a huge difference between 1 victory and 5. Mad Bull, Bloody Claw, you are among the most distinguished gladiators of the newcomers over the past few years. You are going to be great money makers for the arena. Will they let go of you easily? After they entered the Skeleton Island, their names were meaningless, and they had been nicknamed according to their own characteristics. Mo Taisheng was called Mad Bull, while Li Yao was addressed as Bloody Claw. Ba Mingsong blinked and said in a low voice, "Tell you what, there are a lot of ways to keep you in this place. For example, after you win 4 games, somebody will declare that you've misunderstood the rule, and that you will have to secure 5 victories in a row, not separately, in order to be set free. Or rather, they will grant you strengthening drugs that are very powerful but have a limited time of effect. At the beginning, you are naturally free to take them. However, after you've tasted the gratification of strength, you will be charged if you want more of such drugs. You don't have any money? That's easy. The Skeleton Island will loan you money. After you borrow the first sum of money, you will never be able to walk out of the place anymore. Even if you've regained your freedom, you will still have to linger on the Skeleton Island or work for other nobles. Mo Taisheng snorted. So, in your opinion, we are never going to be free again, are we? Free? Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Ba Mingsong chuckled in amusement and said, even if you miraculously win 5 games and find your way back to your hometown, do you think that you will be free? In the Blood Demon sector, the Silver Blood Demons and the Bronze Blood Demons are always the high and mighty rulers, while the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons are the most humble ants. What's the difference between living on the Skeleton Island or somewhere else? Right now, a lot of demons are being enlisted in the outside. You will die either as a gladiator of the Skeleton Island or as cannon fodder that is sent to the Heaven's Origin sector. Do you think that you can be free when you're out? Mo Taisheng was rendered speechless and lost for words. But Li Yao thought of something. He observed Ba Mingsong in secret and felt that the demon's countenance was rather mysterious. It was clear that he was much more than a simple servant. As it turned out, Ba Mingsong turned his neck around agilely and, seeing that nobody else was around, said in a low voice, "We will never be free unless we overthrow the reign of the Silver Blood Demons and the Bronze Blood Demons and restore the social position of the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons under the guidance of God Chaos." Brilliance suddenly beamed out of Mo Taisheng's bull eyes. He clutched Ba Mingsong's wings and bellowed, "You are with the Blade of Chaos? A believer of chaos?" Mo Taisheng sneered. In the legends of the demon race, Chaos was an enemy of the Pangu clan and the evilest existence in the universe. Because of the propaganda, most of the demons had no positive impression about Chaos. You've all been fooled. Seeing the despise on Mo Taisheng's face, Ba Mingsong explained, all this time, the high-level demons have been fooling you by telling you that Chaos was a great enemy of the Pangu clan and the entire demon race. But in fact, it is far from the truth and nothing but a lie that the high-level demons utilized to paralyze us. Mo Taisheng frowned. Then what is the truth? Ba Mingsong closed his hands and put them into a triangle. In the weird gesture, he said respectfully, Chaos was never the enemy of the Pangu clan. On the contrary, God Chaos was the real successor of the Pangu clan. What? Mo Taisheng and Li Yao both exclaimed in amazement. Ba Mingsong lowered his voice again and talked like a humming mosquito. You must know that there was a huge gap between the 13 clans in the Primeval era and the Demon Beast Empire 30,000 years ago. During those millions of years, there were not many demons, much less a systematical civilization. Mo Taisheng nodded. That's the era of the ancient cultivators, the time when humanity thrived. Ba Mingsong blinked. Exactly. But have you ever wondered why the bloodlines that had been lost for millions of years were suddenly awakened 40,000 years ago? Why did the vast majority of the modern demons show up abruptly in less than 100 years 40,000 years ago like a big bang? Li Yao was deep in thought. According to the well-accepted theory of the Star Glory Federation, a cultivator 40,000 years ago developed a demon god virus by accident and refined a large batch animals into slaughtering machines named demon beasts, and the intelligence of the demon beasts grew exponentially during the fierce battles. Eventually, the demon race was born. Later, after the demon race swallowed the 3,000 sectors in the universe, an enormous demon beast empire was established on the foundation of the civilization of ancient cultivators. When Li Yao was young, he had never doubted such a theory. However, after more than 10 years of traveling and training, as an expert close to the nascent soul stage, he had become more and more suspicious about such a narrative. The most crucial factor leading to his suspicion was the protraction of evolution. It had taken human beings hundreds of thousands of years before they evolved to possess basic intelligence. The usage of fire alone might have taken mankind tens of thousands of years to grasp. Even if the demon god virus could endow ordinary animals with strong bodies and killing instincts, was it possible that the virus could grant animals intelligence that was similar to human beings, if not even higher, in only 100 years? Li Yao found such a theory unacceptable. "Tell you what," Ba Mingsong said mysteriously, "it was exactly God Chaos who caused the Big Bang of the demon race. At the end of the era of the ancient cultivators, human beings shattered most of the 3,000 sectors. Every sector was in ruins, and catastrophes were falling upon the entire universe. God Chaos was born in such crisis. He found the relics of the 13 ancient clans and excavated the legacy of the primeval era. Eventually, he created the modern demon race. Therefore, God Chaos is our creator. He is the one true God for us. When he created the modern demons, God Chaos did not set up the hierarchy of bloodlines at all. In his eyes, all demons are equal. He merely helped us awaken in different appearances for the purpose of different jobs. The goal of God Chaos was to ask us to replace the brutal human beings and repair the broken world so that the universe that was about to be destroyed by the wars of human beings would be revived again. However, God Chaos was too lenient. He underestimated the evilness and ambitions of human beings. He did not anticipate that some of the demons he created would be corrupted by human beings and turn against him. In the end, the traitors heavily wounded and suppressed him before they established their own reign. Before, all demons were only different in the talents that they awakened, but their blood was exactly the same. However, the demons who were corrupted by the evil, ambitious human beings locked up the bloodlines of all the other demons through secret techniques and enslaved the other demons by setting up the classes such as Saint Blood, Silver Blood, Bronze Blood, Black Blood, and Chaotic Blood. Those demons are so evil that they are no different from human beings. Their reign lasted 30,000 years. Finally, what happened to the human beings before happened to them again. The enormous empire collapsed, and whatever was left of their remnants could only hide in the corners of the cosmos, breathing their last breath. What is hilarious is that, even in such a far-flung area in the universe, they are still clinging to the decayed, four-pillar system, unwilling to let it go. They are still hoping to continue enslaving the black blood demons and the chaotic blood demons, but they do not know that they are seeking their own death. Right now, the blade of chaos has risen. The believers of chaos crave nothing except to chop off the shackles that lock up our bloodlines so that all demons can be restored to their original appearances. From then on, there will be no distinction among the silver blood demons, the black blood demons, the bronze blood demons, and the chaotic blood demons. That is the only time we will be really free. Ba Mingsong's words greatly stirred up Li Yao's mind. He had thought that the so-called chaos was just an evil god in the legends, which was possibly an alien civilization that was hostile to the Pangu civilization billions of years ago. He did not know that the history of chaos was much shorter than he imagined. According to Ba Mingsong, it appeared only 40,000 years ago. Besides, chaos was the creator of the modern demon race. Behind the curtains of propaganda and myth, what was the true history? Mo Taisheng was silent for a moment, before he said, "I'm told that the blade of chaos has failed. Their uprisings in the blood demon sector have been suppressed everywhere." He. Ba Mingsong laughed out, somewhat insanely. "You don't understand it at all. The blade of chaos will never fail in the blood demon sector. It will come back again even if it is suppressed 1,000, 10,000 times. Do you know why?" Li Yao and Mo Taisheng stared at him with great interest. Ba Mingsong took a deep breath and said, "Because the Mausoleum of God Chaos is somewhere deep below the surface of this planet. God Chaos was never really dead. Very soon, God Chaos will be reborn, and he will lead all the demons to create an immaculate new world. The hair on Li Yao's neck stood on end. What does he mean? Is Chaos not a groundless figure in the legends but an existence with a real entity? While talking, Ba Mingsong took out 2 pendants from his pockets and handed them over. Then he said solemnly, "These are the charms of God Chaos. Under the radiance of Chaos, all demons are brothers. I hope that you too can survive more days in the arena." With the help of the burning torches, Li Yao opened his hands and observed. It was a crude pendant made from a brown bone with a pattern of a saber tied up by countless double helixes that looked both like gene strands and solid shackles. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "Uncle Ba, are you not scared of being captured by preaching on the ideas of the Blade of Chaos here?" Ba Mingsong smiled, apparently not bothered at all. "What can they do even if they take me away? The worst outcome is nothing but death. After struggling on the Skeleton Island for so many years, I've lived a long enough life." The old demon staggered to his feet, flapping his wings. He walked away, as hunched as before, and gradually disappeared into the depths of the forest. Li Yao and Mo Taisheng looked at each other. They both hid the charms of the Blade of Chaos in the safest place. The crimson rocks were burning like fire. Sweat was falling down, only to be vaporized the next second. Occasionally, rock thorns would pierce out rapidly from deep below the ground. It was one of the most terrifying dungeons on the Skeleton Island, the Thorny Flame Dungeon. All the floor tiles were carved out of crystals of the fire class, with a temperature of more than 300 degrees. The joins of the floor tiles would also spurt out rock thorns without any pattern, driven by the underground magma. A moment of carelessness, and one's foot would be pierced through. It was a month and a half after Li Yao reached the Skeleton Island, and this was the 4th game that he had participated in. Over the past 45 days, Li Yao had become a legend that rose like a volcanic eruption among the gladiators of the Skeleton Island. Bloody Claw, the most brutal, strong, and mysterious gladiator over the past 5 years, has shown up. He's only been here for a month and a half, but we've all witnessed his performance in the 3 most dangerous battles. In the Lightning Dungeon, he killed a soul-splitting behemoth with only 1 attack. In the Ice Desolation Dungeon, he twisted off 3 heads of a 6-foot ice lizard by force. In the Blackwater Swamp, he escaped without being hurt at all from the attacks of dozens of transformative spider snakes. What marvelous performance is he going to demonstrate today? Let's wait and watch. The shrieking bugs in the sky were yelling non-stop, elaborating on his feats to the audience. Even without the exciting voice, the local audience of Void Turmoil City who had often watched the games were already more than thrilled. Countless bronze blood demons were shouting the name of Bloody Claw. Even many silver blood demons were craning their heads out of their boxes or observing him condescendingly with their telescopes. Li Yao slightly lowered his head. In his eyes, the rowdy audience was nothing but piles of rotten meat. He was not fighting for the crazy cheers of the audience. It was only because the words of Ba Mingsong, a worker of the Skeleton Island, greatly aroused his curiosity. From that moment on, he was certain that the Skeleton Island was a secret training camp where the Blade of Chaos recruited new members. In order to catch the attention of the Blade of Chaos, he would have to show distinguished capabilities. Therefore, from that day on, Li Yao had quietly accelerated the speed of his training. He also released his strength, gradually improving it from 7% to 7.5%. After he continued making advancements and finally increased his capability to 9%, even many seasoned gladiators who had gone through dozens of games in the arena were no match for him. As a result, he was permitted to participate in the next game to be hosted in the arena. In the scorching Thorny Flame Dungeon, Li Yao peacefully watched at the highest place of the auditorium through the air that was even hotter than the burning ground. Yuchi Ba, the owner of the Skeleton Island, was still seated at the highest place. The young females of the Feather clan blocked the sunlight with their broad wings and flapped them occasionally to give him a cool breeze. 8 loyal guards were standing around him like spears. They were all the dominators of the arena in the past, but right now, they all boasted a new name, which was the Death Teeth Guards of the Skeleton Island. Although Uchiba's small eyes were blocked by the wings of the young females of the Feather clan, Li Yao could still sense that a pair of interested eyes were scanning him up and down. Li Yao was very clear that Uchiba and his Death Teeth Guards were paying close attention to him, both in the previous games and in every minute of his daily training. It was exactly what Li Yao needed. He had to convince Uchiba and the Death Teeth Guards that he was really a gifted hunter and someone that they were in need of. "Are you ready?" Li Yao asked without looking back. A cold grunt echoed behind him in acknowledgement, which was the affirmative response of Mo Taisheng. Li Yao smiled. The death games on the Skeleton Island were rarely held as duels except for those between super experts who had a winning record of dozens of games, because the larger the number of participants in a game, the more changes there would be, and the more unexpected the outcome of the game would be. In the previous games, Li Yao had been fighting side by side with Mo Taisheng. The two of them had always practiced with each other during their personal training, too. For Li Yao, fighting against Mo Taisheng the Mad Bull, while suppressing his strength to 8% was an excellent approach of training, just like when his senior brother Fiend Blade Peng Hai went to practice with him while suppressing his strength to 5%. After a month of getting to know each other, Li Yao had to admit that Mo Taisheng was a natural-born commander in a battlefield. He seemed to boast a special aura that made everybody, including those stronger than himself, listen to his commands willingly. Even when openings were revealed in his commands that were not mature enough, he would block all the openings with his furious strength, unstoppable air, and fearless determination. Li Yao knew that he was not someone who enjoyed standing in the spotlight commanding everybody. He preferred to lurk in the shadows and manipulate everything in secret, securing the victory of a game without anybody knowing. In the arena, one of them worked in the daylight while the other walked in the darkness. On the surface, Mo Taisheng was the commander of the battle while Li Yao was an assaulter who wandered away from the main battle formation. But in secret, Li Yao had been testing how to impose more interference on the situation of the battle with his own strength. Boom! At the center of the arena, a fireball soared into the sky, exploding into an ugly mushroom cloud in midair, which then dispersed into an abnormal skull, before everything spread out and dispersed in the end. Hardly had a gap appeared in the bronze gate in the front when countless giants shrouded in flames forced it open. Almost 40 demons strode out with their heads held high. They were around 3 meters tall, like giant lizards that were standing on their feet. Their long and thick tails were packed with spurs, and the tips of their tails were huge bone hammers that looked like a heavy bomb. This time, Li Yao's opponents were not demon beasts but bronze blood demons. The Skeleton Island not only arranged games between gladiators and demon beasts but also welcomed demons from Void Turmoil City to join the matches personally. The bronze blood demons, as the warrior class, were particularly fond of such entertainment, and their masters, the silver blood nobles, were often very proud of the bloody glory that their subordinates won in an arena, too. After Li Yao, Mo Taisheng, and the other gladiators rose to fame on the Skeleton Island, many demons had fixed their sights on the newcomers. A silver blood demon who came to Void Turmoil City to purchase strengthening drugs paid a high price so that his guards would have the right to tear apart the gladiators. Those brutal demons known as Shooting Star Fiery Salamanders were among the most infamous ones in the group of bronze blood demons, too. They had natural glands that could absorb and spurt out high-temperature flames. When the bone hammer on their tail bashed the ground, the spiritual energy of the fire class would shake violently on a large scale, like the explosion of a crystal bomb. The games between the bronze blood demons and the gladiators were not fair. Not only was the battlefield chosen according to the advantages of the Shooting Star Fiery Salamanders, they were also wearing the strongest armor and the sharpest gloves carved out of crystals. The sabers and swords that they were carrying were also the most marvelous weapons made by the top craftsmen of the Blood Demon sector. However, in Li Yao's eyes, the shooting star fiery salamanders, although armed to the teeth, were nothing but hens that were wearing fancy clothing. Yuchi-ba, open your eyes and watch my performance closely. The slaughter began. In Li Yao's eyes, the arena stopped being a simply three-dimensional space, and his opponents were no longer living creatures made of flesh and blood. The vast battlefield, the shooting star fiery salamanders in the front, and the gladiators behind him all turned into the most fundamental streams of data that were connected with each other through the complicated, inexplicable formulas and theorems. The smallest change of a number would trigger a series of chain reactions and result to the subtle feedback of other numbers. Li Yao had a deeper understanding about battles right now. When he suppressed his strength to the minimum and stopped crushing over his opponents with brute force, the wisdom of fighting was playing a more and more vital role in combat. He was no longer only focused on his primary target, and he gave up considering the specific moves he should make. Instead, he calculated what consequences the death of the 9th shooting star fiery salamander to be killed by him would bring to the battle dozens of seconds later. By perceiving the breathing, heartbeat, and temperature of the enemies, Li Yao even grasped their state of mind. He could vaguely tell which shooting star fiery salamander was particularly excited and which gladiator was relatively more tired because of overtraining. All the information was integrated inside his brain within a moment. When the dozens of shooting star fiery salamanders charged forward, waving their blades and spurting out flames in roars, Li Yao took 3 steps to the left. The bronze blood demons were well aware of the brutality of Bloody Claw. His unbelievable performance in the previous games had been watched repeatedly by the bronze blood demons, too. Ruthlessness and lust for killing did not equal low intelligence. On the contrary, the fact that they could laugh to the end after hundreds of life-and-death battles proved that the bronze blood demons were the most cunning, prudent warriors. They immediately reacted to Li Yao's horizontal movement. Their battle formation, which was in the shape of a diamond, subtly changed. After quickly moving 15 meters to the left, Li Yao came to an abrupt halt and turned, as if he were planning to cut to the shooting star fiery salamander's rear and attack their commander. The battle formation of the shooting star fiery salamanders changed yet again. However, before the new battle formation was consolidated, Li Yao changed mysteriously for a third time, appearing to be lunging at the center of the shooting star fiery salamanders. In less than 3 seconds, Li Yao had made dozens of changes. In the end, although his body did not move much, the change of the air around him and the focus of his eyes produced a tiny gap in the battle formation of the shooting star fiery salamanders. Before, every shooting star fiery salamander was neither too far nor too close from each other. The bone hammers on their tails could easily cover each other. But right now, 10 or so shooting star fiery salamanders were too close to each other, and their tails would collide into each other when being waved, making it possible to maximize their strength. On the other hand, the other 10 or so shooting star fiery salamanders were too far away from each other, and once Mo Taisheng and the other red blood bronze bulls accelerated to their maximum speed, it was more likely that they would pierce through the shooting star fiery salamanders easily. Mo Taisheng soon located the tiny gap, too. He immediately led the charge with the red blood bronze bulls. The 2 torrents crashed into each other brutally, performing the song of blood and destruction that were the demon's favorite. Li Yao had not launched an attack even after the 6th shooting star fiery salamander collapsed before him. He abandoned the idiotic method to manipulating the situation of the battle with pushing or blocking the opponents. His every footstep, every hand waving, and even every look was enough to subtly influence the situation. Such movements consumed the least strength and spiritual energy for him. Li Yao could not help but recall the time when countless grand illusionary soldiers in the Flying Star sector had surrounded him. At that time, the only thing he had known was to stride forward with all his strength, which had been quite an exhausting experience. In the end, he had been surrounded by countless grand illusionary soldiers that were no higher than the building foundation stage and nearly failed to get out. At that time, I had the combat ability close to the nascent soul stage, but I did not know how to make best use of it. How foolish I was. In the future, I'll be engaged in battles of even larger scales. I should practice new fighting skills as soon as possible. The most crucial factor is the ratio of the number of enemies killed to the strength that the process consumes. I must find the most cost-effective way of fighting in order to be unstoppable in the vast sea of stars. Schwa. Li Yao dodged the bone hammer that a shooting star fiery salamander slapped at him brutally. When he lowered his body, another shooting star fiery salamander was charging at him. The bone hammers of the two shooting star fiery salamanders hit each other in dazzling sparks. The two shooting star fiery salamanders were both paralyzed because of the collision. They did not see it coming when a black shadow blinked past their hearts like a lightning and pecked their breastplate 3 times within a breath. Their breastplates were broken through with the first peck, their bones shattered from the second, and then a weak current pierced through their hearts after the third peck. The shooting star fiery salamanders stopped moving like statues. When they were finally blown off by the scorching wind, there were few shooting star fiery salamanders that were still standing on the arena, preparing to meet the charge of the infuriated red blood bronze bulls. The winners were obvious. Li Yao heard prolonged horns outside of the arena and roars hundreds of times louder that reeked of bloodthirst and desire for killing. Almost all the audience, including the silver blood demons, stood up and bashed their chests, screaming in a twisted voice. Li Yao managed to distinguish a high-pitched voice that belonged to Yuchi Ba, owner of the Skeleton Island, from the screams. The newcomers who had only been on the Skeleton Island for 2 months, because of their amazing performances, were granted the right to challenge the Death Teeth Guards, the strongest gladiators on the Skeleton Island. At night, deep inside the forest, Li Yao leaned against a thick bloody coconut tree, considering the situation quietly. After winning the 4th game, they had been granted the right to challenge the champion gladiators of the Skeleton Island. Over the next couple of days, their training facilities had been fully upgraded. They had more strengthening drugs, better high-energy food, and all available battle experience for them to learn. During the high-intensity training, Li Yao finally saw an example of mental derangement and cell collapse with his own eyes. Before, Li Yao had already known that the death rate of the training camp was very high, and he had barely paid attention to other gladiators as he had been too occupied in his own training. But that day, a chaotic blood demon, more than 4 meters tall and weighing 10 tons, boasting the bloodline of Hammerhead Battle Elephant, suddenly collapsed right in front of his eyes after injecting 20 doses of strengthening drugs and devouring more than 2 tons of food. He trembled in the beginning before fluids that looked like foam leaked out of the wrinkles of his skin. The mountain-like demon screamed miserably, wreathed in the foam, while his body features changed constantly. In 1 short minute, the features of behemoths, rhinos, and other heavy beasts appeared on his body, only to be replaced by those of lions and leopards a moment later. Eventually, he was even growing colorful feathers and sharp claws and teeth. For a moment, maybe it was just his imagination, but Li Yao even vaguely sensed that all the features of animals disappeared from the chaotic blood demon, and he turned into a tall, strong, magnificent-looking man. However, such a form did not last even 0.1 seconds before endless foam flowed out of his widely opened mouth and melted him completely. A gentle breeze passed by, blowing the foam up as if it was made of flying butterflies. Illuminated by the torches, they shone in glamorous colors before they vanished into nothingness in the end. The demon that looked as undefeatable as a mountain was vaporized just like that in only 1 minute. Not too many demons were surprised by such a scene. The gladiators all whispered to each other that the demon had been embraced by God Chaos again. Yes. During Li Yao's adventure on the Skeleton Island, the ideology of the Blade of Chaos had spread afar among the gladiators, many of whom were praying to Chaos in secret. As far as Li Yao knew, even the most resolute gladiators often could not help but carry a charm of the Blade of Chaos and scratch it before they joined a game, as if it was the hope of their survival. After their first encounter, Ba Mingsong had visited Li Yao and Mo Taisheng several times. The two talented, distinguished new gladiators seemed to be important targets of the Blade of Chaos. Mo Taisheng's tongue was rather tight, and he did not reveal his thoughts easily. Li Yao tried to have a chat with Ba Mingsong several times, but there was no telling whether the demon was too clever or truly knew nothing about the details. Except for repeating the benevolence of God Chaos, he failed to offer anything new. But today, the collapse of the gladiator was a major blow for Li Yao's mind, which prompted him to consider the different methodologies of training of mankind and the demon race from a higher level. According to the mental devil, the method of training to directly stimulate the cells was dangerous and extremely unstable. On the Skeleton Island, in order to trigger the greatest potential of the gladiators in the shortest amount of time, strengthening drugs far exceeding normal dosages had been injected into them. Although the strengthening drugs were all first class and contained a lot of balancing and repairing constituents, such a hasty approach to training still resulted in the mess of genes and the collapse of cells in many demons. In the past, Li Yao had always been confused by something. In terms of physical build and combat ability, the individuals of the demon race were far better than those of mankind. Mo Taisheng and the chaotic blood demons that he saw in the dry leaf village were all civilians, but after preliminary training, they were able to deal shocking damage, and 10 muscular human beings might not have been a match for one of them. Then, why did the demon race suffer such a crushing defeat in the Great War against human beings 10,000 years ago when they boasted such fine individual soldiers? Li Yao did not fully understand the question until he dug deeper into the training methods of the demon race. Firstly, talent played a very important role in the training of the demon race. Demons who boasted the bloodlines of the red blood bronze bulls such as Mo Taisheng were in fact not large in number. Most of the demons, such as rooster demons and rabbit demons, did not have much combat ability. They were even weaker than adult men in general. Secondly, the training method of the demon race was to stimulate the cells, which proved to be very unstable. Their odds of mental derangement were much higher than those of mankind. Besides, they were almost always beyond rescue the moment they were mentally deranged. A complete collapse with their body turning into foam was naturally the most extreme example. But on many occasions, a certain weird organ inside a demon's body would be awakened when they were mentally deranged, say, lungs that were suitable for the special air millions of years ago, or gills that replaced their lungs once and for all. If so, they would still die miserably on the spot, and other people would not know what happened to them at all. Thirdly, the training system of the demon race was too monotonous and focused too much attention on awakening the strength within one's body. In other words, they were lacking creativity. Li Yao had always believed that, although there might be regressions in the development of a civilization, the trend of every civilization was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, after he received the legacy of Yezi, a master of refining from 40,000 years, he did not count his everything on it. Instead, he learned a huge amount of modern knowledge of refining with the legacy of the past as references. The legacy of the primeval era might have certain shining parts that were better than the technology of human beings, but Li Yao definitely did not believe that the contemporary civilization of mankind had no advantages. On the contrary, modern human beings developed at an amazing speed and built a magnificent interstellar information society after only 10,000 years. Such speed and creativity were definitely impressive. But as for the demon race, they were limited by their bloodlines and talents, and they attached too much importance to the awakening of the strength that was originally inside their body. They never thought to place the strength in the future that was more boundless. For 30,000 years, they had been going around circles and even established such a bizarre construct as the four-pillar system. No wonder they were no match for human beings. After all, a war in modern times was a collision of two civilizations. Since Li Yao's arrival in the blood demon sector, he had seen a lot of experts with marvelous skills. But as for the society and the political system of the Blood Demon sector, he could not think of a better word to describe it than obsolete. The Blood Demon sector was truly facing trouble from both the inside and the outside. If a large-scale strategical war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector really broke out in the end, Li Yao did not think that such a Blood Demon sector had much chance of winning at all. But here came to question. Jin Xinyue was already smart and determined enough, and there was no way that Li Yao would underestimate the wisdom of the 12 demon emperors of the Blood Demon sector. Did the real leaders of the Blood Demon sector not understand the current crisis when he had seen through it after only 3 months? Then, did the demon emperors persist in the final war against the Heaven's Origin sector knowing that the Blood Demon sector was not as strong as it appeared to be because they were too arrogant or because they were actually up to something else? Jin Tui, the new commander-in-chief of the coalition army of the demon race, means to implement the Red Tide Plan and assault the Star Glory Federation from its central area. But is the Red Tide Plan the only scheme of the final war for the Blood Demon sector? I think they've underestimated the tenacity of the Star Glory Federation, haven't they? Everything was a mess. Even Li Yao could not get his head around the whole thing despite his computational ability. While he was feeling frustrated, Mo Taisheng walked over to him. Tomorrow is the day when we are going to fight the Death Teeth Guards. Mo Taisheng sighed and said, word on the street is that the master of the Shooting Star Fiery Salamanders was not happy that we killed so many of them in the arena. The Silverblood noble not only lost a team of elite subordinates but also suffered a heavy monetary loss because he bet on his subordinates, not to mention that the failure was itself humiliating enough. Therefore, the Silverblood noble burst into fury and paid a fortune, demanding that the Death Teeth Guards kill us all. We have made significant improvements after a month and a half's training, but I'm afraid that we are not going to be match for the Death Teeth Guards however strong we are right now. Li Yao smiled and lay down on the grass with his hands as a pillow. He said, don't be scared. Death is not necessarily the destination. Li Yao was almost certain that everything was the plan of the Blade of Chaos and that they would see the real appearance of the Blade of Chaos tomorrow. That would be the beginning of the real game. No matter how perilous the game was, he was never willing to give in as a chess piece. He was going to be a player who made his moves on the board and even the one who manipulated the other player. Licking his teeth, Li Yao quickly dismissed all the irrelevant thoughts. Secrets had to be found out one after another. For now, he had better figure out everything about the Blade of Chaos first. Hew! A sharp arrow tore apart the air in the forest and passed by Li Yao's right ear, piercing deep into the giant tree. The trunk immediately emitted burning noises as it was withered with stenchful smoke popping up. The battle between Li Yao, Mo Taisheng, and the Death Teeth Guards was held in the open arena named Hellbone Swamp. It was a spacious jungle that seemed plain but was riddled with traps. Inconspicuous swamps that boasted uncanny attraction force were hidden below the bushes everywhere. Any creature that stepped on them would be swallowed whole. Their bones would not pop up to the surface again until a long time later when the swamp had absorbed their flesh and bone marrow. The remains of the victims usually radiated scary phosphorescence in the dark, and that was how the Hellbone Swamp got its name. Hellbone Swamp was one of the most dangerous arenas on the Skeleton Island. It was so dangerous that there was not even room to set up the auditorium. The audience could only watch the ongoing battle through the flying spirit eyes that were densely distributed in the jungle. 12 minutes after the 22 gladiators including Li Yao were projected to the Hellbone Swamp, only 3 were left. Li Yao saw 2 gladiators being swallowed by the swamp with his own eyes, and 1 gladiator's skin ulcerated and was burnt after being shot by an arrow, dying miserably on the spot. But he was not affected at all because... What a weird venom. The interested voice of the mental devil drifted out from deep inside Li Yao's brain. When the sharp arrow brushed past him just now, Li Yao had calculated the most precise distance and position, allowing the skin on his ear to be hurt by the arrow so that he could retrieve a sample of the venom for analysis. On the surface, it seems to be the most lethal poison that can melt one's guts and make them die miserably. It is even very contagious, and whoever comes close might be affected by the venom. However, after analyzing carefully, it is not difficult to find that there are a lot of stabilizing cells inside the venom that can help maintain the vital signs of a creature. According to my calculations, once a lot of venom floods into the body, the skin will certainly fester, and the heartbeat and breathing will become very feeble, too. Every symptom will be no different from death. However, the most critical part of the creature's vitality will not be cut off, and it will enter a certain false death state. With timely treatment, they will awaken shortly after. Li Yao smiled. He had made the same judgment, but he needed more proof to support his hypothesis. His senses spread out in the forest like the tentacles of an octopus. Amid the dense bushes and thorns, every death teeth guard had been precisely locked onto by him. He had even simulated dozens of pictures in his mind where he killed the death teeth guards instantly. It was not until the enemies found the last few preys that he gave up such a boring game and started observing carefully. Mo Taisheng was among the few gladiators who fought to the end. He thought that his companions had all been slain by the death teeth guards and could not have been infuriated. With the desperate roars, his body continued expanding, and his spine protruded out, growing spurs that looked like tusks. The broken horn on his head was now repaired and even thicker than when it was intact in the past, soaring up to the sky helically like the horn of a devil. However, the gap between their capability could not be filled simply by outrage. The Death Teeth Guards were all the winners who laughed to the end in the hundreds of battles on the Skeleton Island. They also had the advantage in numbers right now. Their victory was certain. The thorny bushes shook slightly. A black shadow darted out like lightning and leapt to Mo Taisheng's shoulder. Then, with a strangle technique, the enemy fractured his right arm that was as thick as a bucket. It exploded with clusters of bloody mist bursting out. Before Mo Taisheng had the chance to scream in pain, a crocodile in iron armor suddenly dashed out of the mud below his hoofs, brutally piercing his long spear into Mo Taisheng's chest. When the tip of the spear reached Mo Taisheng's chest, thousands of electric arcs spurted out abruptly. Every spiral on the spear that looked like a gold ring was revolving rapidly, allowing the weapon to penetrate through his broad chest without the least hindrance and get out from Mo Taisheng's back. A giant heart soaked in blood was stuck to the tip of the spear and ripped apart instantly by the electric arcs. Mo Taisheng roared crazily and blew away the two Death Teeth Guards. He bulged his eyes, clutched the hole on his chest, and stepped forward heavily. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and kneeled on the ground, lowering his head and cramping crazily. Very soon, deep purple blood flooded out of his wound and spread out like a plague. His enormous body soon turned into weird black. Even the most cold-hearted demon might not have been willing to look at him any longer. But Li Yao had been observing carefully and capturing every millimeter of movement of the two Death Teeth Guards precisely. He discovered that, fierce as the first demon's attack might have been, the heavy wound such as a shattered arm could easily be recovered with the biochemical treatment of the demon race after several days. As for the crocodile's sudden piercing, it missed the critical area slightly at the most important moment. With Li Yao's vision right now, he could calculate precise the distribution of his internal organs and the functioning status of the organs by observing Mo Taisheng's heartbeat and the different temperatures of his body parts. To put it simply, when Li Yao glanced at Mo Taisheng casually, it was not just an entire minotaur that he saw but also different pictures including his bone structure, the distribution of veins and nerves, the precise locations of every internal organ and lymph, and so on. Li Yao clearly saw that, when the lightning-like spear of the crocodile pierced into Mo Taisheng's chest, the attack was off by 3 millimeters to the right and brushed past Mo Taisheng's heart at a close distance. The wound seemed to be fatal, but none of the lightning really touched his heart. Then, what was the enormous heart on the tip of the spear about? I got it. Maybe a cosmos ring that stores such a heart has been embedded into the spear in the first place. No living organs could be stored inside the cosmos ring, but the heart might not be necessarily made of flesh and meat. One made of foam materials can look equally vivid at the hands of a deft craftsman. Li Yao was a refiner. He could tell that it was not difficult to produce a false heart with natural materials as long as the appearance was identical to a real one. The spear could release dazzling electric arcs that would strongly interfere with the sight of the audience. While the lightning was spluttering, the false heart was burnt into ashes instantly. Nobody would be able to notice anything wrong. Inside the long spear, there are also probably special narcotic drugs and false death drugs that can make Mo Taisheng enter the weird false death state. He will also cramp, vomit blood, and have skin ulcers. Everybody will want to keep distance from him. The audience is all far away and watching everything through the flying spirit eyes. How can they discover that he is not actually dead so quickly? Li Yao smiled. By the rattling noises in the bushes and the shaking leaves, he locked onto 3 death teeth guards that were darting toward him. Stomping on the branch, Li Yao threw himself to the ground. Li Yao a cannonball. The earth was all splashing because of the invasion. Under the cover of the humus, he kicked the leopard demon who was best at melee combat rapidly. As he expected, the leopard demon came close to him like a harassing fly. Li Yao's right leg was immediately folded like a razor blade. He almost fell over because of the sudden change of movement. Li Yao would never hand over his fate to somebody else. Although he was 99% sure that the opponents were not really trying to kill him, there was still uncertainty after all. If his right foot suffered heavy wounds, it would be a great disadvantage for him when he encountered real experts such as the Fire Ant King. Li Yao only kicked because he wanted to show a loophole on his back so that a death teeth guard who had been pretending to be a piece of rind behind him would be tempted to attack his back brutally. Shwa! A narrow and long wound was immediately left on his back. Under Li Yao's precise control, the blood flowed out in a seemingly miserable way, but it barely diminished his combat ability. Li Yao seemed to be staggering after he suffered such a strike and could do nothing to stop 10 or so bone spears from hitting his critical parts brutally. However, Li Yao sensed that the bone spears that seemed to be aiming at his critical parts were all going to miss the real locations of the critical parts. The venom inside the bone spears immediately spread out. With Li Yao's sturdy body close to that of the nascent soul stage, which had also been strengthened by the mental devil, barely any poison could work on him right now. The venom of such a level could deal absolutely no damage to him. But Li Yao simply removed all the defense on the surface of his body and allowed his skin and part of the nerve endings to be corroded. When he helplessly fell to the ground, cramping and foaming at the mouth with deep purple venomous fluids leaking out of his every pore, lengthy horns echoed far away. The seemingly one-sided slaughter was over. But the real game had only just begun. Very soon, guards of the skeleton island in full sets of protective garments carried pots made of fine metal and carved with mysterious patterns and sprayed a lot of deep blue foam on his body. Li Yao knew that the foams could block the venom and the germs. It was a standard procedure to handle the bodies that were killed by the venom. However, after they were wreathed in the deep blue foams, nobody would be able to find out if they were actually not dead. Covered in the multiple layers of foam, Li Yao did not dare to expand his senses. He could only vaguely feel that he was lifted and moved to a large cart. Then, after more than half an hour's intermittent and bumpy traveling, he reached a place where the sea wind was blowing, and the tides were surging. Li Yao interweaved his telepathic thoughts into a helix and drilled a tiny hole on the deep blue foam through which he observed the surroundings. It was a cliff at the northwest part of the skeleton island with an altitude of almost 100 meters. Below the cliff were sharp, disorderly reefs. At the center of the cliff was an enormous pit around 50 meters in diameter. Huge waves slapping the seashore could vaguely be heard, and they were mixed with ear-splitting shrieks, each louder than the last. Smelly, scarlet smoke was spurting out from the bottom of the pit, hovering in midair, and forming weird red clouds. It was the Thousand Corpse Abyss, the place on the skeleton island where the dead bodies of the gladiators were dropped. All the gladiators hated the place and were scared whenever they spoke about it. Countless bodies had been piled up beside the Thousand Corpse Abyss. They were pushed into the pit by enormous beasts that were driven by the guards. Very soon, a mill of flesh and blood seemed to have been opened below the pit. Noises of meat being torn apart and bones being fractured were echoing. With his telepathic thoughts, Li Yao detected, to his surprise, that it was the bodies of the demon beasts that were pushed into the pit in the first batch. It was not the dead gladiators' turn until right now. When he was pushed to the side of the Thousand Corpse Abyss, he discovered that the bottom of the pit was connected to the ocean. At the center of the bottom was a rapid swirl in which countless terrifying sea beasts that looked like hybrids of sea snakes, worms, and octopuses were swimming swiftly. None of the sea beasts had eyes, and the front end of their fat bodies was entirely occupied by a bloody mouth, and more than 10 circles of dense teeth could be seen. Even a body made of iron was probably going to be ground and swallowed by the sea beasts. Li Yao knew that such beasts were known as blind teeth sea demons. They were the dominators near the seashore. The Far East Demon Kingdom had tamed the horrifying beasts as weapons and even produced a batch of destructive assault ships based on the blind teeth sea demons, which proved to be quite a headache for the navy of the Star Glory Federation. Voila! Li Yao and Mo Taisheng were pushed into the Thousand Corpse Abyss. Inside the Thousand Corpse Abyss, the dark waves crashed powerfully against the walls as if trying to escape. The blind teeth sea demons were all opening and closing their mouths in the most hideous way. Li Yao could not help but increase his wariness to the maximum. Should there be anything wrong, he could crash into the wall of the pit straightly and hide himself within the rocks. Mo Taisheng and the other gladiators were really in the false death state. They were like the puppets whose strings had been cut off and were free-falling into the pit, their hands and feet fluttering randomly. The gladiators were about to become a delicious meal for the blind teeth sea demons when one side of the wall of the dark pit glided open quietly and revealed a few pathways. Half of the pathways tossed out glue nets that were as sticky as the spider webs and caught all the gladiators, dragging them into the pathway, while the other half of the pathways spurted out almost 100 corpses of demon beasts, which replaced the gladiators as food for the blind teeth sea demons. The entire process was quick and seamless. Unless one bulged their eyes and observed the bottom of the pit, nobody would be able to notice anything. Just like that, the gladiators who should have ended up in the stomachs of the blind teeth sea demons were swapped and dragged underground. Hurry up and inject the antidote. There are quite a few talents among the newcomers. They cannot be killed. Send them into the biochemical slots for treatment. Sensing the cold tips of syringes being stabbed into his veins softly and injected cool, comforting drugs that slowly flowed around his body, Li Yao smiled and knew that he had successfully faked his way into the Blade of Chaos. One day later, deep inside the skeleton island, 300 meters below the ground, inside the secret base of the Blade of Chaos. Where is this young talent from exactly? His body is too strong. You can't tell it from his appearance at all. He is no taller than 3 meters, and his weight is less than 1,000 kilograms, but he has swallowed more strengthening drugs than the 5 red blood bronze bull did. It's rather strange. We retrieved his blood for analysis and found nothing wrong. He is just one of the most common chaotic blood demons. Is this what they referred to as naturally endowed gifts? The supervisor has commanded that the intensity of the Tiger Devil body building medicines be increased by 3 times. We'll see how the monster reacts to that. Maybe we have indeed picked up a treasure this time. He might prove to be an invincible warrior. Li Yao was floating in an enormous biochemical slot with his eyes half closed. He was soaked in a liquid that looked slightly red. Such a liquid was as thick as gum and stored no end of strengthening constituents that slowly leaked into his pores under slight pressure. By perceiving the feeble vibrations of the glass of the biochemical slot, he was eavesdropping on the conversation among the members of the Blade of Chaos outside. It sounded like the Blade of Chaos was truly not malicious and only meant to recruit new, strong members. It was exactly as he had hoped. The mental devil was yawning in boredom deep inside his brain. Such healing drugs are truly as tasteless as water. It took them a day and a half to repair such minor injuries. If it were me, I could have the injuries recovered in a minute by activating your cell's potential. The tiger devil bodybuilding medicine that they've developed seems interesting enough, though. But the intensity is too low. 3 times? Should be 10 times at least. Only that will be exciting enough. However, there is indeed a lot of good stuff in the secret base of the Blade of Chaos. The trip is definitely worthwhile. Li Yao agreed with the mental devil's theory. The biochemical slot he was placed in was not the only one in the base. He was now in a vast natural cave below the ground. Beside him were almost 100 biochemical slots that were placed next to each other in a line. Some of other biochemical slots were embedded in the wall of the cave. One expert was lying quietly inside every biochemical slot. Despite the blockage of the thick drugs, Li Yao could clearly sense the stronger and stronger scent inside every biochemical slot. 500 meters to his left, some of the large biochemical slots were even more than 20 meters tall. The demons being soaked and refined inside were like dinosaurs that had traveled through time to modern day. Even Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue when he saw them. The Blade of Chaos was indeed not as simple as it appeared to be, and the so-called riot of Bloody Blade was definitely not their real outburst. Li Yao did not have the patience to wait any longer. His eyes shuddered as he slowly opened them. Cold brilliance that pierced through the strengthening drugs, the hardened glass, and the thick rocks beamed out of his bright red left eye. He's awake. He took more poison than any of the other gladiators did, and he woke up so quickly. What a monster. Hurry and change the constituents of the drugs. Inject pacifiers. Very soon, Li Yao saw an old demon who had a pair of pure white wings staring at him with a smile before his biochemical slot. The old demon was wearing an ivory robe with a crimson emblem of the Blade of Chaos painted on the chest. Looking at the sharp blade that chopped off the gene strands for a second time, Li Yao suddenly sensed a whole different meaning from it. Am I dead? Li Yao pretended that he was weak and drew on the hardened glass with his fingers clumsily. No, the old demon's voice came over through the warm strengthening drugs, somewhat blurred. You are reborn. Li Yao had been reborn for 18 hours. In the first 15 hours, the Blade of Chaos had run a series of thorough physical examinations on him. With the disguise of the mental devil, he naturally passed the tests without any trouble. After a brief rest, he was led by 2 members of the Blade of Chaos through a long pathway to a quiet underground temple. There was nothing inside the temple, but enormous paintings had been decorated on the walls. However, the paintings were not about the glorious, magnificent deities nor the scenes where heroes were fighting blood-boiling battles, but the pictures of the mysterious gene strands, cells in various forms, and the fossils of countless ancient creatures. Such paintings added to the mystery and solemnness of the temple. Other than Li Yao, the gladiators who were killed in the same game as him showed up one after another, including those swallowed by the swamp. Li Yao was dazed at first. Then he immediately realized what had happened. There were clearly traps below the so-called Hellbone Swamp, too, and the gladiators who stepped on them would be pulled away through the secret tunnels down there. After a few days, a few remnants of bones similar to the size of the victims would be thrown back to the ground, and nobody would be suspicious. Those gladiators were not as healthy as Li Yao. Although they had woken up, almost everybody was tied up in thick bandages and holding multiple bags of healing drugs. Some of them were even soaked in the portable biochemical slots and pushed over with the help of others. They were still at a loss now that they had returned from death. Seeing that their companions who should have been killed in the Hellbone Swamp were also alive, they were even more surprised. Only several gladiators, including Taisheng, who had thick plasters bound to his chest and looked like an iron statue, were deep in thought and seemed to have realized what was going on. Congratulations on your rebirth. After a moment of faint laughter, deafening noises echoed below the ground at the end of the temple. The floor spread out like a blossoming flower, and a throne slowly rose up. The throne was designed in a very strange shape. It seemed to be made of countless interconnecting gene strands. The gene chains were all crystal clear and emitting glamorous colors from within, filling the enormous temple with the scent of life all of a sudden. But nobody was sitting on the throne. In front of the throne, 3 high shadows were standing. The 2 standing on the 2 sides emotionlessly were the Death Teeth guards who had killed them. But the most magnificent shadow in the middle turned out to be Uchiba, the master of the Skeleton Island. Li Yao had seen it coming, so was not surprised, but the other gladiators were caught unprepared and exclaimed in shock. Right now, Uchiba had taken off the gorgeous robe that he wore in the arena and put on a plain training armor with an emblem of the Blade of Chaos made of black iron on his chest. Bloody streaks were all over the black emblem. There was no telling whether they were intentionally added when the emblem was carved or it was the blood of his enemies that had leaked onto the emblem after he killed too many of them. Uchiba carried an intimidating aura with him, although he had not said anything. He slowly walked to the crowd one step after another. He glanced over the wounds on everybody and stopped for a long time on Li Yao. In the end, he stared at Taisheng and said frankly, "I know that you must have a lot of questions, brothers, and I'm going to answer all of them since I'm talking to you under my real identity today. Before I answer your questions, allow me to reintroduce myself. I, Uchiba, am the owner of the Skeleton Island, but I am also a believer of chaos. You may consider me as the highest representative of the Blade of Chaos in Void Turmoil City." Many quick-minded gladiators had already guessed his identity through his dress, but hearing him acknowledge it so straightforwardly, they were greatly startled too and whispered to each other. Many gladiators had accepted the ideas of the Blade of Chaos during their training. Right now, after they were reborn, they were rather moved as they felt that they had finally found their calling. For a moment, hot tears were flowing inside their eyes, and they did not know what to say. But Li Yao and Taisheng remained as untouched as before. Taisheng even furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "Master Uchi, so to speak, everything was your scheme the whole time? You captured us on purpose and ordered us to receive the harshest training and undergo life-and-death battles just so that you could pick the strongest of us for the Blade of Chaos?" His hands behind his back, Uchiba replied peacefully, "That is the first question that many brothers ask me when they wake up. And my answer has been the same every time. Yes. Everything was my scheme. You may even accuse me of kidnapping you through the most shameless approaches. On the Skeleton Island, you have undergone the most rigorous training and taken strengthening drugs dozens, if not hundreds, of times the normal dosage. Many of our brothers were mentally deranged, and their cells collapsed. Still more brothers were killed miserably in the arenas, sometimes even with no bones left. Everything was my scheme. I plead guilty to all charges." Uchiba talked in such a resolute and righteous way that even Taisheng was momentarily dazed. However, Uchiba suddenly changed his tone and demanded, "Brothers here, you might as well recall your past and think about the obstructions that you met when you ran away from your homes to avoid the war. Do you think that you would have survived if I had not brought you to this place? You wouldn't. In the blood demon sector right now, being a black blood demon or a chaotic blood demon is your original sin. There is no way you would have survived. The Skeleton Island is not the only arena in the blood demon sector. All the demon kings are now desperate to recruit soldiers and slaves. If I had not captured you, it is possible that you would have been captured by other slave-catching teams or even the army. On the Skeleton Island, while you received the harshest training, you also had the best strengthening drugs and abundant food. Also, in the seemingly perilous games, I was always doing the best I could to save your life. Only by a fake death can you disappear from the world and sever your past. You wouldn't be so lucky in other arenas or in the army. The riot of the Bloody Blade has not entirely died down yet. I believe that you have all heard a lot of rumors and have a basic idea what roles the Black Blood Demons and the Chaotic Blood Demons are playing in the army. So, do you really think that I was wrong? Yes. On the Skeleton Island, many of our brothers are killed every day, during the harsh training, because of the excessive dosage of strengthening drugs, or in the dangerous The Lightning Dungeon, the Thorny Flame Dungeon, and the Hellbone Swamp. If possible, I would not want any brothers to die in vain. However, this is Void Turmoil City, full of silver blood demons. Sacrificing some of our brothers can help save the lives of others so that they can become the warriors who shatter our shackles and rise up in resistance. There are no alternatives. Uchiba's words raised a riot among the gladiators, who were all whispering to each other and yet could not make out the situation. In the end, they all looked at Mo Taisheng and Li Yao. Mo Taisheng was deep in thought too, and did not give a response for a long time. Uchiba opened his thick arms and said solemnly, "Brothers, the shackles that we are bound with have been imposed on us for 40,000 years. An unprecedented great war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector is about to break out, and the master of the New World will soon be decided. However, no matter who the winner of the war is, cannon fodder such as us will be equally doomed. If we don't stand up to fight, we will either be tormented to death in the dark mining pits or have to kill each other in the arenas for nothing other than the chuckles of the nobles. Or, we may end up as worthless cannon fodder as members of the beast tides or the insect oceans, waiting to be blown into smithereens by the crystal cannons and the crystal warships of the Heaven's Origin sector. If you do not want such a horrible future to become reality for you and your family, then join the Blade of Chaos and fight back. We will break the so-called Four Pillars system and forge our own way of life with our own hands." Uchiba's words ignited the eyes of many gladiators like invisible sparks. Even Mo Taisheng, who had been silent the whole time, seemed to be rather moved. However, after pondering for a while, Li Yao raised a rather sharp question. "Master Uchi, you don't seem to be a black blood demon or a chaotic blood one?" His question made all the gladiators focus their eyes on Uchiba's body again. Uchiba smiled and replied unhurriedly, "Yes. According to the classification of the Blood Demon sector, my bloodline belongs to the purest silver blood. But in fact, such a way of classification is just hilarious. Allow me to show you the truth." "The truth?" Li Yao raised his eyebrow in great interest. In the made-up legends and tales, the so-called Saint Blood, Silver Blood, Bronze Blood, and Black Blood are all natural-born and unchangeable. Whoever tries to even slightly alter their blood will only degenerate into the most humble, lowly, and untouchable chaotic blood demons. However, intense demonic energy suddenly spurted out of Uchiba's body and circled around his magnificent body, forming complicated patterns. Creepy noises of flesh being torn apart and reorganized echoed deep inside Uchiba's throat and his body. A moment later, the intensity of his demonic energy reached a whole new level, and 5 black blades that looked like the forelegs of a mantis grew out of his fist that was larger than a pot. All the gladiators were shocked. It was clearly a feature of a certain type of the Insect clan or the Claw clan, but Uchiba was clearly an out-and-out member of the Horn clan. Uchiba waved the 5-blade limbs softly, drawing waves that looked like water currents in the air. He stared at everyone through the gaps of the newly grown organs and said, "Have you seen it, brothers? The features of 2 different kinds of demon species have appeared in me, a pure silver blood demon. There is only one possible explanation. The classification of Saint Blood, Silver Blood, Bronze Blood, and Black Blood does not exist at all. The differences of our appearances are our forms that are shaped in different environments. A demon should be able to activate different forms, to adapt themselves to different battlefields or jobs so that they can fulfill the destiny that God Chaos designed for them. Destiny? All the gladiators were whispering to each other. Uchi-Ba slowed down and said in a low voice, "Yes. On the Skeleton Island, you must have heard the tales of God Chaos creating the modern demon race. They are not groundless legends but the real history that happened 40,000 years ago. 40,000 years ago, it was the last years of the era of ancient cultivators. Human beings were finally swallowed by their own greed and ambition. They waged a prolonged civil war in all the 3,000 sectors. Countless worlds were mired in the swirls of destruction, torn apart into cosmos dust. The planets that were lucky enough to survive the catastrophe found their ecological system completely ruined, and they could barely catch their breath in the fire of war. The universe at that time had been seriously polluted by human beings and was not suitable for the survival of most creatures. That was the time when God Chaos showed up. He excavated the relics of the Pangu clan that were left from the primeval era, found the legacy of the 13 ancient demon clans, and created the modern demon race, hoping that we could repair the damaged worlds like the ancient Pangu clan did. The 3,000 sectors at that time were no longer paradises with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Volcanoes, earthquakes, smog, and venomous gas were everywhere. Many worlds lost their atmosphere, and even more worlds were entirely consumed by oceans. Therefore, God Chaos granted us marvelous techniques, allowing us to awaken the primeval force inside our body to resist the harsh environment so that we could modify the worlds like our ancestors in the primeval era. Our appearance does not stand for anything except for the task that we were entrusted with at the very beginning. If our ancestors were projected to a planet that had been drowned in the ocean, naturally, they would activate their forms as the Sea Clan. If our ancestors were sent to a planet whose ground was desolate with all the resources buried deep beneath the ground, it was only reasonable that they would be in the form of the Insect Clan. If a planet was frequented by blowing wind all year round, to make best use of the wind power, our ancestors would activate the broad wings to fly freely in the sky. They were the original demons 40,000 years ago. Uchi-Ba sighed and said, "It is a pity that desire for power eroded not only the human beings but some of the demons, too, who were shocked by the brilliant civilization that mankind once established while they were modifying the universe. They worshipped the splendid palaces and amazing magical equipment left by human beings, and from the human beings, they learned of the fun that came with conquering and slaughtering. Gradually, they were no longer contented in the dull, never-to-end repair work. They craved to be the masters of the Sea of Stars. Gradually, those demons betrayed the ideals of God Chaos and evolved with countless naturally endowed techniques and features specifically for killing through the abilities that God Chaos granted them. They considered themselves to be rulers of the demon race and blatantly conquered and enslaved other demons. They even froze the cells and genes of the conquered demons with weird secret arts so that the conquered demons would always look the same. The surviving human beings taught them sleazy schemes. They secretly established enormous armies in the depths of the planets, and when the timing was appropriate, they ambushed God Chaos when he was at his weakest. Under their sharp blades and claws, the resistance of God Chaos failed. He was forced to run to a small world in the periphery of the universe and fall into a deep sleep for 40,000 years. This is the truth. Therefore, I never believe that there is much difference between silver blood and black blood. In the radiance of chaos, all brothers and sisters are the same. Although the gladiators had heard the tales of chaos many times on the Skeleton Island, they had never learned so many details. They all looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. Although the privileged Saint Blood demons and Silver Blood demons tried everything they could to freeze the bloodlines of other demons, they never expected that the offspring of different types of demons were much more likely to break apart the shackles that had been imposed upon them for tens of thousands of years. That is why chaotic blood demons are so despised in our society. Not because they are humble, but because they are dreadful. The The silver blood demons are scared that the chaotic blood demons will chop off their shackles completely, reveal their ultimate form, and overthrow their reign. That is why they have been isolating the chaotic blood demons. In Christianity, original sin is the state of sin in which humanity has existed since the fall of man, stemming from Adam and Eve's rebellion in Eden. To put it simply, it is the sin we are born with.